Chapter 185. Lady Tai, what is the meaning of this? Fang Jing did not understand. Tai Ruanan pointed at the wall. Look at him, Guo Fang Yuan. Don't you think he is too calm? He was tested to have C-grade aptitude, but his brother was a grade aptitude. Any normal person would feel their heart waver. But him? He was not moved. The praises and ridicule from the surroundings could not shake his heart. Don't you think it is strange? During the entire process he was too calm. Tai Ruanan's words attracted everyone's attention. At this time the scene was replayed and several gazes gathered on the painting wall on Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the crowd all alone, standing there alone. A shadow covered most of his body. And this scene was in stark contrast to the other side. His brother Guo Fangjing was walking step by step, his body bathed in the white light of the Hope Gu. At this moment the situation between the elder brother and younger brother changed. The former fell from the sky, falling into the lowest point of his life, shrouded in darkness. The latter was favored by fate, shining brightly, climbing to the peak. A 15-year-old youngster, experiencing such a huge change in his life, but there is not a trace of disappointment, bewilderment or jealousy on him. There is only calmness. He is standing in the crowd, watching quietly like an outsider, like he is watching a show. Tai Ruanan's voice came at the right time. Yes. Fang Yuan was watching quietly. The shadow covered most of his body, his expression was indifferent, with the unique pale skin of a youngster. Guo Bo stared at the painting wall, muttering to himself. Fang Jing, however, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Brother, what are you? Even if he expected the result of the awakening, his heart would be shaken and not so calm. I used the celestial finger earlier and thought the word aptitude was referring to Guo City. Now that I think about it, it might not be Guo City, it might be Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan said. Lady Tai, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Fang Jing was even more confused. Tai Ruanan raised a finger. There is only one situation that could make Fang Yuan so calm. That was, he had an unknown backing. There was only one situation where he wouldn't be jealous, and that was when he had an even stronger trump card. When two people walked together, one person would pick up a primal stone on the road, and the other would only pick up 10 or 100 primal stones. Only then would he not feel jealous at all, and his heart would remain calm. And Fang Yuan is in such a situation. Are you saying that Fang Yuan cheated and hid his true aptitude? He's actually not a C-grade talent? Guo Bo heard the meaning behind Tai Ruanan's words, but if he has B-grade or a grade aptitude, why doesn't he openly display it? Fang Yuan has early wisdom. Tai Ruanan's lips curled up, she had a confident expression, giving off an enchanting radiance. These few days I've read some of his poems from his early years, they were grand and grand, even father couldn't help but praise them. Such a genius naturally has his own plans. Guo Bo shook his head. Just based on this point it doesn't mean anything. Hiding one's aptitude and revealing it are two completely different types of treatment. Even if Fang Yuan didn't know before, after a year in the academy, he should be clear about it. Of course he knows, that's why he doesn't dare to reveal it. Tai Ruanan's words were straightforward, with a trace of decisiveness. What do you mean? Guo Bo was also confused. Tribe leader Guo. Tai Ruanan turned around and looked at Guo Bo solemnly. Do you know the 10 sons of Renzu? Guo Bo was stunned at first, but he soon reacted, and understood Tai Ruanan's true meaning. He was shocked. His pupils expanded, and his mouth opened wide, without a trace of his usual demeanor as a tribe leader. This was the first time Fang Jing had seen Guo Bo show such an expression. Renzu's 10 sons, eldest son Verdant Great Son, second daughter Guo Desolate Een. The 10 sons had heaven-defying aptitude, and were feared by heaven and earth, none of them had long lives. In the Gu Master world, the 10 sons represented the top 10 aptitude. That was, the 10 extreme physiques. Renzu's 10 sons died one after another, and Renzu also died of old age. At the final moment, Renzu took the corpses of his 10 sons, and sacrificed himself, throwing them into the stomach of Derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst open, and countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have the aptitude of Renzu or the 10 sons, but they could awaken their apertures and cultivate. Thus, humanity multiplied for generations, forming the scale it is today. Of course, this is all a legend. But according to the legend, every one of us has the blood of Renzu and his 10 sons flowing in our bodies. Tai Ruanan continued, it is just that in some people the different bloodlines are sparse and they mutually restrict each other, thus it is not obvious. But some people are born with a relatively dense bloodline. Or as they grow older or cultivate, it slowly becomes extreme, and one bloodline suppresses the others. When it is shown, it is the 10 extreme physique. Then what is this 10 extreme physique? Fang Jing asked. Don't tell me this Fang Yuan actually has the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques. Guiyue Bo was shocked. That is very likely. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan so calm, and have low requirements for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physiques that surpass a grade can make Fang Yuan feel no jealousy or envy towards Fang Jing. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan not dare to reveal it, afraid of being killed in advance, so he chose to cheat and hide it. Tai Ruanan spoke quickly. Even Tai Shuileng would not think of rebirth. The young girl was even more so. Under all sorts of coincidences, she came to a conclusion that was the exact opposite of the truth. After hearing this, everyone was dumbstruck. Tai Ruanan's deduction was backed by evidence, causing everyone to unconsciously believe it. If it was not this reason, what other explanation could there be? That's right. 10 extreme physiques, 10 extreme physiques, should be the Guiyue Desolate In physique. Guiyue Bo was overwhelmed with emotions, his body trembling in excitement. Others might not understand, but he had the clan's secret history and knew many secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first-generation ancestor established the village here, and named it the Guiyue village. In reality, before this, the first generation was not surnamed Guiyue. Why did the first generation take the name Guiyue? This was a mystery. But before the first generation died, he had sighed, passing down the bloodline, 100-year plan Guiyue Desolate In physique, the world will panic. He left behind a will, and in it he predicted that in the future, a Gu master would appear in the Guiyue village, possessing one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Guiyue Desolate In physique. He would make the world panic and bring Guiyue village to glory. The will also told the descendants if one day such a physique really appears, they should bring it to the Blood Lake graveyard. As the clan leader, Guiyue Bo naturally understood the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. But when he looked into the will, he found that the first-generation ancestor seemed to have a method to overcome the drawbacks. And this method was left in the coffin in the graveyard, accompanying him in his eternal sleep. If a genius with the Guiyue Desolate In physique really appears, he should be brought to the coffin. To think that Guiyue Fang Yuan is that prophesied genius, Guiyue Desolate In physique. Guiyue Bo roared in his heart. This is impossible. How could brother cheat in front of everyone's eyes? Fang Jing's heart was extremely shaken. He shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this deduction. Tai Ruanan looked at him pitifully. Since Qiqing can cheat, why can't Fang Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless mysteries, it is hard to imagine. Maybe Fang Yuan had already awakened his aperture, or maybe he was able to deceive Bamboo Gentleman because of the 10 extreme physiques. Maybe Jia Jinsheng was killed by Fang Yuan because he unintentionally saw through Fang Yuan's secret. Tai clan girl, be careful with your words. Guiyue Bo's expression was very unhappy, his voice gloomy. You can't speak so carelessly. Whether Jia Jinsheng was killed by Fang Yuan or not, it is still uncertain. Fang Yuan is a member of our clan. Even if he really killed him, how we explain it to the Jia clan is our problem. You are only in charge of investigating the case. The Guyu clan leader's attitude instantly had a complete change. Previously he thought that Fang Yuan had C-grade talent, and there was no possibility of investing. But now Fang Yuan actually had Guiyue's Desolate In physique. When it involved the ancestor's prophecy and will, his value was immediately different. I have to protect him, even if it means offending the Jia clan. I have to do it. Damn it. This Guiyue clan leader turned his back on me. He is too shameless. His attitude changed so quickly. I should not have revealed the secret of the 10 extreme physiques so early. The 10 extreme physiques are talents above a grade talent. Looks like clan leader Guiyue wants to protect Fang Yuan. This will make it very difficult for me to solve the case. Father, what should I do? Tai Ruanan's heart sank. She gritted her teeth and subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where is father? The young girl was stunned. Divine investigator Tai was just there, but in the blink of an eye he had disappeared. This discovery made Guiyue Bo instantly nervous. Where could Tai Shuileng go at this time? Clan leader Guiyue naturally thought of Fang Yuan. Fang Jing, I will go look for your brother first. Go inform the other clan elders to quickly gather and find me. After saying this, Guiyue Bo activated his Gu worm and flew out of the window. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly and ran out of the room, rushing towards Fang Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fang Jing was left. How can this be? Guyue Fangjing's condition was extremely bad. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapse, as if his spine had been sucked dry. He felt like the world was in darkness. He felt like the sky was about to collapse. How could it be like this? Brother's aptitude is actually one of the 10 extreme physiques? Compared to the 10 extreme physiques, my great aptitude is like a clay chicken or a clay dog. Thinking about it, Fangjing's tears flowed down his face. At this moment, all the energy in his heart was sucked dry. All along, his greatest pride was that his aptitude surpassed Fang Yuan's. His confidence was built on this aspect. But now, someone told him the truth, his aptitude was far from his brother's. His proudest and most confident aspect was suppressed by Fang Yuan. The confidence that he had built up with great difficulty completely collapsed at this moment. Brother? He raised his head, tears flowing down his face. He screamed helplessly in his heart, from start to end, were you just watching the show? Watching me jump up and down, watching my clown-like performance? The corner of his eyes glanced at the painting wall again. The image changed, the figures became modeled, and countless voices exclaimed at Fangjing's performance on the other side. Only Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, calmly watching. He just calmly looked at it. Fangjing suddenly felt that this image of him, wrapped in the light of hope, was so childish, so glaring. And in his heart, Fang Yuan's calm black eyes seemed to reveal the gaze of a god. His figure gradually rose higher and higher, becoming an insurmountable mountain that reached the horizon. That pair of calm eyes looked down at the foot of the mountain, at Fangjing's humble figure. That pair of eyes seemed to be saying, Fangjing, my laughable brother, you can't. Like an echo in the valley, it echoed in Fangjing's heart. He felt stifled. An unparalleled stifling to the point that he could not breathe properly. He once thought that he had completely gotten rid of this feeling, but he did not expect that this feeling would come back to him today. In fact, it was 100 times stronger than before. I'm going to die. Fangjing's face twitched and the veins on his forehead popped. He was immersed in his own fantasy, his hand tightly clutching his throat. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Because of the lack of oxygen, his face was red and he stuck out his tongue. His eyes gradually bulged out of their sockets. No. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. His other hand gripped the floor tiles and he used too much force, his nails were peeled off and fresh blood flowed. The excruciating pain made Fangjing's desire to live burn even more. His body wasn't injured at all, but his heart had already suffered a fatal wound. He could not get up, and the pride that supported him had been shattered. He felt that he had no face to see anyone, and he could not face reality and his brother. He had become a huge joke, a bitter satire. His heart was like dead ashes, but within the ashes, there was still a little bit of red that had not been extinguished. So what if you have the 10 absolute aptitude? Brother, you've made a mistake. You've killed someone you shouldn't have. Yes, that's right. You have to pay with your life, brother. You killed Jia Sheng, didn't you? You've gone the wrong way, you've done the wrong thing, so what if you have the best aptitude? Bang, there seemed to be a soft sound beside his ear. A ball of dark red flame burned in Fangjing's heart. Resurrection. The hand that was clutching his throat slowly loosened. Fangjing was covered in sweat. He knelt on the ground and supported himself with one hand. The floor tiles were covered in blood. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks and nose and dripped onto the floor tiles. His twisted and horrifying face slowly calmed down. A gust of wind blew into the hall through the open doors and windows. The cold night wind caused his body to shiver. Ha ha ha. Fangjing was almost lying on the ground and laughed out loud. His voice was sharp and strange. Chapter 186. No one is here. After flipping through the house, Guyue could not find Fang Yuan. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. Fang Yuan was missing, Tai Shuileng was also missing. It was easy for him to link these clues together. Speak, where is Fang Yuan? Guyue's expression was gloomy as he shouted at Tai Ruanan who had just arrived. How would I know where Fang Yuan is? Tai Ruanan's attitude was unyielding. Facing a rank 4 expert, she was not afraid at all. Why is Tai Shuileng nowhere to be seen? Tai clan girl, can you give me an explanation? Guyue said as he walked closer to Tai Ruanan. The young girl was slightly stunned. In fact, this matter had been fishy from the start. The original plan was for her and her father to come here next year. At that time, Tai Shuileng was investigating another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane held a letter in its beak and handed it to Tai Shuileng. After Tai Xueling saw this letter, he suddenly changed his plans and temporarily put down the case on hand, rushing over to Qingmao Mountain. If not for this letter, the Tai father and daughter would not have come here so early. As a daughter, Tai Ruanan naturally understood her father. Normally, only major cases would make Tai Xueling make such a decision. However, what made her puzzled was that this case on Qingmao Mountain was only about Jia Jinsheng's death. Jia Jinsheng's death was related to the Jia clan's property dispute. But the severity of it was only ordinary, far from enough for the divine investigator to pay so much attention to it. Tai Ruanan had always been suspicious about this. And now Tai Xueling had mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you are injured, you must take care of yourself. Tai Ruanan was very worried. This kind of situation had actually happened a few times before. Every time, it was Tai Xueling facing a strong enemy and could not split his attention to take care of Tai Ruanan, thus fighting alone. The injuries on his body were caused by a strong enemy in a similar situation. Although father is injured, he is still a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 Gu masters were simply not his match. Father, I believe you, I will wait for you to come back. Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed as she encouraged herself in her heart. Guiyue approached her step by step. The girl raised her head and looked at Guiyue clan leader. Explanation? If you want an explanation, will I give it to you? Guiyue expression became even more gloomy. Little girl, you're quite stubborn. Looks like I can only capture you and use you to exchange for my clan's Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan laughed instead. Clan leader Guiyue, do you really dare to make a move? My uncle is the current patriarch of the Tai family. Do you want to fight with our Tai family? Guiyue stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that he almost forgot. Tai family. That was a super clan that had existed for thousands of years. The demon suppression tower in Tai clan village imprisoned countless demonic Gu masters. It was the symbol of the righteous path. Guiyue clan was only a small or mid-sized clan, it could not compare to Jia clan. And Jia clan was only a rising clan, it could not compare to Tai family. Even in the whole southern border, Tai family was a top-tier force with deep foundations, it was a colossus. Tai Ruanan's voice slowed down. Clan leader Guiyue, I am not here to be your enemy. Please believe my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave, I will not sneak away. Tai family only has ghosts that die in battle, there are no cowards that run away. Not only will I not escape, I will also capture Jia Jinsheng's murderer. Fang Yuan might not be the murderer. Guiyue frowned, his eyes revealing a fierce light. But he could be. Tai Ruanan stared, her heroic spirit surging. She did not back down on this point. Both sides glared at each other for a long time. Tai Ruanan said, Fang Yuan is missing now, he could very well be on the run, making him even more suspicious. But I will not let the innocent suffer injustice. If I hope so. Guiyue flicked his sleeves and left. 15 minutes ago, gurgle gurgle gurgle. The spirit spring whirlpool rose and fell, a lotus was faintly discernible in the spring water like an illusion. Piece after piece of Yuan stone were thrown in by Fang Yuan, causing the heavenly essence treasure lotus image to become clearer. The 10,000 Yuan stone that was offered during the gathering with my classmates, in addition to the 40,000 Yuan stone that Guiyue and Imo Qin provided in installments, have all been thrown in. Why has this heavenly essence treasure lotus not materialized yet? Fang Yuan focused, looking at the center of the spirit spring through the crystal wall, he felt slightly doubtful. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious. After advancing to rank 6, its value would not lose to autumn cicada. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life he had only heard of it, he had never come into contact with it. Thus, this was his first time coming into contact with it, he could not help but feel doubtful. But he quickly calmed his emotions, laughing, a total of 50,000 Yuan stone is more than enough. Why am I worrying about personal gains and losses? So what if the refinement fails? Thinking so, he no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and jumping, crashing into the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat Gu. When Fang Yuan crashed into it, it was like jumping into water. Ripples appeared on the wall, instantly engulfing him. Spring water immediately surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan opened his eyes in the water, but could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Before the heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, it could only be seen through the crystal with the naked eye. Fang Yuan had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance and even calculated the refraction of light, grabbing forward according to his memory. This grab was like magic, creating something out of nothing, creating a lotus. This lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, full like a lamp, filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and although it was grabbed by Fang Yuan, it faintly resisted. But this was nothing. A trace of autumn cicada's aura leaked out, and this rank 3 flower goo was instantly refined by Fang Yuan. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was in his hands. In the spring water, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a blue and white light, shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the countless whirlpools in the spirit spring immediately dissipated. The spring water that was filled with life force had now turned into a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. The spirit spring has been destroyed. I cannot stay here for long, I need to take this chance to escape. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. But just as he was about to return, a change occurred. In the depths of the spirit spring, a dazzling blood light burst out. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, catching Fang Yuan off guard, and he was sucked into the depths of the spring. The spring water suddenly turned red, turning into blood water, tightly wrapping around Fang Yuan and pulling him down. Sky Canopy Goo. Thunderwings Goo. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan roared in his heart, and a layer of white armor shone on his body, and at the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared on his back. The lightning wings flapped continuously, giving Fang Yuan a driving force to move upwards. But as the blood water wrapped around him, the suction force became stronger and stronger, and he could not resist it. Whoosh! The sound of rushing water could be heard, and Fang Yuan was pulled down by a huge force along the water channel. Just as he was about to die, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and at least he did not die from lack of oxygen. Then he found himself falling from a high altitude. He subconsciously flapped his wings, but the Thunderwings goo was extremely dispirited. The originally strong wings were now extremely weak. Fang Yuan's heart sank, and he tried his best to maintain his balance in the air, slowing down the speed of his descent. This was an underground space. It was not dark and was filled with red light. Fang Yuan fell from a height of 15 meters, and below him was an underground lake. But this underground lake was not the usual transparent color, but was dark red like blood water. No, it was blood water. The pungent smell of blood assaulted Fang Yuan's nose as he continued to descend. This situation was strange no matter how one looked at it. To be safe, Fang Yuan did not want to easily fall into this blood lake. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. He summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and his palm entered the centipede's mouth, using it as a whip. The golden centipede's body extended to its maximum length, and its sharp tail pierced into the mountain wall. Under Fang Yuan's control, the golden centipede shrunk its body. This way Fang Yuan's body landed on the mountain wall. This mountain wall was somewhat slippery, and was not easy to land on. But Fang Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and barely found a rough section of the wall, and placed his feet on it. What the hell is this place? After stabilizing his body, Fang Yuan immediately assessed his surroundings. According to his calculations, he should be even deeper underground, right below the underground karst cave. How can there be such a place? Fang Yuan was surprised. In his previous life, his level was not high enough, and he did not come into contact with the secrets of the upper echelons. In fact, this was the Blood Lake Graveyard, the secret forbidden land where the first-generation patriarch's coffin was buried. Even among the patriarchs, only 1 or 2 knew this secret. Fang Yuan looked down, and the blood lake reflected a sky full of red light. The area was larger than the village, and it exuded a strange and terrifying aura. And at the top of the cave there were hundreds of holes, and water constantly flowed down, bringing along the scallops, turtles, snakes, fish and other wild animals in the underground river. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, waves of water flowed down from the holes on the top of the wall, smashing into the blood lake. As the blood churned, countless fish and prawns flopped and fell into the blood lake. After a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out, and they became dried corpses, faintly discernible on the surface of the lake along with the bloody waves. The blood lake became even redder. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked. If he fell into this blood lake, even with the protection of the sky canopy goo, he would not be able to survive. He looked carefully, and other than fresh dried corpses, there were some bones in the blood waves. There were broken fish bones, large bear bones, and clearly human skeletons. This was a huge graveyard, strange and bloody. The waves of the blood lake surged, washing the surrounding walls. The bright red and shiny blood seeped into the surrounding soil, causing the surrounding soil to be dyed crimson red, forming the red earth. To be continued. Chapter 187. Wait a minute, red soil? Fang Yuan saw this and his heart jumped. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone wall beside him. With a forceful pull, he dug out a piece of red soil. This red soil was soft and gave off a faint red glow. Fang Yuan squeezed it lightly and effortlessly crushed it. So that's it. He realized. He remembered the first time he entered the secret cave, he found that the secret cave was filled with this kind of red soil. It gave off a faint glow and did not need any other illumination. He felt it was strange at that time because Qing Mao Mountain soil was all greenish-black. He thought this was the flower wine monk's arrangement. But now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. The 500 years of experience from his previous life had settled into his intuition. This place is not only strange but also full of danger. I don't have much time, how do I leave this place? Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave wall. There were hundreds of caves on the wall. Which one was connected to the spirit spring? Fang Yuan hesitated. Water could flow in, but it did not mean that the underground river was wide enough for a person to pass through. Also, Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he tried to flap his wings. The lightning wings weren't as easy to control as before. The originally blue electric current was now mixed with strands of strange scarlet color. It revealed a contradictory feeling of weakness and strength. The thunder wings goo was not reliable in this state. It was very likely that it would screw up during flight and cause Fang Yuan to fall from the sky. Swoosh, in the blood lake an undercurrent surged. The huge aura of a rank 5 goo seeped out from the blood lake. That is. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a long black shadow gradually appearing in the blood lake. It was more than 40 meters long and more than 6 meters thick. This was a huge python that lived in the depths of the blood lake. Now that it smelled Fang Yuan's flesh and blood, it seemed to be coming out to hunt. Damn it. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Right now, his long hair and black robe were relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to pierce through the mountain wall, barely hanging on the soft red soil. Compared to the vast sea of blood, it was like a black ant. Hundreds of black dots also appeared from the bottom of the lake, rising up like a school of fish. They were even faster than the giant python and flew out of the lake in an instant. This was not a fish but a bat. These dark red bats had long pointed ears and 2 pairs of wings. One pair of main wings was larger while the other pair of secondary wings was slightly smaller. They were located below the main wings. They didn't have claws but the edges of their wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3 Bladewing Blood Batgoo? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an answer. Looking at the swarm of Bladewing bloody bats pouncing toward him with a murderous aura, the first thing that appeared in his mind was that scene. In the photo-audio Goo's image, the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was impossible for the Moonshadow Goo to cause such injuries, but this group of Bladewing blood bats was a perfect match. Could it be that the flower wine monk had been here before? In fact, he was injured by the Bladewing blood bats here? For a moment, Fang Yuan's thoughts spun like lightning. The cause of the flower wine monk's death had always been a mystery, but now it seemed that it was most likely the case. Bladewing blood bat. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. He was actually not unfamiliar with this goo. Although this goo was only rank 3, it was extremely easy to feed and only needed blood. In his previous life, he established the Blood-Wing Demon sect with the Bladewing blood bat as its symbol. With the resources of the demonic sect, he was able to raise close to 10,000 Bladewing blood bat goo. They were ferocious and fearsome. More accurately, he established his career with the Bladewing blood bat goo. In his previous life, 400 years later, he accidentally obtained an inheritance of the Blood Sea ancestor. Relying on the Bladewing blood bat group and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord. This Blood Sea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic goo master with a notorious reputation. He killed people like flies and his name was recorded in the annals of history. He was originally immortal but by chance he became a demonic goo master. He climbed all the way from the lowest level, and used 800 years to become a demonic overlord. His aptitude was not high, and the primeval essence in his aperture was limited. He always had a fanatical research interest in goo fusion. Wild goo had a natural will, and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air. But when a wild goo was refined by a goo master, and its body was dominated by the human's will, it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence, and could only absorb the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. The Blood Sea ancestor had always wanted to research a goo that could be refined by a goo master, but could also absorb natural primeval essence. The righteous goo masters were extremely afraid of this, and were extremely worried that the Blood Sea ancestor would succeed. They had organized several righteous goo masters to surround and kill him. The Blood Sea ancestor did not succeed in the end, but he did not fail completely. He explored the fusion recipes of the Bladewing Blood Bat, Blood Guillotine and Blood Frenzy Goo. The rank 3 Bladewing Blood Bat Goo was his first achievement. It was extremely easy to raise, but it still required the goo master to provide primeval essence. However, this Bladewing Blood Bat group was a very special group. The goo master only needed to control the male bat to indirectly command all the other female bats. The Blood Frenzy Goo was his second achievement. This goo was formless and was a lump of blood chi, and could only survive by attaching itself to other objects. This goo was rank 4 and its effect was very special. Any goo worm that came into contact with its aura would be able to absorb natural primeval essence from time to time. But it had a huge drawback. The goo worms affected by the Blood Frenzy Goo would gradually lose control of the goo master. After a period of time, they would turn into a pool of blood. The Blood Guillotine was the Blood Sea ancestor's final achievement. This goo was rank 5, and was undoubtedly more mature than the previous two. It combined nurturing and usage, using battle to nurture battle, and devouring the goo master's blood to reproduce and divide. It no longer needed the master to provide primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the Blood Sea ancestor created the Blood Guillotine, he was besieged by the righteous goo masters in the chaotic battle, and was exhausted and defeated. He suffered a fatal injury that could not be healed, and escaped from the heavy encirclement using blood escape. The righteous goo masters were worried that he would counterattack at the last minute and endanger themselves, so they did not have the intention to pursue him and watched as he escaped. From then on, every time these righteous goo masters thought back, they would regret their actions of letting the enemy go so easily. The Blood Sea ancestor knew he was going to die for sure, and started to spread his inheritance. Using the limited time before his death, he used his rank 7 goo master abilities to set up hundreds of thousands of secret inheritance grounds, located in Central Continent, Southern Border and other places. Before his death, he laughed strangely. The blood path is not lonely, leaving behind a venomous legacy for all ages. His words were not false at all. From then on, countless goo masters benefited from this, and the demonic path flourished. Be it the Bladewing Blood Bat Goo, the Blood Frenzy Goo or the Blood Guillotine, they were all extremely easy to raise and reproduce. Maybe in some unremarkable valley, in a shabby village, in an uninhabited desert, beside a mountain path, there would be 2 or 3 goo left by the Blood Sea ancestor. These goo were easy to raise and did not require much primeval essence, so they were easily used by goo masters with ordinary aptitude. Surviving in such a world where one's life was precarious, which goo master would not desire more power? The goo worms left by the Blood Sea ancestor represented a completely new kind of power. This kind of power was fast and convenient, and was undoubtedly more popular than other goo worms. Power itself was not sinful, it was good when used for good, and evil when used for evil. But in this world, how many people could have a firm heart, to be able to control the sudden increase in power? Just like when a man is rich, he would often become a playboy. The sudden increase in power would nourish the wild ambitions that they had never had before. Thus, many goo masters, after obtaining the Blood Sea ancestor's inheritance, became demons who killed in all directions. There were even many righteous path members who changed sides because of this. The inheritance of the blood goo brought great turmoil and harm to the whole world. In the inheritance that the Blood Sea ancestor set up, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. But these inheritances were like a spark, and if one was not careful, they would start a prairie fire. Almost every once in a while, there would be demonic goo masters who grasped the blood goo, causing trouble. Some of these people failed and were killed in the village. Some succeeded temporarily and formed a general trend, causing harm to one side. Whether they succeeded temporarily or failed, they would unwillingly leave behind a new blood inheritance at some point in time. Thus, the blood calamity was endless, and not only did it not decline because of the Blood Sea ancestor's death and the righteous path's all-out attack, it instead became even more prosperous, with a deep foundation that could not be eradicated, and had a trend of never ending. As a result, the righteous path members would often curse in pain, "These damned blood goo masters. I clearly remember that I have already killed wave after wave. But if I am not careful and look up again, who knows where, a new batch will appear. By now, the Blood Sea inheritance was publicly recognized as the world's most popular and most numerous inheritance. There was no other. Strictly speaking, in his previous life, Fang Yuan had also received the Blood Sea ancestors' inheritance. In my previous life, I only found a Blood Sea inheritance after 400 years, and started to dominate it. If I can subdue these blood bats in this life, it would be equivalent to advancing my efforts by 400 years. The blood bats rushed over, but Fang Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. He had the spring-autumn cicada, and his rank 6 aura was enough to make these bats collapse without a fight. The only thing he needed to be wary of was the rank 5 snake python that was hidden in the blood lake. But something is not right with this situation. Back when the Blood Sea ancestor set up his inheritance, there were usually only 2 or 3 gu. Why are there more than 100 blade-wing blood bats here? Could it be that the rumor is true? Rumor had it that the Blood Sea ancestor had set up a deceptive formation. Although he had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritances, there were only a few that he wanted to pass down. In these few inheritances, there were the Blood Sea ancestor's proudest gu worms, research insights, or fusion recipes. Could it be that this is the true inheritance ground of the Blood Sea ancestor? Fang Yuan naturally thought of this and his heart pounded. His thoughts raced. Although he thought of a lot of things, not much time had passed in the outside world. The blade-wing blood bats swarmed towards him. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. With his long hair and black robes, he climbed up the mountain wall and was about to summon the spring-autumn cicada. But at this moment a sudden change occurred. As expected, there is a blood calamity hidden here. A deep and firm voice that sounded like iron and stone came from the top of the cave, and then it reverberated above the Blood Sea. Chapter 188. Tai Shueleng, why did he suddenly appear here? Fang Yuan heard this voice and was shocked. This loud sound reverberated in the air above the blood lake, causing turbulent waves of blood to surge. This is the heaven and earth grand sound gu? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The loud voice entered his ears, making him feel as if his whole head was buzzing. The heaven and earth grand sound gu was a rank 5 sound type gu. Once activated, it could form a sound wave attack with a wide range. It was an extremely strong AoE type gu. The voice that Fang Yuan heard now was just Tai Shueleng's small test. He shouted softly and did not really activate it. This degree was like Fang Yuan using the moonlight gu to grind the purple gold rock. It was just a subtle control of the gu worm. Of course, the heaven and earth grand sound gu had its drawbacks. If activated for a long time, the gu master's vocal cords and throat would be overly burdened. Once these burdens exceeded the limit, the gu master would become mute and lose the ability to speak. Bam! A huge force suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The upper body of the giant python appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This python's body was covered in glossy blood-red scales and its head was as huge as an elephant. There was a patch of golden bone spikes on its eyebrows, showing off its ferocious and violent aura. Blood River Python. I remember in the Guyue clan's history, not long after the first clan leader established the village, a Blood River Python appeared and posed a huge threat to the Guyue village. Legend has it that the first clan leader killed it. Could it be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he thought of something. The Blood River Python was huge and its head was tall. Its purple eyes stared at Fang Yuan with a cruel gaze. It was cruel and unruly, feeding on blood. Even using the spring-autumn cicada's aura to intimidate it would only make it more violent. Among the rank 5 gu worms, it was one of the hardest to be refined by a gu master. However, after glancing at Fang Yuan on the mountain wall, the Blood Sea Python raised its head high and turned to the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, an equally tiny figure slowly floated down from one of the caves. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, and his gaze was cold. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was as small as an ant. A majestic aura emanated from his body. An enormous invisible pressure filled the surroundings, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Righteous gu. It was a mental gu and could only be activated by someone who upheld justice. Scoundrels and weak-willed people would often tremble in fear under the influence of the righteous gu and have a guilty conscience. Their battle intent would rapidly drop and they would feel like they could not fight Tai Shueleng, thus collapsing without a fight. Creak, creak, creak. Under the oppression of morality, the blade-wing blood bat gu panicked and let out a sharp cry. As if a heavy burden had been placed on their bodies, their 2 pairs of wings flapped repeatedly as they struggled to fly in the air, sometimes up and sometimes down. They could not even take care of themselves and did not approach Fang Yuan. Even the ferocious blood river python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Shueleng's supreme might. What a righteous gu! Fang Yuan sneered as he climbed on the mountain wall. This righteous gu's oppression had no effect on him. Only those with weak wills would be severely weakened. He was a demonic path overlord and had a heart as strong as steel. How could he be frightened by this illusory aura? Fang Yuan's nonchalance caused Tai Shueleng to gasp in surprise. The righteous gu had been with him for many years, and he deeply understood its effect. The righteous gu's effect could be big or small, attacking the heart. Sometimes it could achieve miraculous results, but other times it would be useless. But there were very few situations where it would be useless. Even righteous path figures would feel the pressure in their hearts. After all, factions could not determine good or evil, and no one was perfect. But Tai Shueleng knew Fang Yuan's sins. When he first met him, he had already placed a gu on Fang Yuan's body to track him. From then on, Tai Shueleng could faintly sense the changes in Fang Yuan's surroundings. Most people who committed sins would have their wills shaken under the influence of the righteous gu. However, Tai Shueleng had met many demonic gu masters who fought fiercely under the influence of the righteous gu and were not affected. There is only one type of person who will not be affected by the righteous gu even if they commit a crime. These are people with true demonic nature. From the deepest part of their hearts, they are paranoid and crazy, not treating their sins as sins, but as something that should be done. To think that this Fang Yuan's demonic nature is so deep. Let's get rid of this great demon first. If he is lucky enough to survive, we can deal with him later. Tai Shueleng hated evil and snorted, turning his gaze towards the blood river python. The moment he appeared, he was locked on by the blood river python. As long as he diverted his attention to kill Fang Yuan, he would definitely reveal a flaw. Tai Shueleng had terrifying injuries, and with a strong enemy hiding behind the scenes, he could be spying on him. At this moment, he did not dare to divert his attention. He stared at the blood river python for a moment, then his gaze went past it and landed on the blood lake behind it. Not long ago he had received a mysterious letter. The letter had concrete evidence, pointing out that there was a blood calamity hidden in Guiyue village. This letter was carried by a white crane and dropped from the sky. Its origin was also very suspicious. But Tai Shueleng would rather believe it than not, because the blood calamity was not a small matter and could not be careless. If he was not careful, it would suddenly expand and spread everywhere, bringing disaster to all living beings. The best way to deal with it was to take advantage of the fact that the blood calamity had yet to take shape and extinguish the seed of chaos. Coincidentally, he had another request on hand. It was Jia Fu paying a huge sum of money to investigate the cause of Jia Jinsheng's death. Tai Shueleng brought his daughter and rushed to Qingmao Mountain in advance. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinsheng's case. On one hand, it was to nurture and train Tai Ruanan. On the other hand, it was to deceive others and stall for time while he investigated the details behind the scenes. The first time he met Fang Yuan, he had used the touching sensation gu on Fang Yuan. Although it was done casually, it came from the experience and intuition he had accumulated over a long period of time. The touching sensation gu was formless and colorless like an imprint. He had set up dozens of them. The one that was truly effective was the first one he had set up casually. First Gen Guiyue, I know you are not dead. You have hidden for close to 1,000 years and set up this trap. Unfortunately, all your efforts are going to be in vain. Tai Shueleng opened his mouth and the whole space buzzed. But there was no change in the blood lake. Instead, the blood river python opened its mouth and roared. It had a cruel nature and could not tolerate any pressure. The morality gu had stimulated its ferocious nature. Bang! It suddenly stretched its body and its huge snake body created a blood wave that soared to the sky. With a killing intent that could pierce through the horizon, it pounced towards Tai Shueleng who was in the air. Tai Shueleng was already on guard against the blood river python. His body moved quickly and dodged the blood river python's bite. The blood river python's body was too long and its momentum was too fierce, causing it to crash into the cave ceiling. With a loud bang, a large part of the cave ceiling collapsed. Large amounts of rubble fell down and immediately created a huge wave in the blood lake. First Gen Guiyue, do you think you have nothing to worry about just by leaving a blood river python to protect you? You better show yourself. Tai Shueleng sneered and moved in the air. The blood river python's violent attacks were like a light breeze and drizzle in front of him. The blood river python roared crazily and became even more irritable. It had unparalleled strength and recklessly used it to cause huge destruction. The whole space became more and more turbulent. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The blood lake also had huge waves. Damn it! Fang Yuan was caught in the crossfire. The red soil was soft and his original foothold was already destroyed. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede and the thunderwings goo to move along the mountain walls. The rubble fell down piece by piece like a dense rain. As he had expected, the thunderwings goo was not in a good state. The thunderwings goo on Fang Yuan's back was extremely weak and dispirited, unable to provide a strong force of ascension. But the strange thing was, the thunderwings goo was absorbing less primeval essence from Fang Yuan. While Fang Yuan was moving, the thunderwings goo actually started to absorb the primeval essence in the air from time to time. At first, this phenomenon only happened for a short period of time and very few times. Fang Yuan tried his best to dodge and did not notice it. But gradually, the number of times increased and the duration of each occurrence also became longer and longer. At the same time, the thunderwings goo became weaker and weaker. I understand, it's the blood frenzy goo. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Only when one was contaminated by the blood frenzy goo would such a phenomenon occur. Plop. Fang Yuan used all his strength but still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was smashing around, using its thick tail to whip around. Gravel fell like rain, ceaselessly crashing down. Fang Yuan activated the sky canopy goo and his body was covered in a layer of white armor. His swimming ability was not bad, and in his previous life he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long period of time and received ample training. He tried his best to dodge the huge rocks that were as big as houses. Sometimes he swam, sometimes he sank into the blood lake, using the blood water to cushion the impact. But those small rocks ranged from the size of a fist to the size of a stone mill. He had no time to dodge. The white armor was as solid as a rock, but it could not slow down the impact. When it smashed onto his body, he felt waves of pain. At the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was slowly decreasing due to the impact. Fortunately, the morality goo's power enveloped the whole area, causing the group of blade-wing bloodbat goo to still fly around and not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression was grave. The thunderwings goo was already half crippled. After being contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, without a special goo to cleanse it, it would turn into a puddle of blood and become a new source of contamination. How did it get contaminated by the blood frenzy goo? Fang Yuan thought about it and only had one explanation. That was, this blood water had the blood frenzy goo attached to it. The thunderwings goo was getting weaker and weaker, showing signs of losing control. Luckily he activated the white armor in time, or else the blood frenzy goo would have contaminated his body and its aura would have seeped into his aperture. Most of his goo worms would have been contaminated. But if his primeval essence was depleted or this armor was broken, then the consequences would be severe. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and floated in the blood waves, looking around for a way out. Large amounts of red soil fell from the mountain walls. The top of the cave was also beyond recognition. Tai Xueling was floating in the air, fighting with the blood river python. A battle between rank 5 goo masters was not something Fang Yuan could interfere in. The higher the goo master's rank, the more obvious the difference in battle strength between different cultivations. Maybe a swing of the blood river python's tail could shatter the armor, the sky canopy goo would be heavily injured by the backlash, and Fang Yuan would have fractures all over his body. Maybe a casual strike from Tai Xueling could put Fang Yuan in a desperate situation. The current situation was like a battle between two giant elephants, and Fang Yuan was a nearby tabby cat. Although he had small claws, it was hard for him to fight. Chapter 189. This cave entrance was not big and should have been buried by the red soil. But this time, the blood lake unceasingly surged with monstrous blood waves, causing the surrounding scarlet soil to be washed away and collapse, sinking into the lake. Thus, the cave entrance was revealed. No matter what, this cave entrance seemed to be a source of hope. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and swam towards the cave entrance. Boom! In the air there was another intense explosion. A huge air current rushed towards the surroundings, pushing Fang Yuan forward fiercely. Damn it! He cursed. Large amounts of red soil collapsed and buried the cave entrance again. Iron hand grappling goo. In the air, Tai Xueling took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his right hand. In front of him, ripples appeared in the air and a huge black iron hand appeared, pressing down on the blood river python's tail. The blood river python struggled with all its might, but its scales were wet and slippery. The iron hand could not hold on and slid through the snake's scales, causing golden red sparks to burst out as it escaped. But Tai Shuileng had rich battle experience and was not discouraged. Suddenly he tilted his head back and puffed his cheeks, blowing at the Blood River python. Whoosh! A jet of black oil poured down like a waterfall. In the air, it turned into a dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it coiled around the Blood River python. Oil Dragon Gu. The Blood River python was furious, roaring and biting. The black oil dragon's size was not inferior to the Blood River python's, but it was only a rank 4 and did not have a physical body. In a short while, it was torn apart by the Blood River python. Tai Shuileng laughed instead. Beasts were beasts. If a Gu master was controlling it, they would be able to see through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. But the Blood River python was only refined. Although it had a Gu master's will, it did not have the intelligence of a normal person. The oil dragon was destroyed and the oil dragon Gu in the aperture also suffered a backlash. Tai Shuileng did not care and stopped activating the oil dragon Gu, starting to activate the fire dragon Gu. He shouted and his body shook. A flame-like Gu shot out from his aperture and quickly turned into a fire snake, coiling around his body. The fire snake flew out and became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it grew scales and extended eagle claws, antlers, a horse's face and sharp teeth. It turned into a giant fire dragon. This fire dragon Gu was only rank 4, but when it fought with the Blood River python, it made the Blood River python roar in pain. Because the oil dragon had been destroyed, a large amount of black oil had stained the Blood River python's body. Now that the oil was tangled with the fire dragon, the python's body was suddenly set on fire, roasting the Blood River python. Other than the snake's body, the black oil was also floating on the surface of the lake. At this moment it was ignited. The scarlet lake of blood ignited into a sea of fire that soared into the sky. The temperature of the air rose rapidly. The fire dragon was no match for the Blood River python. It suffered heavy injuries and its body became smaller and smaller. But every time this happened, it would dive into the sea of fire and roll around, and its body would regain some of its majesty. In this sea of flames, Huolong had the geographical advantage. The Blood River python and the fire dragon fought for a while. The snake's body was constantly being burned, and the smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. The Blood River python was violent by nature. Once it was oppressed, it would erupt with a powerful counterattack. But at this moment, it had no choice but to retreat. He abandoned the fire dragon and plunged into the depths of the blood sea. Man is the spirit of all living things possessing the wisdom to innovate. Under Tai Shuileng's tactic, 2 rank 4 Gu were able to force the rank 5 Blood River python to retreat. But Gu were the essence of heaven and earth, containing the code of heaven and earth and a corner of the laws. The Blood River python's ability was its super strong self-recovery ability. It sank to the bottom of the lake, and the blood water nourished it, rapidly healing its injuries. The fire dragon Gu had the geographical advantage, but it had the geographical advantage. As long as this blood lake existed, it would be an unkillable cockroach. Fang Yuan's situation was even more dangerous. The flames on the surface of the blood lake continued to spread, burning fiercely. Tongues of fire licked and roasted his body. The sky canopy Gu's pressure was even greater. The most important thing was not this, but that Fang Yuan's breathing was becoming more difficult. The flames burned and consumed a large amount of air. This underground space was originally a half-closed space, and it was hard to replenish the air. Fang Yuan gradually felt suffocated. Although the oil dragon Gu and fire dragon Gu can force the Blood River python to retreat if they work together, it is only temporary. As long as there is a large amount of blood water, the Blood River python's recovery ability is extremely terrifying. When it rushes up again and recovers to its peak condition, the fire dragon Gu might not be its match. No, this is too obvious. Tai Shuileng must know. Benny. Fang Yuan floated in the burning lake, his thoughts moving at lightning speed. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. If he was not wrong, Tai Shuileng had achieved his tactical goal by forcing the Blood River python to retreat. Tai Shuileng wanted to gain sufficient time, and there was a situation where he needed to do so. That was to prepare his killer move. As expected at the next moment, Tai Shuileng floated in the air and suddenly spread his arms, letting out a deep roar. The righteous aura that was suppressing all directions was retracted by him, and he poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the bronze mask with full concentration. The bronze mask gradually lit up. At first it was only a faint light, but in a few breaths' time, it gave off a dazzling green light, like a fragment of the sun. The green light shone in all directions, like a monarch descending to heaven and earth. For a moment, the red soil, blood beard, and the sea of fire were all dyed with a layer of ancient green. Within the green light there was a mystical power. Under the guidance of this power, the mountain rocks started to shake and collapse. At the top of the cave, huge rocks fell and flew towards the bronze mask. The surrounding red cliffs also had large amounts of soil and rocks slowly flying up from the bottom. Tai Xueling's expression was already shrouded by the bronze mask's light. Large amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the bronze mask, condensing together and forming a human figure. The soil and rocks continued to gather, and the rockman became bigger and bigger. From the initial 1 meter it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, finally reaching 18 meters. Giant hill puppet Gu. A giant that could support heaven and earth descended upon the battlefield of the Blood Lake. Its 2 legs stood in the depths of the Blood Lake, the lake water only reaching its waist. Its body was extremely majestic, its arms could run carriages, and its fists could stand on top of an elephant. Its face was simple and unadorned, an enlarged version of the bronze mask. Fire dragon, come. It opened its mouth, its voice shaking the heaven and earth. The fire dragon that was tumbling in the sea of fire flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, its head resting on the giant puppet's right shoulder. Then the oil dragon Gu flew out and turned into a pitch-black oil dragon, coiling around the giant puppet's left arm and resting its head on its left shoulder. The 2 dragons on the left and right, the giant hill puppet, descended like a mighty deity. Fang Yuan swam towards the cave entrance with all his might. Just now, the soil and rocks had gathered to form the giant puppet, causing the red soil that was covering the cave entrance to disappear, revealing the cave entrance again. This battlefield was getting more and more dangerous. The cave entrance could be buried again at any time, so Fang Yuan did not dare to stay for long. The sea of fire gradually extinguished, and the Blood Lake suddenly surged with towering red waves. Blood River Python attacked from the lake, coiling around the giant puppet and slithering upwards. The giant snake's head was like a battering ram, aiming at the giant puppet's face. This attack was extremely powerful, and if it were to hit directly, half of the giant puppet's head would be smashed into pieces. Iron hand grappling. The giant puppet shouted, and the air split open as an iron hand flew out, grabbing the snake's head. With a loud bang, the iron hand was destroyed, and the Blood River Python's attack was also stopped. Tai Xueling won a breather, and the giant puppet grabbed the Blood River Python's body with both hands. The oil dragon and fire dragon waited for an opportunity, climbing onto the Blood River Python. The 2 dragons merged together, forming a blazing flame that roasted the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python roared in pain, struggling with all its might. But this time, how could Tai Xueling allow it to escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like iron pincers, tightly restraining the Blood River Python. The Blood River Python could not escape, and its body was roasted black, emitting the smell of burnt flesh. Its ferocious nature was stimulated, and it did not try to escape anymore. Its slender body coiled around the giant puppet's body again, and it started to contract fiercely, launching a strangling attack. Although the giant puppet was made of mountain rocks, the red soil was soft, and after being twisted by the Blood River Python, its waist quickly shrunk. Cracking sounds could be heard and rubble flew everywhere. Under the stimulation of death, the Blood River Python exploded with great strength. Fang Yuan finally reached the edge of the cave entrance with one hand, and the giant puppet suddenly coughed a few times. Tai Xueling's old illness had relapsed. The giant puppet's hands loosened, and the Blood River Python hissed, its body moving forward by a large margin. The giant puppet tightened its grip, and the Blood River Python opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. The snake's head moved forward crazily, but it was just a short distance away. The Blood River Python's counterattack failed, and it gradually lost its strength, about to be burned to death. But at this moment, a dense blood mist suddenly rose from the center of the Blood Lake. Blood Frenzy Gu. A trace of fear flashed in Fang Yuan's eyes, and he quickly climbed up the cave entrance, moving deeper into the depths. The blood mist quickly spread, and the flames on the surface of the Blood Lake were completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the Blood Lake. The whirlpool became larger and larger. At first it was only in the center, but it quickly spread, and the edges of the whirlpool touched the surrounding walls. First generation Guiyue, you finally couldn't endure it anymore? The giant puppet snorted coldly. At the center of the whirlpool, a huge wave suddenly surged 10 meters above the surface of the lake. In the wave of blood, a vertical red coffin slowly rose, revealing itself. He. A dry and strange voice came from the coffin, making people feel a chill down their spines. Junior, you dare to spoil my plans? You are courting death. I will fulfill your wish. Before the voice finished, the coffin lid was ejected, and a shriveled corpse appeared. He had a scarlet face and sharp fangs, his hair was red like blood, and in his deep eye sockets, his eyes were like burning charcoal that was about to be extinguished. He had no skin, and red strips of withered muscles were attached to his white bones. He looked thin and capable. Junior, thou art injured, yet you still dare to provoke me. Thou shalt die today. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement from his mouth, it was his abdomen. He kept saying I, thou. This was the habit of the ancient people from 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood white gu. Is he really the first generation? Fang Yuan was astonished but not shocked. In this mystical world, there were many gu masters who had lived for hundreds of years. Other than using the most orthodox lifespan gu to increase one's lifespan, some unorthodox methods could also allow people to live forever. For example, the rank 2 roaming zombie gu. If this gu was used for a long time, the gu master would completely turn into a zombie, and as long as they drank blood regularly, they would be able to move freely and live forever. The first Gen Guyu in front of him was using this method. Blood white gu was an important branch of the rank 5 roaming zombie gu. Together with Azura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, nightmare zombie and plague zombie, they were known as the 5 great flying zombies. Chapter 190. In the Blood Lake, 2 strong opponents faced each other. Even if it is a rank 5 blood white corpse, it is still a zombie. First generation Guiyue, you are no longer a living person, your body is filled with death energy. Your aperture is also dead. Although it can store primeval essence, it will be less every time you use it. It will no longer be able to recover itself. The giant centipede said coldly. He. Although primeval essence cannot recover itself, so what? I can still absorb primeval essence through Yuan stone. You are injured and still dare to disturb me, die. First generation Guiyue shouted. In an instant, blood fog surged and waves of blood soared to the sky. From the blood lake, a large group of insects flew out. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, groups of blade-wing blood bats flew out from the caves on the mountain walls, coming out from the depths of the blood lake. They gathered and attacked the giant centipede. The enormous bat group numbered over 1,000, forming an army in an instant. Although they were only rank 3 and belonged to close combat type gu, their numbers made up for their quality. Even the rank 5 gu master Tai Xueleng would have a headache dealing with them. But this was far from the end. First generation Guiyue's consciousness had completely awakened. Under his summons, new blood bat groups appeared one after another and gathered here. He had operated here for close to 1,000 years and had hidden plans. He had already turned this place into his nest and had a strong geographical advantage. The blood bat group was organized in a strict formation, continuously circling in the air like an elite army, surrounding the giant centipede. The blood river python no longer struggled and instead tried to shrink its body. This made Tai Xueleng feel some fear and put his full attention on it. Although gu masters were strong, they had low intelligence. With a gu master controlling the blood bat army, the effect was like heaven and earth. First generation Guiyue has just appeared, but he has already turned the situation around and is showing signs of suppressing Tai Xueleng. He has a huge geographical advantage and is waiting for the enemy to exhaust him. Tai Xueleng is also injured, the situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan had already shrunk into the cave on the mountain wall and was secretly observing the battle using the shadows. But Tai Xueleng has roamed the southern border for so many years and still dares to enter this demonic cave despite being injured. No matter what, there will be an intense battle soon. If things went wrong, this area might even collapse. Should I stay here and watch the battle? It was very dangerous to stay. This was deep underground and they might be buried alive. If we stay and watch the tigers fight, what are the chances of us reaping the benefits? Fang Yuan's brain spun rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. His cultivation level was only at rank 3 initial stage, it was very risky for him to watch the battle, it was very likely that he would be heavily injured from the shockwaves of a single clash. However, if Fang Yuan was able to reap the benefits and have the last laugh, then the benefits would be great. After all, he was a rank 5 gu master. If he could gain something, he could save 100 years of hard work. High risk, high profit. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh and retreated. The situation was already out of his control. The risk of staying was too great. Birds die for food and men die for wealth. He had seen this kind of thing many times in the 500 years of his previous life. He was cautious by nature. Where there was life there was hope. Moreover, he knew countless secrets. There were many inheritance locations that had not been exposed, and all of them had great profits. Why would he risk his life here? Just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a group of blood bats separated from the army and flew towards him. There were close to 100 blood bats in this group, and Fang Yuan quickly turned around and retreated. My clans junior, don't worry. There are traps set in that cave, and there are fierce beasts lurking underground. These blood bats can ensure your safety. Zhen Guyue's voice came from afar. Fang Yuan heard this and ran even faster. Zhen Guyue gasped in surprise. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so slippery at such a young age, seeing through his evil intentions. Immediately, he willed and another group of close to 100 blood bats chased after Fang Yuan. His distraction allowed Tai Xueling to see a small flaw that could not be considered a flaw. Heaven and earth grand sound gu. How? The giant centipede opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, it formed a vast and powerful sound wave that swept through the surroundings like rumbling thunder. The blade-wing blood bat gu that were close to it were immediately killed by this majestic sound wave, falling to the ground one after another. The blood bat group that was further away was also shaken by the sound wave, flying up and down in the air. The originally densely packed blood bat army collapsed in an instant, unable to do anything in a short period of time. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu was a rank 5 Gu, and it was a group attack weapon, most suited to dealing with attacks like the blood bat group. When Tai Xueling used it earlier, its power was not evident as he had purposely restrained it. Now, with the help of the giant centipede's body, the true power of the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu could be unleashed. Even the flying guillotines that filled the sky were blown to smithereens. The blood fog dissipated and everything became clear again. The sound wave struck the surrounding mountain walls, causing the entire space and the entire mountain to shake intensely. With the giant centipede as the center, the blood lake's water surface was compressed downwards, forming a bowl shape. Blood water flowed into the cave, pouring into it. But before this, the sound wave had already spread over. Fang Yuan also suffered because of this, his white armor flickered and almost collapsed. In order to resist this sound wave, the primeval essence in his aperture decreased by more than 10%. The sound wave reverberated in the narrow cave, causing Fang Yuan's ears to buzz. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. But this sound wave was of help to him. Of the two waves of blood bats chasing him, the second wave had already been annihilated, while the first wave was shaken by the sound wave and flew around the cave, unable to chase after Fang Yuan. There was no time to lose, so Fang Yuan took the chance to run, pulling apart the distance between him and the blood bat group. This wave of blood bats was the furthest away from the source of the sound wave, and quickly recovered, flapping their wings and resuming their pursuit. There were close to 100 blood bats, all rank 3. Fang Yuan could not contend against them and could only run away. Earlier he felt that the cave was dark and he did not know where it led to. But as his eyes gradually adapted, he could see the situation in the cave clearly. And it was all thanks to the faint light emitted by the red soil. Although the Thunderwings Gu was no longer reliable, it could still provide some help, and Fang Yuan used it with all his might. But even so, the difference in speed between them was huge and the distance between them was quickly closed. The distance is about right, it's time to use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, seeing the blood bat group getting closer. He could only use this method. The Bladewing blood bat Gu was only rank 3, and the aura of a rank 6 Gu could completely suppress them. But Tai Xueleng and Guyue's generation were not far away. Once the spring-autumn cicada appeared, it would definitely cause a phenomenon, and the commotion would be too big, enough to attract their attention. But Fang Yuan was also helpless. In the current situation he could only hope that they were in a stalemate and could not be distracted. Squeak, squeak, squeak. The blood bat group closed in and was already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air and said in his heart, "Spring-autumn cicada, come out." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Fang Yuan was in a daze standing on the spot. The spring-autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture, not moving at all, emitting a dazzling yellow and green light. How can this be? Fang Yuan was shocked. The distant sky was dimly lit. Dawn had arrived. On the hillside, Guyue Bo and the 3 clan leaders of Bai and Xiong clan stood side by side. Although the true competition between the 3 clans is still tomorrow. But the qualifiers are still unavoidable. Both of you, the time is just right, can we start? Xiong clan leader smiled. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Guiyuebo absent-mindedly replied. He shifted his gaze, looking at the Gu masters gathered at the hillside. He searched carefully but still could not find Fang Yuan's figure. This caused the worry in his heart to grow even deeper. These Gu masters were all below 30 years of age, and they stood together, forming three distinct groups. Looking at them, the strength of the three clans could be seen clearly. Xiong clan had the most Gu masters, and they had taken the initiative to retreat, preserving most of their battle strength. Guiyue clan and Bai clan had fewer people, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. Just him alone was enough to pull Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the three clans. Xiong clan leader shouted, "This competition has a circumference of 100 li, and will last until night, ending at sunset. There is no life and death involved, but I hope you can restrain yourselves. Each of you will be given a nameplate, and those who collect 30 nameplates will have the qualifications to participate in the following three clans competition. Let's begin." A life and death battle. As long as the criteria were met, there was no limit to the number of people, and the circumference of 100 li was the competition arena. Even participating in the middle of the competition was allowed. This was not a fair competition. But the three clan leaders had no objections or complaints. In this world, survival depended on one's fists and strength. The stronger one had the qualifications to occupy more benefits. The weaker one could only blame their bad luck and keep a low profile, accumulating strength in secret and becoming a strong expert. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan felt like 2 to 3 years. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. What was going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was his vital Gu. It was very important. It was rank 6 and his final trump card, but he could not control it. This situation was too serious. Fang Yuan had to pay close attention to it. In the dark cave, he squinted his eyes. The panic in his heart only lasted for less than half a second before he forced himself to calm down. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. His mind entered his aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada did not show any changes. It was still recovering rapidly. But no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it remained in the center. Its body did not tremble at all. I understand now. Fang Yuan realized, once this Spring-Autumn Cicada becomes my vital Gu, it will stay in my aperture and cannot move anymore. Gu were the essence of all living beings. It had endless profundities. It could be said to be of all kinds. Raising, using, and refining Gu, these three aspects were broad and profound. There were often special standards in these aspects. In terms of raising, Gu would only consume specific food. In terms of refining, there were all sorts of requirements. In terms of using, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a Gu master who had never lied in his life. And to use the morality Gu, the Gu master had to be righteous. Another example was the photo audio Gu. It would die after one use. Its image would remain on the wall for a period of time. Chapter 191. Water Screen Skyflower Gu was only rank 4. Once used, it would turn into a huge spherical water barrier. The water barrier's defense was outstanding and could even block the attack of a rank 5 Gu. However, it had a huge drawback, and that was that it could not be moved or stopped. The water barrier isolated the inside from the outside. Even the owner of the water curtain Skyflower Gu could not enter and exit freely. Many forces used water curtain Skyflower Gu to protect their cities. Fang Yuan was not familiar with the spring and autumn cicada. In his previous life, he had just successfully refined the spring-autumn cicada when he was surrounded by the righteous path. He had no time to experiment with it. At that time, the spring-autumn cicada was not his vital Gu, so this characteristic was not revealed. In this life, his cultivation level was low, so he didn't dare to release the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada was one of the mystical Gu in the world. It was extremely mysterious, and there was no user's knowledge or experience that was passed down in the world. Moreover, Gu worms that reached rank 6 and above were unique in the world. There was only one of them. If others wanted to fuse it, there would only be a possibility of success if the previous one died. Otherwise, there was a 100% chance of failure. As a result, Fang Yuan only found out about this characteristic today. Rebirth is not an easy thing. Spring and autumn hide calamities. The recovery speed of the spring and autumn cicada was getting faster and faster. Even if one had a great cultivation base and had access to a large amount of resources, the speed of the cultivation base's growth would not be able to keep up with the speed of the spring and autumn cicada. Sooner or later, a Gu master's aperture will burst from the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Although being reborn was wonderful, possessing the spring-autumn cicada was equivalent to possessing half of the 10 extreme physiques. They were born to be hung under the gallows, and when the time came they would be executed. I can't release the spring and autumn cicada. Could it be that I can only use it to be reborn? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This seemed to be the only way. If he were to be reborn again, the spring and autumn cicada would once again fall into a weakened state, and at the same time Fang Yuan would be able to escape from this dangerous situation. However, the above situation seemed ideal, but in fact, there was a huge problem and the risk was huge. First of all, there was no guarantee that every rebirth would be successful. Fang Yuan had been reborn once, and he often reflected on his only precious experience. He combined his understanding with the concepts on Earth. The world was a three-dimensional space and time was an axis that ran through the ages. There was no time. Space was still. The movement of all things required a process, which meant that it consumed time. There was only one world and there was no parallel space. Using the spring and autumn cicada to be reborn was to cross from a point in the second half of the timeline to a point in the first half of the timeline. However, Fang Yuan's aged body in the future did not exist in the past. Restricted by the great Tao of heaven and earth, his body could not be brought to the past. He could only self-detonate. The energy produced by the explosion was the driving force, and the spring-autumn cicada contained the fragment of the law of time, like a lonely boat. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness from the future to the past. Consciousness was not like the human body, which was not purely material. But strictly speaking, this future consciousness did not exist in the past at that point in time. But this was the ingenious part of the matter. The consciousness of the future would guide the Gu Master to change themselves and influence their surroundings, gradually spreading to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect occurred, the world would be different from what it was before. The consciousness of the future would also have a meaning of existence and be recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Someone once said, history was like a long river, changing the outcome of an event upstream would cause the downstream to change beyond recognition. This mystical Gu world was like the water in a long river. Most people could only follow the current from upstream to downstream. But Fang Yuan's consciousness relied on the spring-autumn cicada to go upstream from downstream. When he made a change upstream, the river water downstream also changed. But the river water was still the river water, and the Gu Master world was still the Gu Master world. It was just that history had taken a turn and changed into another possible outcome. Such an analogy could be easily understood. However, the spring-autumn cicada had not recovered completely, and could only be compared to a broken boat with a hole. Fang Yuan's cultivation was only at rank 3 initial stage, and after self-detonating, there was an unimaginably huge difference from his previous life's rank 6. He could not push the spring-autumn cicada to go against the flow of time for too long. If I self-detonate and rebirth, I might not succeed. Maybe the broken boat will be stranded in the river, and my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly eroded by time, turning into nothingness. If I want to increase my chances of success, it is best to wait until the aperture's limit. I need to stall for as much time as possible, and let the spring-autumn cicada recover better, and the broken boat will have fewer holes. At the same time, my cultivation will increase, and after self-detonation, I will be able to provide more power to reverse the flow. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. The change in the spring-autumn cicada was somewhat out of his expectations. But he had always been cautious and had made preparations. Behind him, the blood bat group flew over, but Fang Yuan's consciousness sank into his aperture. The aperture was filled with yellow-green light, the spring-autumn cicada's aura was majestic, and the white-silver primeval sea was as calm as a mirror, but the aperture walls were showing signs of danger of cracking. All the other Gu were suppressed to the bottom of the sea by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Under Fang Yuan's will, a Gu withstood the pressure and slowly flew out of the sea. This Gu was shaped like a die, square, grayish-white in color, and was extremely hard. Back then, Fang Yuan had used the plunder Gu to forcefully take some Gu worms from Bai Ning Bing's aperture, and obtain them. This Gu was a consumable Gu, disappearing after one use. But its effect was extraordinary. Once used, it would completely squeeze out the Gu Master's foundation and potential, causing the Gu Master's cultivation to instantly reach the same rank peak stage. Stone aperture Gu explode. Fang Yuan's will moved and the stone aperture Gu immediately exploded, turning into grayish-white stone powder, like smoke or fog, instantly spreading over the primeval sea. The aperture walls were originally light walls, but when the grayish-white stone powder came into contact with it, the light immediately dimmed. The stone powder adhered to the surface of the light walls, and the light walls gradually thickened, turning from light to stone. A few seconds later, the four walls of Fang Yuan's aperture thickened by several times, turning into a thick and heavy stone aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's yellow-green light was still fluctuating, but its aura was temporarily bearable. Fang Yuan was originally only at rank 3 initial stage, and had light silver primeval essence. Primeval essence was like water with a faint silver light. But at this moment his cultivation rose sharply, leaping from initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow-silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture goo is equivalent to cutting off my path forward, and the aperture's potential is completely squeezed out, making it very difficult to step into rank 4. But with the increase in cultivation, the aperture has turned into a stone wall, becoming several times thicker and sturdier than before, and can temporarily withstand the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. Bai Ningbing probably wants to use the stone aperture goo to overcome the limit of the northern dark-eye soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme physiques are even more troublesome than the spring-autumn cicada, with almost limitless potential. Even if it turns into a stone aperture for a moment, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this time, the Blade-Wing Bloodbat group had already pounced over. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede and retreating as he killed. Fortunately, the cave was narrow and Fang Yuan relied on the canopy goo's defense and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body to block the bloodbat group, preventing them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, the cave was filled with banging sounds. The chainsaw golden centipede's attacks as well as the blade-wing bloodbats smashing into the white light armor and piercing into the cave walls at high speed, created a cacophony of sounds. The primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was being consumed rapidly. Although there were close to 100 bloodbats, without a goo master to control them, there was a lot of internal friction and they could not coordinate well. In reality, Fang Yuan only needed to deal with 34 of them at the same time. But this number was not something he could handle and he could only retreat while fighting. The awkward thing was, although he had advanced to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still had initial stage light silver primeval essence. Just relying on AC grade aperture to produce snow silver primeval essence was simply too slow. The current situation also did not allow Fang Yuan to take out a Yuan stone and divert his attention to absorb natural primeval essence. Using a Yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, this method could not be used in a real battle. Being distracted in a life-and-death battle was asking to be humiliated. It was extremely stupid and was the same as courting death. At the same time, the efficiency of absorbing natural primeval essence was greatly reduced. This method could only be used during normal cultivation, or to quickly recover primeval essence in the short interval between battles. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had obtained a grass goo not long ago, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce Yuan stone, and was extremely rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was known as a mobile spirit spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. This primeval essence, after condensing together, would form Yuan stone. Fang Yuan had a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and when it was submerged in his aperture's primeval sea, it was like a miniature spirit spring had appeared in his aperture. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus recipe was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Only goo masters who reached rank 9 were respected by the world. In the righteous path they were called Immortal Venerables. In the demonic path they were called Demon Venerables. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had lived for thousands of years, was known as the first person to recover primeval essence since ancient times. In this aspect he was superior to other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables, and the reason was because of Genesis Lotus. Fang Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only rank 3, and he had just refined it so it was the lowest grade. But it could already provide Fang Yuan with an endless supply of natural primeval essence. Once this natural primeval essence appeared in his aperture, it was automatically refined by Fang Yuan's aperture, turning into snow silver primeval essence. If Fang Yuan absorbed the primeval essence in the Yuan stone, he would have to split a portion of his mind. However, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his goo. Activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was as easy as waving his fingers. Fang Yuan retreated as he fought. With the help of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery was already on par with B-grade aptitude goo masters. Kill? He suddenly shouted and changed his fighting style, charging into the blood bat group. The chainsaw golden centipede went berserk, and its silver sawteeth rotated crazily, slashing at a blade-wing blood bat that was hiding behind it. This blood bat was stronger than ordinary bats of the same species. It was the only male bat in this blood bat group, and had been refined by the first-generation Guiyue. By controlling it, one could indirectly control this blood bat group. Fang Yuan had secretly stored his strength for this attack, and after observing it for a long time, he used an unintentional move to counter it. The first-generation Guiyue was not present, and immediately obtained a miraculous effect. The male bat was killed on the spot and turned into a pile of blood paste. Chapter 192. In the blood bat swarm there was only one male bat. The rest were all male bats that received orders from the male bat. Male bats and female bats were similar in appearance and there was not much difference. However, Fang Yuan was extremely familiar with the blade-wing blood bat Gu in his previous life. As long as he had enough time he would be able to differentiate them. Without the male bats, the blood bat swarm fell into chaos. Fang Yuan took the chance and waved the chainsaw golden centipede to kill. In a short while more than 20 blade-wing blood bats were killed. It could be said that the battle was fruitful. However, the intense battle also consumed a lot of primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture. It's time to retreat. Fang Yuan decisively retreated, breaking into a run. By the time the blood bat swarm reacted, Fang Yuan had already escaped 100 steps away. More than 20 blade-wing blood bats were still chasing after Fang Yuan, while the rest scattered. Huff huff huff. In the narrow cave, Fang Yuan panted heavily as he sprinted while activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus. After the battle, there was only snow-silver primeval essence left in his aperture. At the same time, the low primeval sea level was slowly but resolutely rising. The longer the battle dragged on, the faster Fang Yuan's battle strength would recover. Suddenly, the thunder wings on Fang Yuan's back flapped, and the momentum pushed Fang Yuan's body, almost causing him to crash into the cave wall. The thunder wings Gu had been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu and had reached a certain limit, showing signs of losing control. Not long after, the thunder wings Gu will turn into a pool of blood and become a new source of contamination. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan no longer hesitated. He urged the Thunderwings Gu 3 times before the disobedient Thunderwings Gu left his back. Go. Fang Yuan resolutely abandoned the Thunderwings Gu and threw it behind him. The Bladewing Bloodbat swarm behind him immediately surrounded the Thunderwings Gu, and then they swarmed up and killed the Thunderwings Gu. This obstruction gave Fang Yuan some time to catch his breath. By the time the Bladewing Bloodbats caught up to Fang Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered by half. Snow Silver True Essence was many times more durable than Light Silver True Essence. Fang Yuan's current battle prowess was far beyond the initial stage. He laughed heartily and waved the chainsaw golden centipede again. After killing 8 or 9 Bladewing bloody bats, the remaining ones flew away with a loud rumble. It's a pity I don't have a Gu worm like the Iron Hand Grappling Gu. The Bladewing Bloodbat Gu flies too fast, and its wings are as sharp as blades. It's really hard to capture it with bare hands. If we can catch 2 or 3 of them, that would be good. Fang Yuan put away the chainsaw golden centipede and walked deeper into the cave. He had snatched the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but he had been swept away by the blood water. This was definitely the doing of Guiyue's generation. Guiyue first generation used blood white corpse Gu to turn into a flying zombie. The aperture was dead, it could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used Yuan stones to replenish it, the amount of primeval essence in his aperture would be limited. However, if he had a heavenly origin treasure lotus, it would make up for his weakness to a large extent. Thus, not long ago he had specially mobilized 2 groups of Bladewing bloody bats to fly towards Fang Yuan in an attempt to capture him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not good and moved away in time. At the same time, Tai Shuileng had indirectly helped him. I wonder how the battle between Tai Shuileng and Guiyue's generation is going. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. No matter which side won, they would find trouble with him. Tai Shuileng wanted to capture him and bring him to justice, while Guiyue's generation coveted the heavenly essence treasure lotus that he had obtained. Although the Bladewing bloody bats had dispersed, Fang Yuan's crisis had not been resolved. I need to escape from Qingmao Mountain as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could not go back, so he could only move forward along this cave to see if there was really a way out. This cave clearly had signs of human activity, but it had been a long time, and there were some areas that had caved in. Fang Yuan moved forward with his head lowered. When he encountered these cave-ins, he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature, and was good at digging holes. It was extremely useful now. Fang Yuan himself had the strength of 2 boars, so he dug through the soil and continued to move forward. This greatly slowed down his speed. After 3 to 4 hours he reached the end of the cave. A solid rock wall completely blocked his way. Even if he used the chainsaw golden centipede, he would not be able to drill through this wall. Could this cave have been sealed by Guyue's generation? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Bam! Both sides' palms met, and the Xiongklangu master was like a broken sack, flying high and landing heavily on the ground. Puff! The Xiongklangu master vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately fell unconscious. In the sky, the sun shone brightly, shining down its warm radiance. The sunlight shone through the trees, and mottled spots of light shone on Bai Zhongshui's fat face. This young elite of the Bai clan laughed smugly. Humph, so what if you are a Xiongklangu master? You dare to compete with me in strength. She moved her fat, delicate body, and was about to go forward to finish off the Xiongklangu master and take the nameplate, when suddenly a moonblade attacked. Bam! Bai Zhongshui's body turned, and she spat out a water bullet. The water bullet and moonblade collided in the air and both exploded. With Fang Jing at the lead, 3 Gu masters jumped down from the treetops. Guyue clan, this person is my spoils of war. Bai Zhongshui squinted, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Fang Jing's bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhongshui. So what? You are our prey now. At this time, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the forest. A few figures walked out. It was Xiong clan's genius, Xiong Lin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, looking dazzling. This situation is much more interesting. Bai Zhongshui laughed loudly, but at the next moment, her laughter stopped. Both sides launched their attacks at the same time, catching Bai Zhongshui off guard and surrounding him. Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood, her expression extremely ugly. What? Guyue clan, you actually allied with the despicable Xiong clan? Fang Jing was expressionless, but his killing intent soared. Without saying a word, he closed in on Bai Zhongshui. Xiong Lin snickered. This battle concerns the 3 clans for the next 100 years. I'll tell you the truth, Guyue clan has formed an alliance with our Xiong clan. Bai Zhongshui, today is the day you die. Pui. Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood. She raised her head and looked around in disdain. So what if I die? Head joining hands, you are afraid of my clans Bai Ningbing. It's no use, this is just the first battle, there is still the individual battle. Which of your clans is Bai Ningbing's match? Our Bai clan is destined to be number 1. So we have decided, in this first battle, we will join hands and get rid of Bai Ningbing. Xiong Lin laughed loudly. Buzz buzz buzz. The chainsaw golden centipede's silver edges grinded against the stone walls, causing noises to echo in the cave. This stone wall was hard and thick, appearing very strangely. Fang Yuan was sweating profusely, using the chainsaw golden centipede and the blood moon gu to attack. After half a day of effort, he could only grind half a meter. Is it really a dead end, eh? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, suddenly feeling a life force in the stone wall. He quickly used the earth communication ear grass, sticking close to the stone wall and listening. There was indeed a mysterious creature hiding on the other side of the stone wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious creature revealed itself. Its whole body was black, emitting a metallic luster like steel or iron. Whether it was its chest or back, they were all thick and hard lines showing off its dominance. It had 3 pairs of tentacles, and the tips of each pair of tentacles were in a spiral shape. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the spinning of a ball. So it's the thousandly earthwolf spider. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The fog in Fang Yuan's heart dissipated by half. Back then, the flower wine monk came to the Guyue village to cultivate the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But at the last moment he was stopped by the first generation of Guyue, who used a method to drag him into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 ranker, and must have had a fierce battle with the first generation of Guyue. The first generation of Guyue had operated for hundreds of years, and had the geographical advantage. The flower wine monk was no match for them and could only escape. He used the thousandly earthwolf spider to open up this cave, but after leaving the battlefield he was already heavily injured. At the last moment of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance, and carried out his final revenge. He attempted to let his descendants pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and destroy the foundation of the Gyue clan. This explained why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. But why did the thousandly earthwolf spider sleep here and seal itself, was still a mystery. Also, what was the first generation of Gyue planning? This was also a mystery. These questions are only minor details, let's leave this place first. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined the thousandly earthwolf spider. This sturdy stone wall was actually a stone cocoon of the thousandly earthwolf spider when it was in hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the liquor worm that Fang Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower. Thus, although it was a rank 5 gu, it was easily refined by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost the Thunderwings gu, and was worried about his own weakness in terms of movement. But now that he obtained the thousandly earthwolf spider, it was like a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This thousandly earthwolf spider was a type of giant gu that could be used as a mount. It fed on soil and was easy to raise. Fang Yuan poured his snow-silver primeval essence into it, and the thousandly earthwolf spider gradually recovered, its aura becoming stronger. It began to eat, swallowing large amounts of soil. When its condition recovered to a certain extent, Fang Yuan, who was worried that a long night would bring trouble, jumped onto its back and drove it forward. Although the thousandly earthwolf spider had only recovered a portion, it was still a rank 5 gu. Its 3 pairs of antennae alternated and its speed was very fast. Moreover, after the stone cocoon broke, the cave would appear again. This path was opened by the flower wine monk when he escaped. The predecessor planted the tree, the posterity enjoyed the shade. The predecessor opened the path, the posterity fled. This was extremely convenient for Fang Yuan. The only thing that worried Fang Yuan was that the Gu Master's primeval essence would be consumed whenever a Mount Gu moved. The thousandly earthwolf spider was a rank 5 Gu, and rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain it. Every once in a while, Fang Yuan had to stop and sit on the thousandly earthwolf spider's back, activating the heavenly essence treasure lotus while taking out Yuan stone to extract natural primeval essence. With this two-pronged approach, along with his C-grade talent's recovery ability, Fang Yuan's primeval essence recovery speed became extremely fast. It was completely different from before. Chapter 193. The setting sun shone down, the sky was red like fire. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope with white clothes and snow-white hair. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his eyes, as if hinting at his life that was about to end. Such a beautiful sunset, I don't know how many more times I can see it. I have only seen a tiny speck of dust in this world's wonders, what a pity. Especially around me there are still some eyesores making a ruckus. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and looking around. Gyue and Xiong tribes alliance, the remaining 100 Gu masters gathered together and tightly surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you withdraw from this preliminary round, we can spare your life. That's right, if you know what's good for you we might as well show mercy and let you live. Your Bai tribe's Gu masters have almost all been killed by us. The remaining ones have been blocked by us. Bai Ningbing, don't place your hopes on reinforcements. They won't come. With Fangjing, Xiong Jiaosa, Xiong Lin and Qiqing as the leaders, the young Gu masters spoke one after another, trying to destroy Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit. But Bai Ningbing did not take these words to heart. A bunch of rats actually running in front of an elephant, what a joke. Bai Ningbing laughed, his gaze looking around with disdain. Among you guys, only Gyue and Fang Yuan are interesting. Too bad he hasn't appeared yet. Hee, come at me together. Bai Ningbing said as he condensed an ice blade, using his hand to touch the transparent blade that was emitting cold air, not even looking at his surroundings. This person is too arrogant. Humph, he doesn't even put us in his eyes. Brothers, let's attack together. If everyone attacks once, even 10 Bai Ningbing would be turned into meat paste. The Gu masters clamored, but no one acted rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was shocking, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Everyone calm down, don't listen to Bai Ningbing's instigation. We haven't practiced before, so our teamwork is not good. Once we attack at the same time, it will instead cause serious internal friction, allowing him to take advantage of us. Xiong Lin shouted. Then who should go first? Qiqing asked. Although he had joined hands with the Xiong family to fight against the Bai family. However, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever made the first move would be in greater danger. The party that made the first move also had to guard against the other party taking advantage of the situation. No worries, let me go first. By Ning Bing, to be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Xianxia crossed her arms and took a step forward. She blew a loud whistle, and as soon as the whistle fell, the sound of stampeding beasts could be heard from afar. Very quickly, black shadows appeared in the forest. They were more than 200 black bears. The black bear in the lead was larger than its peers. It was 100 Beast King level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Sister Xiong thus advanced to rank 3, and the bear enslavement Gu also advanced to rank 3, allowing her to control bear-type 100 Beast Kings. This was Xiong Jiao's trump card. Big sis is mighty? Oh my god, there are so many bears. With these bears and over 100 of us, by Ning Bing is dead meat this time. Xiong tribe's Gu masters were in an uproar, excited. Guyue tribe, however, had complicated expressions. After Xiong Li's death, this Xiong Jiao became Xiong tribe's #1 genius. In contrast, in Guyue tribe, after Qing Shu died, Mo Chen also died. Although Fang Yuan advanced to rank 3, his aptitude was only C grade and there was no hope for him. Thankfully, our tribe still has the A grade aptitude Guyue Fangzheng. Many Gu masters looked at Fangzheng. Thinking of this, they felt much more at ease. Especially in this 3-clan competition, Fangzheng seemed to have become more mature, his attacks were fierce, and many by tribe Gu masters died in his hands. Fangzheng's performance made many of the tribesmen feel gratified. This was how an A-grade genius should act. The outcome is set. Even if he is rank 3 peak stage, no matter how talented he is, he will not be a match for over 100 people. Lord Qing Shu, let me take revenge for you this time. And then, if Big Brother appears. Fangzheng stared at Bai Ning Bing, his thoughts churning in his mind. Just 100 Beast King, such a boring trick. Seeing the bear group charging towards him, Bai Ning Bing was calm and unruffled, yawning leisurely. His whole body was emitting a white cold air. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. I can't hold on any longer. Bai Ning Bing felt that his life was coming to an end, his body had reached some kind of limit and not long later he would die. Even now, he could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing, his flesh and blood showing signs of turning into frost. But even so, Bai Ning Bing was still calm. His gaze was heavy, and after looking at the setting sun, he slowly turned his head, facing the charging bear group. Since you are seeking death, then I shall be merciful and grant you your wish. Maybe this way I can add some brilliance to my life. He sighed lightly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and a group of Gu masters stood silently. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ning Bing will be the greatest victory. The Xiong clan leader was secretly excited. We were plotted against. They actually joined hands to deal with me. You underestimated Bai Ning Bing. Just wait for the big surprise. Bai clan leader's expression was grim as he plotted in his heart. Guyue Bo had a worried expression. Until now, neither Fang Yuan nor Tai Xueleng had appeared. Although the 3-clan competition was important, he was becoming more and more absent-minded. Guyue's desolate physique. If Fang Yuan really has such aptitude, then I must protect him and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking of this, Guyue Bo secretly glanced at Tai Ruanan. This girl from the Tai clan had a deep background, but she was already by Guyue Bo's side, subtly under his control. Tai Ruanan was not worried about her own situation. She also believed in her father, and now all she wanted was to catch Fang Yuan. What aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as she put her mind to it, she would be able to detect it. If he really had one of the 10 extreme physiques, then he would be the biggest suspect. Damn it. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, lying on the back of the thousandly earthwolf spider, sticking close to it to prevent himself from being thrown off. He originally wanted to use the path that the flower wine monk opened to move forward easily. But good times did not last long, and not long after, the thousandly earthwolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the primeval energy in the air, turning it into its own. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to move, digging new tunnels and moving around randomly underground. This made Fang Yuan understand. This thousandly earthwolf spider, under the command of the flower wine monk, had a fierce battle with Guyue's generation. During the battle, it had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu. The flower wine monk used the thousandly earthwolf spider to escape, and hurriedly created a secret cave in the mountain, leaving behind his inheritance before dying with regret. The thousandly earthwolf spider lost its master, and became even more uncontrollable. In its frenzy, it returned to the tunnel that it had dug before escaping. Death was imminent, but fortunately the thousandly earthwolf spider sealed itself, and fell into a deep sleep, delaying its death and preserving a chance of survival. Hundreds of years later, Fang Yuan came here, dug open the stone cocoon and awakened it once again. But the problem with the blood frenzy goo was not eradicated. As time passed it relapsed again. Fang Yuan was deep underground and with his own strength he could not escape to the surface. He needed the thousandly earthwolf spider's ability. The thousandly earthwolf spider started to go crazy, and became more and more uncontrollable. Fang Yuan could only ride on its back and gamble on his luck. But it was just the beginning, and the frequency of the thousandly earthwolf spider's frenzy was not high. Fang Yuan still had some control over it. Although the degree of control was getting smaller and smaller, overall he was still in control of the general direction. He let the thousandly earthwolf spider burrow into the ground as much as possible, but the exact location was not something Fang Yuan could control. The setting sun in the western sky was like blood, and broken corpses and limbs could be seen everywhere. Bai Ningbing stood proudly on this battlefield, a layer of frost covering his feet, and the edges of the frost continued to expand outwards. There were less than 30 Gu masters left, and they huddled together as if trying to find a sense of security from each other's body temperature. The Xiong group was already dead, and even Sister Xiong was beheaded by Bai Ningbing. Her beautiful head flew far away, and blood spurted out from her neck like a fountain. Xiong Lin's body was pierced by Bai Ningbing's icicle, and Guiyue City was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the ice coffin he still maintained his dodging posture before he died. His face was full of panic, fear and shock as if he was still alive. Fang Jing's body was riddled with wounds but there was no blood. Instead his wounds were frozen by the ice. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Everything that happened just now was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing clearly had a rank 3 aura, but the battle strength he displayed was close to rank 4. Humph, although you are similar to him you are not him. Too boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Jing walking towards him step by step. The reason Fang Jing could live until now was because of Bai Ningbing's intention. The Gu masters were in an uproar and their morale was at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leader was watching from afar, they would have collapsed long ago and fled for their lives. Damn it. Why is there such a huge difference in battle strength? I am an A-grade talent, am I going to die here? Fang Jing gritted his teeth, roaring in his heart. Die. Bai Ningbing leaped into the air and raised her ice blade high up. Slash. The ice blade expanded by 5 to 6 times, and with an unstoppable aura, it slashed towards the crowd. I am going to die. Ah. Facing this blade, many Gu masters broke down, crying out in despair. Damn it, it turned out like this. Xiong clan leader's face was ashen. Guiyue Bo was about to make a move, but was stopped by clan leader who sneered, Guiyue clan leader, no one is to interfere. Are you going to go back on your words and go against the agreement? Guiyue Bo squinted. Bai Ningbing is only rank 3, he cannot have such battle strength. You are openly admitting that he is cheating. Cheating? Hehe, I will tell you the truth, my clan's Bai Ningbing has the northern dark ice soul physique. Bai clan leader shouted. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once, Guiyue Bo and Xiong clan leader were shocked. Report. Clan leader, there was a sudden earthquake, many bamboo buildings in the village collapsed, and blood is seeping out of the ground. There are not many casualties but everyone is panicking. A Guiyue clan Gu master rushed over. Chapter 194. Moon Raiment. Fang Jing screamed, activating his Gu worms. His body emitted a blue misty light, quickly spreading and covering the surrounding Gu masters. But even so, it could not hide the despair on their faces. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and coldness. But at this moment, bam! The ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly bulged as if it was about to explode, mud flying everywhere. The Gu master screamed, rolling everywhere. In the dust, a giant spider appeared in front of everyone. The aura of a rank 5 Gu made everyone's heart palpitate. On the spider that seemed to be made of steel, a young man with black hair and a black robe stood with his head held high. I finally reached the ground. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining brightly. Immediately he saw Bai Ningbing in midair hacking towards him. The giant ice blade whistled as it slashed towards him. Fang Yuan, you're finally here. Bai Ningbing's calm and indifferent expression changed after a moment of shock, revealing excitement and fighting spirit. Fang Yuan snorted. Before the ice blade reached his body, The cold wind caused him to shiver, his long black hair fluttering behind his head. He raised his hand. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Bam! The ice blade and Chainsaw Golden Centipede collided. In the stalemate, the Golden Centipede's teeth spun crazily, sending ice shards flying. Crack crack. Cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the ice blade, spreading across its entire body. Open! Fang Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars. His strength completely suppressed by Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing could only let go and retreat. The ice blade broke. Ice shards flew everywhere. The thousandly earthwolf spider went berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and charging towards Bai Ning Bing. Goo worms have low intelligence, but are naturally sensitive, able to differentiate which target is more threatening. Bai Ning Bing's aura caused the thousandly earthwolf spider to treat him as a great enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ning Bing raised his hands, shooting out a row of icicles. The icicles hit the thousandly earthwolf spider's body. The icicles shattered, and the thousandly earthwolf spider went berserk. With a roar, it carried Fang Yuan and jumped. Shwa shwa shwa. 3 pairs of black spiral steel legs shot out like arrows, piercing towards Bai Ning Bing's frail body. Sensing danger, Bai Ning Bing's aperture. Suddenly, a ray of snowy light flew out. Snowy light erupted, revealing the white form Immortal snake Goo floating in the air. Bai Ning Bing laughed heartily and leaped onto the white form Immortal snake's back, looking down at Fang Yuan. Interesting. Interesting. Fang Yuan. You really didn't disappoint me. Brother. Fang Jing crawled up from the ground. His face was cut by an ice blade. His face was stained with blood, and he looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. They also have a rank 5 Goo? Bai clan leader's gaze sank. Tensed up. Fang Yuan, you really showed up. A rank 5 Goo. Isn't that the thousandly earthwolf spider? Guyue Bo's attention was also attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of opposite ages stood facing each other. A white-robed man with silver hair and blue eyes rode on the white form Immortal snake, holding an ice blade. Like an ice fairy descending to the mortal world. A black-robed man with black hair and black eyes stood on the thousandly earthwolf spider's back, holding a chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing noisily. Like a demon god appearing in the world. The confrontation between the 2 attracted many gazes. Bai Ning Bing had a fanatical expression, raising his ice blade and shouting, "This will be the most exciting battle of my life. Come, Fang Yuan, let us fight to the death." Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ning Bing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the 3-clan competition's battlefield. To think that the thousandly earthwolf spider brought him here, he did not want to fight with Bai Ning Bing and waste his time here. Whether it was Tai Shueleng or Guyue's generation, whichever side won, they would find trouble with him. But if he did not defeat Bai Ning Bing, how could he escape? He could only fight. Bam! The white form Immortal snake and the thousandly earthwolf spider collided. The white snake coiled and the black spider stabbed, entangling with each other. On the backs of the 2 Goo worms, 2 figures moved about, the ice blades drawing shadows in the air. The chainsaw golden centipede roared, shrinking and extending at times. Mountain rocks cracked and thunderous explosions sounded continuously. The icicle hit Fang Yuan, but was blocked by the sky canopy Goo's white armor. The blood blade hit Bai Ning Bing, causing a huge wound, but a layer of frost instantly covered the wound, mending it. The frost turned into flesh and blood and Bai Ning Bing recovered. It really is the northern dark ice soul physique. Xiong clan leader stared with his eyes wide open. The 10 extreme physique was a legendary talent. He did not expect to see it with his own eyes in this life. Fang Yuan is actually trying to contend with Bai Ning Bing, he will definitely lose. Bai clan leader laughed malevolently. That might not be true. Tai Ruanan curled her lips. 10 extreme physique, it must be the 10 extreme physique. In such an intense battle, if it was a C-grade talent, he would not have enough primeval essence. Fang Yuan, you really are Guyue's desolatine physique. Guyue Bo clenched his fists, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true battle strength? So Big Brother really has the 10 extreme physique and has been hiding it all along. Fang Jing opened his mouth slightly, his expression dejected. The truth was in front of him, so what was his arrogance before? Every time Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing clashed, his heart would tremble violently. He felt himself becoming smaller and smaller, and his big brother Fang Yuan's tall figure covered him again. What kind of battle is this? It is hard to imagine that it is a battle between 2 rank 3 Goo masters. Did I see wrongly? Fang Yuan is so fierce? He is fighting Bai Ning Bing one-on-one, and he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the young Gu masters who were lucky enough to survive stared with their mouths agape. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The white form Immortal snake and the thousandly earthwolf spider were both heavily injured. It was not refined by Bai Ning Bing, but was attracted by the aura of the northern dark ice soul physique. The white form Immortal snake opened its mouth and spat out a lump of white fog, covering the battlefield. Then its body shook, shaking off Bai Ning Bing, and it turned around to fly away. This great Immortal. Seeing this scene, the Bai clan leader was shocked as he looked at the white snake that had escaped. He did not know what to say for a moment. This fog was the maze fog. It could block one's vision and follow them like a shadow. Fang Yuan was shrouded by the white fog, his eyes were white, he was in a daze. But he did not panic. Although his vision was blocked, he still had 4 other senses: taste, hearing, smell and touch. Earth communication ear grass. Fang Yuan's ears fluttered, and he quickly heard the sound, determining the situation within 300 steps. Lightning Aigu. Bai Ning Bing's eyes flashed with lightning. However, the lightning Aigu was only rank 3, and although it could see through the enemy, it was completely suppressed by the rank 5 Immortal snake's fog. Damn it! He cursed. Icicle Gu. Tens of icicles shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of the icicles tearing through the air. He quickly flipped to the side of the thousandly earthwolf spider. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the thousandly earthwolf spider's body. The latter was enraged and charged towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not playing with you anymore. Fang Yuan flipped down, resolutely abandoning the thousandly earthwolf spider. Relying on the earth communication ear grass, he escaped from the battlefield. This thousandly earthwolf spider had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu, and would turn into a pool of blood soon. It was better to give it up. That Bai Ning Bing was now a ticking time bomb. Killing him would cause him to self-destruct, and he could not be touched. The Gu masters who had been observing the battle saw a small part of the cloud split out. It flew towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this lump of fog it was Fang Yuan. The maze fog followed him like a shadow. Unless it was dispelled, it would continue to cover Fang Yuan's vision until the maze fog dissipated. Fang Yuan's vision was still white, but he had the earth communication ear grass, so he could use sound to determine the location. The autumn wind blew the leaves, the rivers flowed, the birds chirped, and the beasts breathed. All these were sounds. Only the mountain rocks were silent, and thus they collided. Ice blade storm. Bai Ning Bing's shout came from behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind blew and cold air spread everywhere. The temperature of the air dropped, and a white ice storm formed twice as large as before. The thousandly earthwolf spider was also forced away. That lump of fog should be Fang Yuan. Quickly stop him. Tai Ruanan shouted at the side. Fang Yuan, don't go. Guyue village is your home. Guyue Bo was anxious and wanted to chase, but was stopped by the other 2 clan leaders. What? Guyue clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield yourself? Xiong clan leader sneered with his arms crossed. Humph, consider this as our Guyue clan admitting defeat. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Guyue Bo looked at Fang Yuan getting further and further away, and was extremely anxious. Are you trying to scare me? I am not afraid of you, Guyue Bo. Bai clan leader's face was gloomy, and at the same time, he gave a look to the Gu master beside him. That Gu master understood, and immediately mobilized his men to chase after Fang Yuan. I can't let him escape, I will be right back. Tai Ruanan took this chance and suddenly moved. A pair of black iron wings grew from her back, and she flew in the air, chasing after Fang Yuan. But at this time a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, Giant Mountain Puppet Gu. This Gu looked like a bronze mask, simple and unadorned, with 3 holes for the eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was stained with blood, and ignoring the shocked Tai Ruanan, it covered the young girl's face. Father. Seeing the blood, Tai Ruanan subconsciously cried out. At that moment, a giant metal hand flew over and grabbed Tai Ruanan. Then without stopping it flew into the distance. This sudden change caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. It seems Tai Xueling is done for. Hehe, it has been 1,000 years, senior brother, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. Over 100 feet in the air, an elderly Gu master looked at everything with a cold expression. He had white hair and brows and was sitting on a giant crane. His right hand was open, and there was a kinship bloodworm goo in it. This goo was crystal clear like a red agate. It was shaped like a cicada and faintly glowed, pointing towards Gyue village's direction. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I will find you. Back then you stole my opportunity, this time I will return it to you tenfold, 100-fold. Chapter 195. High up in the blue sky there were many clouds. The elderly Goo Master rode on the white crane, and under his sharp white eyebrows, his eyes emitted deep killing intent. This grudge I'll start from your descendants. He laughed, looking down at the battlefield, and stretched out a bone-thin finger pointing downwards. The white crane beneath him immediately raised its long and elegant neck, letting out a loud and long cry. The sound spread in the vast sky, and as the sound lingered, countless responses could be heard. What sound is this? Fang Yuan was activating the earth communication eargrass, and was the first to hear it and was shocked. The crane cries continued endlessly, rising and falling with a majestic aura. This was not a group of 100 or 200 cranes, nor 2,000 or 3,000 cranes crying together. There had to be at least 10,000 cranes to create such an effect. Is there some crane group migrating? Inexplicably, Fang Yuan felt an extreme sense of unease. The crane cries also attracted the gazes of the Goo Masters present, and they all raised their heads to look. What is that in the sky? From the sound, it should be a large-scale bird group migrating. Warn all Goo Masters not to attack recklessly and cause trouble. Bai clan leader was speaking, but his voice suddenly stopped. His eyes slowly widened as he saw 1, 2, 3 thousands of flying cranes appear in the sky. They were densely packed together as they swooped down to kill this piece of land. How can this be? Quickly be on guard, defend. Let's escape, there are tens of thousands of these cranes. There must be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide just passed and now there's a crane calamity? Heavens! Our Qingmao mountain is really plagued with disasters. The Goo Masters were in an uproar, all of them were shaken and their fighting spirit wavered. They finally managed to resist the wolf tide, but now there was a crane calamity. Qingmao Mountain's 3 great clans had suffered heavy casualties. How could they have the strength to deal with such a large group of cranes? The cranes retracted their wings and like a sky full of arrows they shot down. Loud shouts. Panicked screams and screams erupted together, and all sorts of lights surged. Moon blades, water bullets, metal spikes and so on were reflected in the sky. After a short but intense resistance, more than half of the Goo Masters died. This flying crane's long beak was like an iron awl. Every time its wings flapped, it had the force of a wild boar. Its claws were sharp enough to crack rocks. Ordinary flying cranes were already very difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were a large number of 100 Beast King level flying cranes among the flock, and there were also quite a number of 1,000 Beast King level flying cranes. The family had accumulated a wealth of experience in resisting the wolf tide. More importantly, they had a sturdy mountain stronghold to rely on for defense. But here the mountains were vast and empty. Where were the defensive structures? Almost in the first wave of attacks, the number of Goo Masters was halved. The long beak of the flying crane pierced through the heart, and the crane claws tore through the skull. With a flap of its wings, the man spat out blood. He was thrown far away, all the bones in his body shattered. Fang Yuan was also attacked. His eyes were completely white, and he could only rely on the earth communication eargrass to avoid the attacks. Fang Yuan, hang in there. At this time, Guyu Bo's voice came from behind him. Fang Yuan was very puzzled. What was wrong with this Guyu Bo? When he shouted earlier, his tone was not right, as if he was trying to protect him. Now he specially rushed over to support him. Although Fang Yuan was astute and had deep foresight, he could not predict things like a deity. In such a hurry, how could he have thought that Tai Ruanan would think he was one of the 10 extreme physiques? Guyu Bo was a rank 4 expert, but the flying cranes attacking Fang Yuan were ordinary birds of prey. They were easily killed or dispersed by Guyu Bo. Fang Yuan, is that you? Guyu Bo came to the outside of the maze fog. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. Now that the situation is extremely dangerous, relying on Guyu Bo can greatly increase his chances of survival. He immediately replied, "It's me." Guyu Bo could tell it was Fang Yuan's voice, and a huge weight was lifted off his heart. Good. Fang Yuan, let's not talk about the past. No matter what, the clan will protect you. Let's return to the village, I will protect you while you retreat. What he did not know was that the village to Fang Yuan was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But comparing the crane calamity to the village, the former was close, and if one did not escape they would die. The latter was slightly further away, and was not at the point of being in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan sighed and without hesitation said, "Clan leader, please lead the way, I will try my best to follow." But at this time, a giant crane descended from the sky. By May old Gu Master sat on the crane's back, his voice cold, "No one can escape, die here." Fang Yuan could not see, but he heard Guyue Bo exclaim, "Rank 5 Gu Master." Evidently, clan leader Guyue had investigative methods, and could determine a stranger's cultivation. Fang Yuan's heart shook. How could another rank 5 expert appear? The small Qingmao mountain was not some famous mountain or river, nor was it a land of spiritual beauty. How could rank 5 experts appear one after the other? Don't tell me it has something to do with the Guyue generation? A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. His heart skipped a beat. If it was a normal crane calamity, he would have no chance. Wild birds were hard to make use of, and although his cultivation was rank 3 peak stage compared to a rank 5, it was really limited, and difficult to break out of this predicament. But now there was a rank 5 Gu Master, bringing him endless danger, but also a glimmer of hope to break out of this predicament. In this Qingmao Mountain situation, the 3 rank 5 Gu Masters were the key, and the others were just supporting characters. Only a rank 5 Gu Master could deal with a rank 5 Gu Master. In an instant, Fang Yuan made a decision in his heart. It was time he had to take this gamble. Lord Clan Leader, the first-generation ancestor, has already awakened underground. We will be safe once we return to the village. Fang Yuan said. What? Guyue Bo's shocked voice resounded in his ears. His shock instead made Fang Yuan's heart calm down. How could I speak carelessly about such matters? Only by going to the village can we save our lives. Fang Yuan continued. Guyue Bo was a decisive person, and immediately dragged Fang Yuan, flying towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to fly over, blocking the way. 100 Beast King level, 1000 Beast King level. They appeared one after another. Guyue Bo fought bravely, bathed in blood, protecting Fang Yuan. Gradually he found it difficult to move forward, and fell into the heavy encirclement of the flying cranes. Fang Yuan was protected by Guyue Bo, and was temporarily safe. Once the time was up, the maze fog dissipated. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield and saw corpses everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The Gu Masters had sacrificed a lot, but the crane group had also suffered many losses. Other than the broken limbs of the humans, there were black and white crane corpses. Isn't this an iron beak flying crane? Fang Yuan was astonished. Others could not recognize it because these flying cranes were not native to southern border. But he knew these iron beak flying cranes originated from central continent. Myriad Beast King rank 5 expert. Soon after, Fang Yuan saw that in the air, a giant crane was slowly flapping its wings, floating in the air. On its back, sitting on it was a white-browed, white-haired, cold-looking old man. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Guyue Bo. This Guyue clan leader was already covered in injuries, his body was covered in blood as he fought with his life on the line. Many times he could have dodged, but for Fang Yuan's safety, he would rather fight and get injured. Clan leader. Right now the situation is extremely bad. The Gu Masters are fighting on their own, but they are cut into small pieces by the flying cranes, and will be swallowed sooner or later. We can only gather their strength and combine them into one force. Only then can we break out of the encirclement and return to the village. Fang Yuan said to Guyue Bo, "You are right." Guyue Bo's gaze swept across the battlefield. Next he shouted loudly, "Everyone, we are facing a great enemy, but my Guyue village has a method to deal with them. Quickly come and meet up with me, we will charge out together." His voice reverberated in the battlefield, immediately attracting countless gazes. What? Guyue clan still has a trump card to subdue a rank 5 Gu Master? I would rather believe it than not. Brothers, charge out and meet up with Guyue clan leader. The Gu Masters were already in despair, but now they saw a trace of hope from Guyue Bo's words. Under the threat of death, these Gu Masters who were once enemies joined hands, and quickly gathered together. Guyue clan, he. They are all your descendants, senior brother. On the giant crane, the white-brow old man sneered, and was about to command the crane group to intercept them, but he changed his mind and stopped this plan. I might as well let these people escape, it will be easier to catch them all. These are all his descendants. When the battle starts he will have to hold back a little. But these 3 rank 4 Gu Masters have the ability to interfere with the battle. I cannot let them live, I will kill them first. Thinking of this, the white-brow old man gave a strange cry, and flicked his finger. 3 white halos flew out. What goo is this? Xiong clan leader was the first to be hit, and was enveloped by the white halos. His speed fell sharply and he was crawling like a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were also the same. Fang Yuan, leave quickly. Guyue clansmen, listen up, we swear to protect Fang Yuan's safety, only he knows that method. Guyue Bo tried many methods, but could not get rid of this halo, and could only shout loudly, turning around to face the white-brow old man. Fang Yuan turned around and looked deeply at this Guyue clan leader. Elder Fang Yuan, we are here to protect you. Immediately, a large number of Guyue clansmen gathered around Fang Yuan, and firmly protected him. The healing light wave, and the speed-increasing whirlwind buffed Fang Yuan's body. Rumbling sounds came from behind. Under the mysterious and cruel fate, the 3 clan leaders who originally disliked each other were now closely united, and started a life-and-death battle with the mysterious old man. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The 3 clan leaders died one after another. The white-brow old man flicked his sleeves, and sat steadily on the giant crane. The flying crane army covered the sky and covered the earth, slowly pressing towards the Guyue village. The Guyue village was in chaos and mournful cries could be heard. Large numbers of bamboo buildings collapsed, and among the ruins rows of corpses were covered with white cloth. The injured groaned in pain lying on the ground. The healing Gu masters were sweating profusely. The clan leader pavilion had mostly collapsed, and the plaza was already covered in a layer of blood. Such a scene caused the clansmen to be extremely terrified. Tai Shuileng and Guyue first generation's intense battle caused the mountain to shake, and naturally affected the village above. Guyue Yaoji, who had been guarding the village, did not see Guyue Bo, but instead saw this group of remnant army from the 3 clans. What is going on? She shouted coldly. Fang Yuan did not speak because the flying cranes behind him were the best explanation. This? Heavens? Is my Guyue clan going to perish today? For a moment, Guyue village was in chaos. Senior brother, I came all the way here just to see you. Why didn't you come out to welcome me? The white-brow old man sat on the crane's back, and his tone was filled with cold killing intent. Before he finished speaking, on the village plaza, blood suddenly spurted 10 meters high, and a red coffin appeared vertically. First-generation Guyue who had turned into a blood white stood in the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring at the white-brow old man. Chapter 196. How did I find you? Ah. The white-browed old man laughed heartily. His laughter was joyous and his gaze was ferocious. He opened his palm, revealing a goo. It was the kinship bloodworm. The kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, shining brightly and pointing its head at Guyue. Senior brother, although you stole my fortuitous opportunity, plotted against me, and took all my goo worms, I also mastered the secret method. Thus I refined this kinship bloodworm. Do you know how it was refined? It was the blood of your 2 sons. Your 2 sons were only 5 or 6 years old, they were too young. Their blood was not abundant, so I could only raise them as herbmen, extracting their blood every month. This took me tens of years. After accumulating enough blood, I refined this goo, the white-browed old man said confidently, his tone extremely proud. Oh, by the way, your 2 sons also died not long after. After refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But the world is too big and you disappeared without a trace. Although the kinship bloodworm is rank 5, its range is limited. Finally I grew old. I could only use the life-saving jade burial goo, seeking life through death and seal myself. Not long ago I had to break the ice and try one last time. Unexpectedly I found you by chance. Senior brother, do you know how happy I was at that time? As for that Tai Shuileng, I indeed used a letter to guide him here. Seeing him reminds me of the way we used to be. But it makes me reminisce. Back then we killed demonic path thieves together, and were known as the Righteous Path's twin cranes, the white-browed old man said, his face full of reminiscence. His expression was relaxed, his tone gentle, but the more he reminisced, the more intense the killing intent in his eyes became. This white-browed old man came from Central Continent, and his title was Master Tenshuru. Back then he used the rank 5 Imperial Crane Gu to control the Myriad Beast King level Crane King, and became famous. Being able to control Myriad Beast Kings meant that he controlled a huge beast group of tens of thousands. This kind of power was enough for him to wipe out an entire village on his own. Master Tenshuru and Guyue's generation all learned from Zhongzhou Crane Gate. Hundreds of years ago they were fellow apprentices and were extremely close. killing demonic goo masters, working hand in hand with great tacit understanding. Once, while chasing a demonic goo master, they found an inheritance. This legacy was one of the legacies set up by Patriarch Blood Sea. However, if it was an ordinary inheritance, then it would be fine. At least, the two brothers wouldn't fall out and become enemies. However, the treasures within the inheritance site were extremely precious. They could allow one to ascend to the heavens and become an immortal. The two of them couldn't help but be tempted. Legend had it that Patriarch Blood Sea had left behind hundreds of thousands of legacies throughout the world. But the real purpose was to hide some of the treasures. These treasures hid his signature goo worms, his true methods. The heritage they encountered was Patriarch Blood Sea's true treasure heritage. Master Tenshiro was one step ahead and obtained the inheritance. Blinded by greed, Guyue's generation schemed and tried to kill Master Tenshiro by stealing goo worms. However, he didn't succeed and escaped. Guyue's generation saw that the matter was exposed and could only conceal his identity and escape everywhere, guarding against the sect's pursuit. After tens of years, he couldn't find lifespan goo and could only stay in southern borders Qingmao Mountain in his twilight years. He changed his appearance and changed his name to Guyue, creating Guyue Village. Master Tenshiro's search failed and was filled with hatred. Crane Gate also had great interest in the Blood Sea true inheritance. With the help of the sect, Master Tenshiro could only use the life storage jade burial goo to hibernate and hang on to his life. This life storage jade burial goo method was also an external path. It was very similar to Guyue's zombie transformation, belonging to an unorthodox path and struggling at death's door. Zombie transformation was using death as a substitute for life. Life storage jade burial goo could hang on to life and not truly increase lifespan. There was only one way in this world to increase lifespan. Like Fang Yuan's previous life, using lifespan goo to increase one's own lifespan, this was the correct way. Other methods had their drawbacks and were not recognized by heaven and earth. They were helpless. Senior brother. You shameless scoundrel, you despicable scoundrel. Back then you schemed against me. Did you expect this day to come? Ah, heaven does not disappoint those who wait. I finally found you. Today, not only will I end your lineage and make your 1,000 years of scheming come to nothing, I will also snatch back my own fortuitous encounter. I have waited for this day for too long. Master Tenshiro finished his recollection and sighed towards the sky, his killing intent surging. But before he could make a move, Guyue's generation was one step ahead of him. The blood on the ground suddenly gushed out like a torrent. The wolf tide rose and in an instant, it had the power to overflow the heavens. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils as tens of thousands of blood droplets shot out from the thick blood water, densely packed together. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with the sound of wings flapping, countless blade-wing blood bat goo soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth as they charged towards the crane group in the sky. The crane group was immediately thrown into chaos. The blood droplets and blade-wing blood bat goo were much smaller than the ironbeak flying cranes and had the upper hand in the battle. Master Tenshiro was furious. He roared and activated the flying crane king under him, charging straight towards Guyue's generation. Retreat! A goo master shouted. The wind howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too powerful, like a meteor landing on the ground, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. But suddenly, a wave of blood soared to the sky, and the blood river python that was in hiding attacked under the cover of the blood wave. It opened its huge mouth and bit the iron beak flying crane king's slender neck, at the same time coiling its body, trying to drag the flying crane king into the pool of blood on the ground. Master Tenshiro snorted. He had some understanding of the blood river python. To the blood river python, blood was a supreme recovery item, it must not come into contact with it. Thus he willed in his heart. The flying crane king stretched out its iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the blood river python, and at the same time flapped its wings, flying away. After the battle with Tai Shueleng, the blood river python's body was riddled with injuries, and its strength was greatly depleted. It was brought into the sky by the flying crane king, gradually leaving the village. Hand over your life. Master Tenshiro roared, his body turning into a white rainbow, still pouncing towards Guyue's generation in the red coffin. Guyue's generation stepped out of the coffin, and with a boom a pair of wings spread out from his back. This pair of wings were wide and powerful, like the wings of a bat, completely black. Zombie goo was one of the most classic series of goo worms, widely spread throughout the world. Rank 2 roaming zombie goo, rank 3 hairy zombie goo, rank 4 jumping zombie goo, rank 5 flying zombie goo. Blood-white zombie goo was one of the flying zombie goo. It could naturally fly. First Guyua's eye sockets burned with raging blood flames, his arms spread open, looking sinister and sinister like demonic claws. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, colliding with Master Tenchiru in midair with a loud boom. The two were evenly matched, and after retreating a distance, they stabilized their bodies and charged towards each other again. Bam bam bam. The two battled in midair, their figures colliding continuously. The might of the rank 5 goo was awe-inspiring. Waves of aftershocks caused countless bamboo buildings to collapse. After a while, Guyua's generation shouted loudly, his body turning into layers of blood shadows. His attacks were swift and fierce, increasing by several times. Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with a profound light, like flying knives slashing and immortal swords piercing, breaking the blood shadows one by one. First Guyua spat out blood mist again. Master Tenchiru activated his goo worms, forming a light barrier to block the blood mist's attack. After a while, Master Tenchiru was old, his body was weak and his strength was weakening. He was gradually suppressed by First Guyua's generation, falling into a disadvantage. Hundreds of years have passed, you still haven't improved. First Guyua's generation jeered loudly. Damn bastard. Master Tenchiru scolded furiously. He did not expect First Guyua's generation to become so strong, be it Blood Guillotine or Bladewing Blood Bat Goo, they were originally his. Thinking of this, he became even more furious. Humph, it is time to use my trump card. Master Tenchiru snorted inwardly, his white eyebrows lightly raised, and a change occurred. The tips of his eyebrows suddenly grew crazily, forming two long eyebrows that were tens of meters long. One on the left and one on the right, they were like snakes coming out of their holes, extremely fast, coiling around First Guyua's generation. First Guyua's struggle was futile, his claws unceasingly tearing. These eyebrows looked weak, but they were as tough as steel chains. Once coiled, it was like an old tree taking root. It is actually the raise eyebrow and exhale goo. First Guyua's tone changed for the first time. He was shocked and angry. This raise eyebrow and exhale goo did not spit out ordinary chi but primeval chi. It would dissipate the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. But this goo was not commonly seen. Killing 1,000 enemies would result in 800 losses. Master Tenchiru used it now. Not only was First Guyua's primeval essence being consumed, his own primeval essence was also being consumed. The raise eyebrow and exhale goo was like a bridge, connecting the two's apertures, causing the primeval essence to be consumed. It was often used by goo masters with high cultivation to bully the weak. If it was used on goo masters with higher cultivation, it would be courting death. But in this situation there was a difference. Master Tenchiru and First Guyua were both rank 5 peak stage, but First Guyua had turned into a zombie, his aperture was dead and could no longer recover primeval essence. Master Tenchiru might be old and did not have much lifespan left, but his aperture still had vitality, and his primeval essence could still recover. This struck First Guyua's biggest weakness. Master Tenchiru's primeval essence was still slowly recovering, but First Guyua's primeval essence was decreasing as it was used. First Guyua retreated with all his might, but his white eyebrows were lengthened as if they were endless. At the same time, Master Tenchiru was also getting closer. First Guyua roared, and with a thought, he summoned the flying guillotine and Bladewing Blood Bat Goo, trying to cut off the white eyebrows, but it was of no use. The white eyebrows were extremely tough. Even if a few of them were cut off, they would quickly grow back. The primeval essence in the aperture continued to be consumed, and at this rate, First Guyua would definitely lose without a doubt. He was after all a formidable character, and after being forced into a corner, he gritted his teeth and changed his battle tactics, summoning the flying guillotine and Bladewing Blood Bat Goo towards Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru had to divert his attention to activate the raise eyebrow and exhale goo, and could only activate the defensive halo and defend passively against such attacks. The white halo was on the verge of collapse, and Master Tenchiru's heart sank. At this rate, the situation was far from good. Chapter 197. Master Tenchiru's expression was malevolent and his eyes shone with an ominous glint. Suddenly he made his move and rained down bird-wing arrows. The arrow rain did not hit Guyua First Gen. Guyua First Gen had transformed into a blood-white zombie. His defense was outstanding and it was hard to attack. The bird-wing arrows rained down and countless goo masters were pierced through, dying instantly. At the same time, Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with white light. Two white light pillars swept across the village, and wherever they went, the bamboo buildings were destroyed and the stones on the streets crumbled. When the light shone on a person's body, their muscles and bones melted like snow under the sunlight. When a rank 5 Gu master made his move, it caused a large number of casualties. Miserable cries, screams and cries of despair mixed together. A bird-wing arrow flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan casually grabbed a person beside him and threw him far away. The bird-wing arrow pierced through this person's head and got stuck. Fang Yuan smoothly rolled and dodged an iron beak flying crane's claw. The gap between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big, it was hard to make a difference. Even Bai Ningbing was dodging at this moment. Every time he was injured, the northern dark eye soul physique would recover, but it would also bring him one step closer to death. Rank 5 Gu masters already stood at the peak of the mortal world. Stop! Guyue First Gen shouted. Seeing the Gu masters being massacred in large numbers, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He established the village and passed down his bloodline. It was not as simple as concealing his identity, but he had a big plan. The clan members were the fruits of his hundreds of years of hard work. But now they were destroyed by Master Tenshiro. This was Guyue First Gen's hard work for hundreds of years. Without a choice, Guyue First Gen could only give up on Master Tenshiro. The Bladewing Blood Bat Gu and Blood Guillotine changed directions and flew down the village to defend against Master Tenshiro's attacks. Master Tenshiro laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance focused on offense and not defense. Guyue First Gen's move was giving up his strong points and using his weak points to deal with him. He knew the ins and outs of Guyue's generation and knew what he was plotting. Therefore he deliberately let these people of Guyue's clan go. Now that he attacked them, sure enough, Guyue's first generation was unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Thus he was able to resolve the crisis. Not good. As the situation fell into a stalemate, Guyue suddenly let out a loud cry, and the shadow of iron chains appeared around his body. This black shadow instantly materialized into a chain of iron chains that coiled around Guyue's body like snakes and pythons, binding Guyue tightly. A strip of yellow talisman gradually appeared and stuck between Guyue's eyebrows. Bang! Guyue was tied up by the iron chain. He couldn't spread his wings and couldn't fly anymore. He fell to the ground. Such a shocking change not only shocked Guyue, but also Master Tenshiro. But the latter laughed crazily. So it's the demon suppression iron chain Gu, and also the talisman flaying Gu. Aha, it seems that the so-called divine investigator isn't completely useless after all. My good senior brother is dead for sure today. These two Gu were the Tai clan's signature Gu worms. The demon suppression iron chain Gu could restrict a Gu master's movement, causing them to be unable to move and be slaughtered by others. The talisman flaying Gu could extract the Gu worms in a Gu master's body and seal them. Tai Shuileng had used these two Gu worms to capture countless demonic Gu masters, and now he was using them on first-generation Guyue. When did this happen? First-generation Guyue was furious and shocked at the same time. He recalled the final scene when he killed Tai Shuileng. That bronze mask flew out, revealing a square face. Although he was definitely going to die, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and determination. His blood-stained palm lightly patted, vaguely hitting first-generation Guyue's chest. But this strength was very small, and first-generation Guyue didn't care at that time. So it was that time. Damn it, if I had a living body I would have sensed it long ago. But a zombie's body, although strong and has outstanding defense, is not sensitive. First-generation Guyue felt great hatred in his heart. Turning into a blood-white zombie also had many drawbacks. According to his original lifespan, he should have died long ago. Defying heaven and prolonging his life, how could there not be a price? Ha 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 ha. Master Tenshiro laughed loudly, his aura rising as he attacked first-generation Guyue. First-generation Guyue could only block, and naturally fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain Gu not only helped his body, but at the same time, a black iron chain phantom also appeared in his aperture, trying to suppress and seal the entire aperture. The primeval sea boiled like boiling water, and countless Gu worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the demon suppression iron chain Gu's suppression. Like this, first-generation Guyue's primeval essence expenditure was extremely intense. You are going to lose today, die. Master Tenshiro's attacks were like waves, unceasing as if he had gone berserk. First-generation Guyue's body was covered in injuries, his white bones could be seen on his chest, and his arms were chopped off at the shoulder by Master Tenshiro. Seeing that Master Tenshiro was about to succeed, first-generation Guyue suddenly let out a strange cry. Yang? The sound wave was extremely ear-piercing, and instantly hit Master Tenshiro. Master Tenshiro heard this sound and immediately flew back dozens of steps like he was hit by a huge blow, his white eyebrows straightened. Then he fell down, landing on the ground. He got up with difficulty, blood gushing out of his eyes, nose, ears and mouth. The sound wave was still rampaging in his body, causing his blood to flow in reverse, and he was unable to move for a while. Many Gu masters saw an opportunity and shot moon blades, water bullets and so on from afar, but they were all blocked by Master Tenshiro's halo. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed towards first-generation Gyue, but their iron beaks hit the blood-white corpse, like hitting steel skin and iron bones, all of them broke. The defense of a rank 5 Gu was no small matter. Even if Fang Yuan used Chainsaw Golden Centipede to grind the blood-white corpse, he might not even be able to cut off a piece of flesh in 7 minutes. In this battlefield, only the 2 rank 5 Gu masters could threaten the enemy. Although they were in a sorry state, as long as their primeval essence was not depleted, the others could only watch and sigh, unable to do anything. Master Tenshiro saw that the flying cranes could not succeed, and the flying crane king was fighting the blood python Gu far away, while his own blood and chi were in conflict, making it difficult for him to move. He could only stare and concentrate, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, greatly increasing the consumption of primeval essence. This almost took the life of first-generation Gyue. The primeval essence C rapidly dropped. Once it was depleted, the Gu worms would not be able to resist the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain Gu without the support of primeval essence. Once the demon suppression iron chain Gu was completely suppressed, the core flick Gu would activate, sealing the Gu worms and pulling them out one by one. That would be the end of the trend. First-generation Gyue shouted in panic, "Quickly grab the white brows, activate your primeval essence and help me. Go help. Help the first-generation ancestor. Let's go together." A large group of Gu masters rushed over, not only Gyue tribe, even Bai and Xiong tribe's Gu masters rushed over. Even first-generation Gyue could not cut off the white brows, let alone their methods. They could only respond to first-generation Gyue's words, stretching out their hands and grabbing the white brows. Just as they placed their hands on it, the white brows separated into strands, tightly wrapping around their wrists and arms, then extending to their bodies. Screams resounded. How could rank 1 and rank 2 Gu masters' primeval essence compete with rank 5 primeval essence? Their primeval essence was exhausted in an instant, the primeval sea bottomed out, the aperture dried up, cracking and finally collapsing. The aperture was a vital part of the human body, even more important than the heart. Once the aperture was broken, many Gu masters' eyes rolled back and they lost their lives. Damn it. First-generation Gyue cursed, the demon suppression iron chain Gu tightened, cutting into the flesh and causing the white bones to creak. Logically speaking, Tai Shuileng was dead, and this demon suppression iron chain Gu could not be activated without the Gu master's primeval essence. But this demon suppression iron chain Gu was contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu, and could absorb the primeval essence in the air. At the same time, the demon suppression iron chain Gu was Tai Shuileng's Gu, and inside it was Tai Shuileng's will to suppress and kill first-generation Gyue's will. First-generation Gyue's primeval essence was being consumed too quickly, and he could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, many of the Gu masters who were rushing over to help paused in their steps. "What are you afraid of? If the first generation is defeated, we will all die. Don't tell me you think the other party will let us go?" Fang Yuan shouted, rushing to Gyue's side and grabbing White Brow. The thousandly Earthwolf spider was already dead, and the other party had flying cranes that could fly and attack. There was no hope of escaping alone. On the contrary, helping first-generation Gyue had the possibility of both sides fighting each other and reaping the benefits. White Brow firmly locked onto Fang Yuan's wrist, and like a vine, it grew crazily along his arm, spreading to his waist. In the aperture, the snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed rapidly. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth, persevering in his heart. His actions played an exemplary role. The other Gu masters were spurred on, rushing over. "If we attack together, we might not die." "That's right, there is strength in numbers." "Sai, what else can we do? We can only fight." Countless hands were placed on White Brow. Gu masters were continuously dying, and at the same time, Gu masters were continuously filling in the gaps, joining in the battle of attrition. Haha, to be able to fight against a rank 5, this is so exciting and interesting. Bai Ningbing also came to help. "Whether we live or die, it all depends on this fight." Xianxia also stood up. Fangjing was nowhere to be seen, he was lost in the wilderness and did not escape to the village. His life or death was uncertain, and the odds were against him. Time became exceptionally long and unbearable at this moment. As time passed, Gu masters continued to die. Some Gu masters attacked Master Tenshuru, but the white halo did not budge as steady as Mount Tai. Only rank 3 Gu masters could hold their ground in this battle of attrition. Many Gu masters' confidence wavered, showing signs of hesitation. Both sides fell into a deadlock. Master Tenshuru laughed sinisterly in a low voice, "I will win, all of you will die." The difference between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. Rank 4 could be affected, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders had already been killed by Master Tenshuru. First Gen Guyue's entire body was tied up by the metal chains, and his white eyebrows were tied up. On his forehead, the Fu Yinji Gu was floating, and the primeval essence in his aperture was extremely sparse. Suddenly the Fu Yinji Gu let out a faint yellow light. From first Gen Guyue's aperture, a lump of yellow light was pulled out. This yellow light was bigger than a fist but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down to the ground, and the yellow light weakened to a faint glow. A Gu that looked like a crystal skull showed its true form. This Gu looked like a baby skull and could be held in one palm. The skull was like a crystal and was covered with light red blood veins. Chapter 198. First generation Guyue gritted his teeth, but he could not struggle or move. Suddenly, a lump of yellow light was taken out from the yellow talisman and landed on the ground, turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, 2 peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. The Taiji light ball rotated continuously, and traces of the great Tao flowed out, attracting the attention of countless people. What Gu is this? Bai Ning Bing and the rest were bewildered. This is actually a rank 4 Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. Yin-yang rotation Gu. Master Tenshuru shouted, showing a shocked expression. He was dazed for a moment before laughing loudly. "My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, I ruined your plans." First generation Guyue kicked his legs in panic, screaming and losing his composure. Be it the Blood Skull Gu or Yin-yang rotation Gu, they were the key to his 1,000 years of scheming. Now that they were sealed and taken out, his hard work was all for naught. Master Tenshuru laughed even more heartily. Seeing first generation Guyue's performance, his desire for revenge was fully satisfied. Another yellow light was taken out and landed on the ground. It was a scarlet Gu, translucent like a water ball. First generation Guyue saw this Gu and suddenly paused in joy. He opened his bloody mouth and bared his fangs, shouting, "Quick, come kill this Gu." Several Gu masters heard this and immediately moved forward, using their methods. This Gu was sealed by the bottom talisman Gu, and could not be activated by first generation Guyue's thoughts. On the surface, there was a layer of yellow light with a seal. Only Tai Shuileng or a special Gu could unseal it. But this Gu was a consumable Gu and was very special. To use it, one had to crush it. Several Gu masters made their move. The yellow light seal only sealed Gu worms, and did not have any defensive ability. After taking a few attacks, it collapsed, and the sealed Gu worm was also destroyed by brute force. Buzz! With a soft cry, the crimson light blossomed and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it formed a spherical barrier. First Gen Guyue was inside the shield, while Master Tenshuru was outside. The blood-colored barrier had a radius of 6 mu. Bai Ning Bing and Fang Yuan were inside while Xianxia and the rest were outside. The most exciting thing was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut in half by this barrier. The white eyebrows disintegrated and Fang Yuan and the others regained their freedom. This barrier's aura is rank 5, why does it look like water curtain skyflower Gu? Fang Yuan was bewildered, he had never seen this Gu before. Master Tenshuru was obstructed by this barrier, he staggered to his feet and sneered, "Senior brother, you have good methods, you can even counterattack like this and break the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu. What a pity. How can you stop me with your puny defense? He's just struggling at death's door." Guyue on the other hand laughed out loud. "Junior brother, why don't you attack and see? I have the same intention." Killing intent flashed in Master Tenshuru's eyes as countless cranes pounced over. At the same time, white light shot out from his eyes as countless birdwing arrows rained down. However, this blood-colored barrier did not budge, it was stable as usual. Master Tenshuru's expression turned extremely gloomy as he stopped his attacks. What goo is this? First Gen Guyu raised his head and laughed. Let me tell you, this is the blood curtain skyflower goo that I refined exclusively. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4, it can block rank 5 goo's attacks. This goo of mine is rank 5, its defense is even stronger. Even the owner of the water curtain skyflower goo cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower goo can leave and not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover I will come out and take your head, ha ha ha. You scoundrel, you are boasting shamelessly. Master Tenshiro was flustered and exasperated. He had a 90% chance of winning, but to think Guiyue managed to turn the situation around, the situation fell into a stalemate again. He attacked crazily and fiercely, all the Gu masters outside the barrier, including Xianxia Man, died. But inside the blood curtain skyflower, everything was calm and tranquil. The blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai, the Gu masters gradually relaxed. The first generation ancestor is truly a hero. We are finally saved. Next, the first generation ancestor will display his might. This person will lose for sure. Huff, this is the strength of a rank 5 Gu master? How powerful. I'm actually still alive. Everyone cheered and shouted. But Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly, he would die without a doubt because of the 10 extreme limits. This stalemate lost some of its excitement, making him unhappy. Master Tenshiro attacked for a long time but there was no effect. He suddenly stopped his attacks and woke up. First generation Guiyue's words were to provoke him, to make him waste his primeval essence on attacking the blood curtain skyflower. If he was not wrong, this blood curtain skyflower and water curtain skyflower had similar effects, but the fusion cost was extremely high. It was a one-time consumable, it had strong defense but had a limited time. Once the duration was over, it would dissipate on its own. Thinking of this, Master Tenshiro took out 2 yuan stones and held them in his palms, sitting cross-legged and starting to recover his primeval essence. Help me, only by helping me will I have a chance to live. Yuan stone, I need a large amount of yuan stone. First generation Guiyue shouted, and immediately the surrounding Gu masters took out yuan stones and piled them around him. First generation Guiyue opened his mouth and sucked deeply, yuan stone was sucked into his mouth. He opened his mouth and with a cracking sound, the yuan stone was crushed, and a large amount of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. Master Tenshiro saw this and became anxious. He shouted, "Don't give him any more yuan stone, you bunch of fools. Once he recovers his mobility he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death. Using such a low-level tactic to sow discord, aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give any more, we have to give even more yuan stone. Everything depends on first generation Guiyue." The Gu masters generously donated, and large amounts of yuan stone were thrown into first generation Guiyue's mouth. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing watched coldly from the side. If it was a normal human body, it would not be able to withstand so much primeval essence, but his blood-white corpse body was strong and sturdy. The primeval sea in his aperture rose rapidly. Demon suppression Iron Chain Gu's power became weaker, and after a while, it turned into a pool of blood, completely dying. First generation Guiyue was no longer restricted, and with a loud roar, he activated blood-white corpse vital Gu. Large amounts of smelly blood were attracted and poured into his body. In the blink of an eye, his strong arms grew back and his claws were sharp like blades. He laughed loudly and stood up. At this time, the bottom flick Gu on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood, completely dissipating. Heaven has not forsaken me. First generation Guiyue laughed loudly towards the sky. I beseech first generation ancestor to make a move and kill this old scoundrel. With the help of a great lord, he will definitely succeed immediately. He will be invincible. Everyone rejoiced. First generation Guiyue's laughter gradually subsided, and flames burned in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Of course I want to kill the enemy, but before that, I need to do something. Not good. Fang Yuan heard this tone and his heart jumped, as he moved towards the outside of the crowd without leaving a trace. The people around him did not understand but were still filled with fighting spirit. I wonder what first generation ancestor wants to do. If it is within our capabilities, we will definitely do our best to serve first generation ancestor. First generation Guiyue raised his head and laughed. Ha, this matter is to take your lives. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. First generation Guiyue attacked brazenly. With a swoosh, he stretched out his claws and pierced through a rank 3 Gu master. When he retracted his palm, first generation Guyue's hand was already holding a beating heart. This Gu master was a Guyue clansman, and with an expression of disbelief, he screamed as blood spurted out like a fountain and fell backwards. Good blood, we cannot waste it. First generation Guyue laughed and sighed, and with a thought, the blood skull Gu flew up and circled around this Gu master's body. The Gu master's corpse twitched and all his blood was sucked out by the blood skull Gu. Then it entered the blood skull Gu's two empty eye sockets. The blood skull Gu drank its fill of blood, and on its crystal-like skull, the blood-red lines became even brighter. First generation ancestor, you? Everyone quickly retreated and someone shouted in shock. Noisy. First generation Guyue's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing with his palm and cutting his body into two. The blood that spurted out was sucked dry by the blood skull Gu. First generation, you heartless bastard, you are not our Yuan stone, how can you still have the strength to fight? This first generation is also not a good person, everyone attack together and kill him. That's right, we have strength in numbers, ugh. A bloody massacre began. First generation Guyue was rank 5 peak stage, and his primeval essence had completely recovered. These Gu masters were mostly rank 1 and rank 2, and there were even a few rank 3, how could they be his match? And this blood curtain skyflower isolated the inside from the outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, first generation Guyue, could go out. But once he went out, he could only destroy the blood curtain skyflower or wait for its effect to run out. The Gu masters could neither escape nor fight, so they were quickly defeated and killed one by first gen Guyu. Other than Bai and Xiong tribe Gu masters, every time he killed a Guyue tribesman he would use the blood skull Gu to suck the blood. After killing hundreds of people, the rank 4 blood skull Gu was glistening red, reaching its limit. First generation Guyue laughed loudly, summoning the blood skull Gu and floating it above his head. This day, this moment after hundreds of years of planning, has finally arrived. He heaved a long sigh of relief. The blood skull Gu opened its tightly shut mouth and spat out a fountain of blood. The blood fountain did not have a fishy smell, but instead emitted a fragrant smell, making people feel relaxed and happy. First generation Guyue was drenched from head to toe by this blood fountain. But this blood fountain was mystical, not a single drop fell on the ground, but stuck to the surface of first generation Guyue's body, and slowly seeped in, all the way to his aperture. First generation Guyue silently stood on the spot, feeling it for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Gaga gaga, my aptitude has risen, my aptitude has really risen. The other Gu masters were all shaken. Chapter 199. Guyue's laughter became even more carefree, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Master Tenshiro, saying hatefully, "Junior apprentice brother, you never thought this day would come. We are both orphans, adopted by Master, but ever since we were young, Master has always doted on you more. What? Isn't it because your aptitude is a grade and mine is C grade? You have a grade aptitude, of course your cultivation progress is fast. Do you know how much more sweat and effort I have to put in to barely keep up with you with my C grade aptitude? Although we are known as the twin cranes of the righteous path, you have always been the leader and I the second. You are the most dazzling. Just because you are an A-grade genius. But you were lucky, and obtained one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. Blood Skull Gu can kill your kin, purify the blood spring, irrigate the aperture and raise your aptitude. Do you know how I felt at that time? This Blood Skull Gu was my only hope. The hope that I yearned for day and night, the hope that I tossed and turned in my sleep. With it I can change my life, change my fate. But that's mine. Master Tenshiro stomped his feet and cursed. Yes, it's yours. Guyue nodded. You have good aptitude and good luck. We set off together to kill the enemy. But the heavens only favored you, allowing you to obtain the true inheritance. Do you know? Looking at your smug expression and listening to your words about the future, I suddenly understood. The heavens favored you, giving you a great aptitude and Blood Sea's true inheritance. What could I do? I was just a C grade, how could I succeed by myself? I could only snatch. What doesn't belong to me become mine. The heavens arranged a fate for me, to let me be willing to be below others, to be their shadow. I'm not satisfied, why should it be me, why should I be below and you are above? At this point, Guyue actually started sobbing. The Blood White's body was extremely terrifying, and it let out such a strange cry, making people feel even colder. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me and others don't think highly of me, I'll have to do it. I can only love myself more, I can only value myself more, I can only rely on myself more. I can only work harder, I can only take more risks, I can only work harder. Only in this way can I achieve something. But the righteous path emphasized principles, friendship, seniority, and seniority. I'm just a nobody. I have no background, no talent, and no resources. What do you think I will use to succeed? If I walk the righteous path, I can only be exploited and bullied. I can only look up to you young masters and geniuses. I can only endure until I am old, but my achievements are insignificant. This is the righteous path. What bullshit righteous path? Only by becoming a demon, abandoning human emotions, abandoning the rules of the world, and paying a heavy price will I be able to forge a path that belongs to me in the thorns. So, I plotted against you and stole your blood sea true inheritance. Then I became a demon. Haha, then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon. His voice reverberated in the blood barrier. Outside the barrier, Master Tenshiro was speechless. First Jianghu held back his laughter and started to kill again. Large numbers of Gu masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the blood skull Gu and condensed into blood spring essence, pouring it into First Jianghu's aperture to raise his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. First Jianghu killed more Guyue clansmen, the higher his aptitude. After chewing the Yuan stone, his primeval essence would be stored more, and his battle strength would increase. Outside the blood barrier, Master Tenshiro was burning with anxiety, but the blood-curtained skyflower was like a heavenly moat, making him sigh. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. Eventually, only a few people were left inside the blood barrier. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure lotus, right? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, hand it over obediently and I'll spare your life. First Jianghu approached step by step, his killing intent firmly locked onto Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew his chances of survival were slim, but his expression did not change as he sneered, "Your bullshit can only be used to coax a 3-year-old child. If you come any closer, I will destroy the heavenly essence treasure lotus. You have to know this goo was refined by me, I can make it self-destruct with just a thought. Do as you see fit." First Jianghu's footsteps slowed, but he quickly approached Fang Yuan with determination. "Brat, you are very courageous and smart. That's right, you are my descendant, I want to take your blood to raise my aptitude so I will not let you go. Unfortunately, back then I used the blood seed goo to purify my descendant's bloodline, attempting to create a descendant of Guyue's desolate physique. As long as such a genius is born, I can take all of their blood and raise my aptitude to a grade 99%. If there is such a genius I can let you go, but your luck is bad. The thing I hate the most in my life is being forced by others. It's fine if the heavenly origin treasure lotus is gone, but you can die now." Before he finished speaking, the wings on his back flapped, and his body shot out like lightning, appearing in front of Fang Yuan in an instant. He grabbed with his right hand, instantly Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his hair stood on end and he quickly retreated. But how could a rank 5 expert dodge so easily? Just as the ghostly claw was about to reach him, an ice hand suddenly appeared from the side. Bam! With a sound of collision, the ice hand shattered, cold air spread everywhere, and First Jianghu took a step back. By Ning Bing. Fang Yuan turned around, looking at the person who attacked. He was slightly shocked. Bai Ning Bing retracted his broken arm, cold air spread around the wound, and instantly condensed into an ice hand, recovering to its original state. But it did not turn into flesh and blood. He was already very close to the limit of the 10 extremes. To think that I would have such an interesting way of dying. It is a pity that I will not be able to see the end of this battle. Bai Ning Bing heaved a long sigh, then suddenly laughed, a pair of eerie blue eyes looking at Fang Yuan. "Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of person. I am dead for sure, if you die too it will be a pity. I will protect you, but I have a condition." Although Bai Ning Bing was only rank 3, he was not far from death, his battle strength was increasing like a fountain. In the end, the only one who could hope to win against First Jianghu was him. What condition? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Bai Ning Bing stretched out his arms as if to embrace the world. He wore a white robe and had snow-white hair, his brows slightly raised. "Live on for me and witness the wonders of this world." In an instant Fang Yuan was moved. This man? Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ning Bing as if he was looking at himself when he was young. Bai Ning Bing's words sounded like nonsense, but in fact they were sincere. Perhaps ordinary people would not believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the deeper meaning behind these words. Bai Ningbing was a top genius, his talent was heaven-defying, but his lifespan was short. He had already found his path, found his belief, he was not afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets in his heart, but in desperation he could only entrust this remembrance to Fang Yuan. It really is the northern dark-eye soul physique. Tiske, it's a pity that you're not my bloodline descendant, otherwise everyone wouldn't have to die. First Jianghu let out a sinister laugh. You want to stop me with just this northern dark-eye soul physique? You are too naive. Saying so, his figure flashed, and when he appeared he was already in front of Bai Ningbing. Boom. A loud explosion, the two clashed. First Jianghu retreated 2 steps, Bai Ningbing's entire head and half of his body exploded. But in an instant, kacha, cold air spread, frost condensed, and a new body and head grew out. Bai Ningbing was resurrected. First Jianghu was shocked, the 10 extreme physiques were rarely seen, and this was the first time he fought with one. The two clashed, Bai Ningbing's cultivation was weak and he was at a disadvantage, the situation was very disadvantageous. But first Jianghu could not kill him no matter how hard he tried. The northern dark-eye soul physique was now almost immortal, no matter how heavy the injuries were, in an instant, it would be as solid as ice. This made Guiyue even more furious and fearful, and his attacks became even more frenzied. Bai Ningbing gradually lost his normal color, and turned into an ice man who could move freely. Even her snow-white hair had turned into strands of ice. The time was finally up. Death descended at this moment. Boundless worldly affairs are colorful, the clouds and waterways are long. At this moment, the wind returns to heaven and earth, incomparable to the moonlight in the water. Bai Ningbing chanted and smiled faintly. From then on, his expression froze. A cold wind suddenly blew, and the frosty air suddenly rose like a mist. Crack, crack, crack. Large amounts of frost spread from his feet, and like a growing mountain, the glacier rose from the ground. The surging white ice was like a dragon beast, like a landslide or tsunami, crushing towards First Jianghu. First Jianghu screamed and resisted with all his strength. The red hair on his head stood up, and blood mist rose from his body. Large amounts of blood guillotine and blade-wing blood bat goo were controlled by him, and crashed into the glacier, slowing it down a little. But in the end he was still suppressed, imprisoned and swallowed by the glacier. The huge glacier filled the whole blood barrier, and only around Fang Yuan Bai Ningbing purposely left a small space for him. Bam! With a soft sound, the blood curtain skyflower was broken by the glacier. Without any obstruction, large amounts of frost energy spread out, and the frost immediately condensed, forming a glacier that spread everywhere. Even the blood curtain skyflower goo has been broken. Such power! Master Tenshiro did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly flew up into the sky. Under his shocked gaze he saw the glacier spread everywhere, and actually covered the whole of Qingmao Mountain from the peak to the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush and vibrant Qingmao Mountain had turned into a treacherous land of ice and snow. The ice under his feet continued to rise, and Fang Yuan also saw this scene with his own eyes. This 1,000-li glacier had witnessed the fall of a young genius, and contained Bai Ningbing's unwilling and helpless sigh. Chapter 200. Fang Yuan immediately activated the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moon goo, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was extremely thick and cold air pervaded the air. For every inch of ice that was shaved off, another 2 inches condensed. Fang Yuan was trapped in a hopeless situation, unable to escape. Just at this time, a blood light emerged from the bottom of the glacier. The blood light was only a smear at first, but it soon spread out, becoming brighter and brighter, turning into a blood-colored light that flooded the area. Ha ha ha. Amidst the laughter, the blood light soared to the sky, and the first-generation Guiyue broke out of the ice. Although he was in a sorry state, he was even more arrogant. If this northern dark-eye soul physique's cultivation reaches rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Unfortunately, he is only rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he focused his gaze on Fang Yuan who was in the glacier. If the northern dark-eye soul physique can't kill you, then let me do it for you. In the distant sky, Master Tenshiro flew over leisurely. Below him was the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. Earlier he flew into the sky to help the Ironbeak Flying Crane King kill the Blood River Python, and now he came back with the momentum of victory. Right now, in the entire Qingmao Mountain, there were only these 3 people left. By Ning Bing had already turned into an ice mountain, his consciousness also dissipating. Fang Yuan was like an insect in amber trapped in the glacier. In contrast, among the two rank 5 Gu masters, the first generation Gu's aptitude had increased, and the primeval essence in his aperture was more. Master Tenshuru had also recuperated and recovered most of his battle strength. The two's gazes focused on Fang Yuan. The first generation Guiyue wanted to kill Fang Yuan and take his blood. Master Tenshuru wanted to stop the first generation Guiyue, and naturally would not restrict himself by protecting Fang Yuan. Thus he could only make the first move and kill Fang Yuan first. With their nature they would not tolerate a bystander. What if both of them were injured and a third person took advantage of the situation? Fang Yuan let out a long sigh. When he saw the gazes of these two people, he knew that he was definitely going to die. He had lost the Thunderwings Gu and Thousandly Earthwolf Spider. Even if he had them, he might not be able to escape the pursuit of two rank 5 experts. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation and could not be compared to a rank 5 expert. In this situation he was like a fish on the chopping block. Moreover, it was two incomparably sharp blades. He couldn't fight and he couldn't escape. However, Fang Yuan had another method. That was the spring and autumn cicada. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his aperture. The light film was no longer there, only a rough stone aperture. A large half of the snow-silver true essence ocean was still left. The stone aperture no longer had the ability to recover true essence, but Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, which was why his true essence sea was like this. None of this was important. Fang Yuan focused all his attention on the Gu worm in the middle of the stone aperture. That was his vital Gu, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Only by relying on this Gu to go against the flow of the river of time could he create another miracle. Using an impossible method to change the outcome of fate. However, this method was extremely dangerous. Firstly, the river of time was a forbidden area of the great Tao. Mortals could not touch it. Once it was trespassed, it would be the same as violating the laws of heaven and earth, and would suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Secondly, the spring-autumn cicada had not fully recovered. It was like a broken boat, forcefully crossing the river of time. It might capsize halfway and sink. Finally, Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 peak stage. Controlling the spring-autumn cicada was like a baby playing with a large knife. He might get injured if he did not do it well. Once I use this spring-autumn cicada, I will have to self-detonate. I will use all my cultivation, my flesh and blood, and all my other Gu worms to become a driving force to push the spring-autumn cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, the force will be too small. It is very likely that I will directly commit suicide. But right now, I have no other choice. I have to use this Gu. Fang Yuan was also helpless. Earlier, he would rather use the stone aperture Gu than the spring-autumn cicada because it was too risky. Out of 100, the success rate might not even be 10%. Many times, when a Gu master uses a high-rank Gu worm, they would have to pay the price of a backlash. Like Guiyue Qingshu. Right now, Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on the fact that the spring-autumn cicada was his vital Gu. Little brat, hand over your life, contribute some blood to your ancestor. Lad, your life is not good, you can only blame yourself for meeting this despicable ancestor. Let me free you from this. First generation Guiyue and Master Tenshuru attacked at the same time. Fang Yuan was forced to the edge of the cliff. He could only jump. Spring-autumn cicada, come. His eyes shone with a strange light. He shouted, his body bursting with green and yellow colors. Such an aura? How is this possible? It is actually a rank 6 Gu worm. At this moment, the two rank 5 Gu masters were extremely shocked. But soon after, greedy expressions appeared on their faces. Kill him, take the rank 6 Gu. This is a heavenly opportunity, good lad, hand it over obediently and I will spare your life. Their speed increased by 30%. But at this moment there was a loud boom. Fang Yuan self-detonated. What? Before he died, he seemed to have heard the two rank 5 Gu masters exclaim. Legend has it that this world has a long river called time. Humans are like fish in the river, the current is rapid, almost all the fish can only go with the flow. Occasionally, one or two fish would jump out of the river looking at the scene downstream. This is foretelling the future. If not for this river, the world would be completely still, turning into a picture. With this river, everything can change, the world can become lively, either declining or flourishing. The river of time, the river water surged. Every drop of water was a story, a scene that happened in the past. In the rapid river water, a small Gu worm was swimming against the current. It flapped its wings, struggling to move forward. Every time the surging waves slammed into it, it would be on the verge of capsizing. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness and memories, its body emitting a faint yellow and green light. The light wavered in the tide, like a candle flickering in the wind. Finally, it only managed to swim a small distance. The yellow and green light almost disappeared. The spring-autumn cicada reached its limit. With a swoosh, it turned into a ray of light and drilled into a wave. Fang Yuan's body shook, a yellow and green light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This light flashed for a moment and Fang Yuan shuddered. His consciousness and memories rushed into his mind, instantly fusing together. Success. He was overjoyed. He had been reborn again. After realizing this, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed his own situation. He found his primeval essence was being consumed, his wrists and body were bound by the white eyebrows. Looking again, oh, so it was at this time. Tai Xueleng's arrangements had already been activated. Guyue's entire body was bound by iron chains, unable to move. There was also a yellow talisman on his forehead. It was the demon suppression iron chain Gu as well as the flick bottom Gu. And that Master Tenshuru had also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white halo, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu with all his strength, attempting to exhaust all the primeval essence in Guyue's aperture. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Right now, he was bound by the white eyebrows and could not move. He could only exhaust his primeval essence and wait for a good opportunity. Under the effect of the flick bottom Gu, a yellow light flew out of Guyue's body. This yellow light was bigger than a fist but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated to the ground, revealing the blood skull Gu inside the yellow light. Blood skull Gu. After hundreds of years, I finally see you again. Master Tenshuru cried tears of joy, his expression extremely emotional. Guyue was so anxious that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do. He was tied up and could not move. Another yellow light was captured from the yellow talisman, landing on the ground and turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, two peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. It was the yin-yang rotation Gu. According to Fang Yuan's memories, Master Tenshuru was shouting, "Yin-yang rotation Gu. My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, I ruined it." Fang Yuan looked at Guyue's first generation. Sure enough, he was sitting on the ground, kicking his legs and screaming. His hair was disheveled. He had completely lost his composure. Wait a while more, the time is not far. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance. He did not make a move. The third yellow light was captured, landing on the ground. It was a scarlet-red Gu, translucent like a water ball. Fang Yuan's heart shook. Blood curtain skyflower Gu. It was this Gu that changed the situation, allowing Guyue's first generation to make a comeback. Blood curtain skyflower Gu was developed by Guyue's first generation. Fang Yuan did not recognize it before, but now he was very clear of its characteristics. Sure enough, immediately after, Guyue's first generation shouted, "Someone come quickly, kill this Gu worm." Several Gu masters heard this and immediately went forward to destroy this Gu. Buzz. With a soft sound, blood curtain skyflower reappeared in the world. The blood ball barrier isolated the inside from the outside. A portion of the people were outside the barrier while the others were inside the barrier. The blood barrier isolated the white brows, and Fang Yuan and the rest no longer fought with Master Tenshuru's primeval essence. They were freed and regained their freedom. Master Tenshuru was obstructed by this barrier. He staggered to stand up and sneered. After some conversation, he could not attack the blood barrier and could only stop, asking, "What Gu is this?" Guyue's first generation said proudly, "Let me tell you, this is my exclusive fusion blood curtain skyflower Gu. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4, it can block rank 5 Gu's attacks. This Gu of mine is rank 5, its defense is even stronger. Water curtain skyflower Gu's owner cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower Gu can leave but not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out to chop off your dog head, ah." Master Tenshuru was furious and attacked again but failed again. After calming down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence and wait for the blood barrier to run out. The Gu masters saw that the blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai and were overjoyed. Feeling that their lives were saved, they started to flatter Guyue's first generation. Only Bai Ning Bing snorted coldly. Guyue's first generation asked for a large amount of yuan stone, and everyone generously contributed. Although Guyue's first generation was tied up and could not move, He could chew the yuan stone with his mouth and replenish his primeval essence at an extremely fast speed. Master Tenshiro saw this and shouted, "You bunch of fools! Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death." Everyone naturally did not believe him. Using such a low-level tactic to sow discord, aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, 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 this old scoundrel told us not to give, we have to give yuan stone even more. Chapter 201. Large amounts of yuan stone were sucked into Guyue's mouth and crushed. Bai Ningbing looked on coldly. But Fang Yuan moved. He did not look on coldly but made a different choice from before. First-generation ancestor, the situation is critical. I have the heavenly essence treasure lotus to offer. He was full of sincerity as he quickly walked over. His face was full of pity and helplessness, but he also seemed to have made up his mind. First-generation Guyue laughed loudly. Very good. You are indeed my descendant. Such filial piety makes me your ancestor happy. He had long wanted the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and had once sent a group of blade-winged blood bats to kill Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had escaped so quickly that he did not give him a chance. But at this moment he did not doubt it. First of all, he had not shed all pretenses of cordiality. He had once said that he had sent the blade-winged blood bats to protect Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to step forward and help White Eyebrow, helping first-generation Guyue to exhaust his inner yuan. This had made the hesitant people firm up their minds. Such a loyal and filial act was still vivid in first-generation Guyue's mind. Finally, the current situation was very clear. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on first-generation Guyue in order to defeat Master Tenshiro and save his life. First-generation Guyue did not believe that Fang Yuan would destroy his own strong support and attack him. Therefore, when Fang Yuan walked over, first-generation Guyue laughed continuously. With the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my chances of winning will increase by 20%. All of you move aside and let him in. Heavenly essence treasure lotus? Outside the blood shield, Master Tenshiro was stunned. He immediately shouted, "You must not." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Yuan walked to first-generation Guyue's side. First-generation ancestor, I have thought it through. You were the one who created the Guyue village. Only because of you can there be juniors like us. In the past you had such great achievements. Today you will lead the Guyue clan to glory. The heavenly origin treasure lotus should be used by our ancestor. His face was full of admiration and his tone was full of enthusiasm. Guyue nodded as he listened, thinking to himself, this young man is quite eloquent, but it's a pity that I still have to kill him for his blood later. But at this moment, Fang Yuan bent down and suddenly attacked. He grabbed hold of Guyue, and then channeled the strength in his waist. Taking advantage of the momentum, he shook his arms. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. The strength of two boars burst forth and with all his might, he fiercely threw. Shwa. As soon as Guyue arrived, he threw him out of the blood barrier. It was a deathly silence. Time seemed to stop at this moment. The wind outside was blowing gently. Guyue was smashed to the ground, his red hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was sluggish and he had yet to react. In front of him, less than 10 steps away, was Master Tenshiro. This old man was still angry, and anxious about Fang Yuan's contribution of the heavenly origin treasure lotus. He did not expect that the next moment, there would be such a major turn of events. He was also stunned and his eyes stared straight at Guyue. Guyue was his irreconcilable enemy, but at this moment, Master Tenshiro was stunned as if he was dreaming and did not move. Inside the blood barrier, everyone was like a statue, silent and motionless. Some people's mouths were wide open, enough to fit a fist. Some people's eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Even Bai Ningbing lost her composure, and looked at Fang Yuan with a sluggish expression. Only when a half-destroyed bamboo building inside the blood barrier could no longer hold on, and collapsed, did everyone wake up as if they had been electrocuted. Fuck. Someone opened his mouth and cursed. Fang Yuan, what stupid thing did you do? Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, his whole body trembling. First-generation ancestor. Someone tried to run out and pull Guyue back, but the blood-curtained skyflower blocked their way. Despicable little thief. How dare you lie to the ancestor? I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. First-generation Guyue reacted, lying on the ground and cursed. Ha ha ha. Among the panic-stricken crowd, someone laughed loudly. It was none other than Bai Ningbing. He laughed until tears came out and gave Fang Yuan a thumbs up. Interesting, really interesting. Fang Yuan, have you gone crazy? Fang Yuan, you framed the first-generation ancestor, you even schemed against the ancestor, are you still human? Why yeah, Fang Yuan, you must have been bribed by that white-haired old man. You spy traitor. Everyone was pointing fingers at him and the crowd was agitated. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I'm rank 3 peak stage, who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Right now, the rank 3 Gu masters in the blood barrier could be counted on one hand, and because of the earlier battle, their primeval essence was sparse. Yuan stone was also contributed and could not be replenished. As for the others, they were mostly mortals or rank 1 or rank 2 Gu masters. Without first-generation Guiyue, Fang Yuan could indeed look down on everyone in this blood barrier. Fang Yuan laughed and slowly bent down, picking up the 2 Gu from the ground. His left hand held the blood skull Gu, and his right hand held the yin-yang rotation Gu. These 2 Gu belonged to first-generation Guiyue, but right now they were covered in a layer of faint yellow light, sealed by the bottom of the talisman Gu, and could not respond to first-generation Guiyue's desperate calls. But this seal was also an obstacle to Fang Yuan. He needed to undo the seal before he could refine these 2 Gu worms. Forcefully breaking the seal would only lead to the destruction of these 2 Gu. This situation was different from the Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu. To activate the Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu, one had to crush it. After breaking the seal, one could use it. But Fang Yuan was not impatient. He knew what was going to happen next. Be it the Demon Suppression Iron Chain Gu or the bottom of the Talisman Gu, they were both contaminated by the Blood Frenzy Gu, and were about to turn into blood water and die. Ah, my good senior brother, to think you would have such a day. Hand over your life. Master Tenshuru roared and rushed to the sky, attacking fiercely towards first-generation Guiyue. First-generation Guiyue was bound by the Demon Suppression Iron Chain Gu, and could not move, becoming a human target and could only passively take a beating. He cursed in pain and struggled with all his might. Suddenly the iron chain turned into a pool of blood water, and he regained his freedom, flying towards the blood barrier. There was a loud bang. Without a doubt he was blocked by the blood barrier. This Blood Curtain Skyflower Gu was personally refined by him, and was his proudest invention. It had outstanding defense, and once used it could not be moved and could not be closed. To him it could only be used and could not be entered. Little bastard, you will die a horrible death. First-generation Guiyue's grievance and his hatred towards Fang Yuan could not be washed away no matter how much water he poured into the heavens. Master Tenshuru naturally chased after him, laughing madly. First-generation Guiyue could only give up on the blood barrier, and turn to resist Master Tenshuru. He had chewed large amounts of Yuan stone earlier, and had considerable primeval essence. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could stabilize his footing. First-generation ancestor, do your best. First-generation Lord, we will cheer for you. Ancestor, you are our only hope. The battle between the 2 rank 5 experts attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze and looked at Bai Ningbing. The current situation was like a battle between 2 tigers, and he, Fang Yuan, was only a rabbit. Whether it was Master Tenshuru or first-generation Guiyue, they were all sly and cunning people. The possibility of both of them being injured, and him gaining an advantage, was too small. No one was stupid, and neither of them were hot-headed because of a fierce battle. Moreover, this blood barrier could only provide temporary safety. Once the blood barrier's effect wore off, everyone inside, including himself, would definitely be killed by first-generation Guiyue and Master Tenshuru. He had just been reborn once, and the spring-autumn cicada was once again in a weakened state, and could not be used again. The only thing he could do now was to strengthen himself as much as possible. He would do his best to fight for a chance of survival. Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind. But in this plan there was one person who played an important role. This person was Bai Ningbing. The self-destruction of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique would be a huge influence on the battle. Especially when the 2 strong people outside the blood barrier continued to exhaust each other. But how could he persuade Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing felt it and also looked back at Fang Yuan. In the crowd they looked at each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe with black hair and black eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a demonic smile. I have a temporary solution to the 10 extremes and can bring you back to life. He said his first sentence. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Of course he wanted to live. What method? Fang Yuan changed the topic. But this method's success rate is not high, and has a high chance of failure. But these words made Bai Ning Bing even more convinced. Immediately after, Fang Yuan said his third sentence, only to hear him say, "But I think even if you fail, it will make your final moments incomparably exciting." Bai Ning Bing's heart thumped. Fang Yuan used 3 sentences to strike the deepest part of his heart and convinced him. He was a smart person, and after thinking for a while, he asked, "Then what do I need to do?" Fang Yuan's smile widened, and at this moment, the core-sucking goo also turned into a pool of blood water. The blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo seals disappeared, and just as they were about to fly away, Fang Yuan grabbed them tightly. He used the spring autumn cicada's aura, and these 3 goo were only rank 4 and immediately submitted. Chapter 202. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop, the enemy is right in front of us, how can there be internal strife? Quickly stop or else. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan was ruthless again, killing another clansman. www.see read.net, I will only kill Guyu clansmen, those who are not involved step down. Otherwise I will slaughter all of you. Fang Yuan roared. Everyone was shocked and retreated. They did not expect Fang Yuan to be so crazy. Fang Yuan has gone crazy. He has lost his mind, let's attack together. That's right, if this continues we will not be able to wait for the first generation to defeat the enemy, we will all be killed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was like a hornet's nest, the crowd was agitated, but no one dared to attack immediately. Many people were roaring and shouting. Haha, interesting. Bai Ning Bing suddenly laughed and suddenly attacked, killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ning Bing, you. The person who died was a Bai clansman. Not good, Lord Bai Ning Bing has also gone crazy. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan's gaze focused as he looked at Bai Ning Bing. He did not expect him to have such a change. Bai Ning Bing laughed maniacally, since you can kill clansmen, I will naturally not be weaker than you. Since the situation is already over, no matter what the result is, the casualties are too heavy. Bai village can no longer be a village. The only clan leader who has helped me is also dead, so I might as well kill him as well for the fun of it. Hehehe, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and his figure flashed as he began his massacre. These clansmen were going to die anyway, so he might as well let them die in his own hands, and increase the aptitude of Fang Yuan and not Guyue's generation. How could these people in the blood barrier be a match for Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing's combined forces? Especially Bai Ning Bing, who was close to death, his strength was very strong and he killed many more than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stabbed him from behind and drew his blood. After killing 100 people, the blood skull goo reached its limit, the surface of the crystal skull became bright red. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating the blood skull goo above his head. The skull opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of fragrant blood, drenching Fang Yuan from head to toe. Fang Yuan enjoyed this, he breathed in deeply and enjoyed everything. He had black hair and a black robe and his entire body was bathed in blood. He was like a devil from hell that had come into being. When the surrounding people saw this, they were all frightened out of their wits and howled miserably. My aptitude has really improved. Fang Yuan's aptitude was originally C grade 44%, but because of the man-beast life burial goo, it dropped to 43%. But now that the blood spring had seeped into his body and filled his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%. It reached 53%. It really is a good treasure. No wonder Guyue treasures it as much as his own life. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction before starting a new massacre. The two of them stirred up a storm of blood within the blood barrier. It was a bloodbath. Fang Yuan, you crazy bastard. Guyue coldly rushed over. Fang Yuan dodged her attack, then raised the chainsaw golden centipede and slashed. The young girl was split into 2. Fang Yuan, spare us, we are your uncle and aunt. Guyue Dong too and his wife knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Fang Yuan sneered and waved his left hand. The blood moon blade flew out and 2 heads fell to the ground. The blood skull goo took the blood of Guyue's clansmen and condensed it into a blood spring essence, watering Fang Yuan again. I'm enjoying this. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He felt a warm flow of air flowing through his body, making him feel refreshed and rejuvenated. His aptitude rose by another 10%, reaching 63%. A Gu master's aptitude was C grade at 4 or 5, B grade at 6 or 7, and A grade at 6 or 7. At this moment, Fang Yuan officially left C grade and became B grade. But, my cultivation has fallen? Fang Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze solemn. Fang Yuan's aptitude rose to B grade, but his cultivation fell from rank 3 to rank 2. It was strange. In Guyue's generation, the cultivation did not fall and the aptitude increased. Why did this happen to Fang Yuan's body? This is troublesome. It should be the stone aperture Gu. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He, Fang Yuan, had used the stone aperture Gu to squeeze out his aperture's potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull Gu irrigated the blood spring essence, increasing the aperture's potential and raising Fang Yuan's aptitude. Without a doubt, these two Gu were in conflict. But the blood skull Gu was rank 4 while the stone aperture Gu was rank 3. The blood skull Gu was above the stone aperture Gu, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to change from stone to light membrane. But the effect of the stone aperture Gu was also disappearing. It even started to reduce Fang Yuan's cultivation. Fang Yuan did not expect such a change in such a short period of time. But Bai Ningbing was getting stronger and stronger, he slaughtered in all directions. Fang Yuan did not have to worry and did not take the initiative to attack, continuing to take his clansman's bloodline. Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's generation saw his clansmen being slaughtered and flew into a rage, roaring continuously, but there was nothing he could do. He had inherited his bloodline and waited for hundreds of years, wanting to kill his own bloodline to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, it was all for someone else's benefit. This kid, he is so ruthless at such a young age. His demonic nature is even deeper than his ancestors. Master Tenshuru saw this and was inwardly shocked. The slaughter continued. 4 to 6 hours later. Fang Yuan's cultivation fell to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to light membrane, able to recover primeval essence. He had drenched himself in blood for close to 10 times, and as time went on the effect became worse. The first 2 to 3 times, it was still a 10% increase, but towards the end it increased by a few points. However, his aptitude had skyrocketed from the original C grade 43% to 90%. 90% aptitude is a grade aptitude. In my 500 years of my previous life, I relied on luck to raise my C grade aptitude to B grade after 200 years. To think that this was a blessing in disguise, directly raising my aptitude to a grade. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, inwardly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped killing and walked over. What should we do next? Inside the blood barrier, only the two of them were left. Where is this? His eyes were blurry and he could only see a blurry figure in front of him. At the same time his whole body was sore and he had a splitting headache. His last memory was in the wilderness of the 3 clans competition. The sky was filled with iron-beak flying cranes and everyone around him was running away. He was wearing the moon raiment, but he was surrounded by flying cranes. In the midst of the battle, a flying crane pecked at his forehead. He fainted immediately and rolled down the cliff. You are the old man on the back of the crane? When he saw the person in front of him clearly, Fang Jing was so shocked that he struggled to get up, but he fell down halfway. Lad, you still want to run away in front of me, Master Tenshuru? Master Tenshuru stroked his beard and sneered. He looked at Fang Jing from head to toe and said, Speaking of which, I am your savior. If not for me you would have frozen to death. I advise you not to move recklessly, don't blame me if you fall down. Fang Jing looked around him and was instantly shocked. The surrounding clouds were floating, and he was lying on the back of the giant crane. He was high up in the sky and he was walking in the sky. Who are you? Where are you taking me? Fang Jing exclaimed. I am Master Tenshuru, and I naturally have to return to Central Continent. Central Continent. Fang Jing shouted in shock. There was less than a third of the bamboo raft left, and a large amount of river water rose up, covering the feet, and it was about to sink. Damn it, Could it be that even a rank 5 Gu master can't kill me, but I am going to die in the hands of these puny shuttle swordfish? Bai Ningbing sighed. With another wave of attack, the bamboo raft would definitely collapse, and they would definitely die if they fell into the water. However, the shuttle swordfish group's attack had yet to arrive, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath, her heart on edge. We've reached the shore. The shuttle swordfish group won't swim to the shallow waters. Off. We are temporarily safe. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his body extremely sore and limp. These days he had not slept or rested, controlling the sails and constantly adjusting the direction of the bamboo raft. He had almost reached the limit of his stamina. Bai Ningbing also fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air. Her white robe was dyed red with blood, and there were dozens of injuries on her body. Fortunately, she had battle talent, and with the bamboo raft to reduce the shuttle swordfish's momentum, she only suffered light injuries. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing and immediately felt pain on his body. He was also injured and blood flowed out continuously. The canopy goo had only been activated for a few minutes, and the primeval sea in his aperture had completely dried up. Without protection, his body of flesh and blood naturally could not resist the shuttle swordfish. His original plan was to drift for another day. But there are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky, and people have their ups and downs. Plans can never keep up with changes, and there was still a distance to Baigu Mountain, but Fang Yuan had to reach the shore now. The sails had already lost their use, and Fang Yuan used all his strength to steer the bamboo raft away from the reefs, and stranded on a beach. The two waded through the water, stepping on the soft sand, and reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her injuries and sat down. Her face was pale. If this goes on, we will definitely lose too much blood and it bodes ill. What goo worms do you have that can heal me? Quickly take them out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Where would he get a healing goo? "5 to 6 days ago, Tai Xueling had an intense battle with Guyue, and even before his death he was still worried about his daughter's safety, and sent out the giant mountain puppet Gu and iron hand grappling Gu. The giant mountain puppet Gu was like a bronze mask, covering Tai Ruanan's face and protecting her. The iron hand grappling Gu turned into a giant hand, and brought her far away from Qingmao Mountain. Not long after, these two Gu worms that were contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu turned into blood water. Tai Ruanan rushed back to Qingmao Mountain like a madwoman. But on the way she met with danger and was surrounded by beast groups. At the moment of danger, Tai clan's reinforcements arrived. Tai Xueling was a prudent person, and as a precaution he had already sent a letter to the clan asking for reinforcements. Tai Ruanan received the help of the reinforcements and rushed back here. But she saw the whole mountain covered in ice and snow, freezing all life, and there was no news of her father. He was completely missing. She and the Tai clan reinforcements searched for several days, and finally had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Divine Investigator was dead and her father was dead. Chapter 207. Lord Divine Investigator died in battle. This is the glory of the Tai clan men. Lady Ruanan, please restrain your grief. A young Gu master behind her consoled. On the snowy ground, Tai Ruanan knelt, her cries weakening. Her shoulders trembled and her hands were clenched. The white snow melted into water in her hands. The young Gu master frowned, continuing, "These days we have investigated the entire battlefield. We found some traces left by humans, and a small number of survivors escaped from this battlefield. Lord Divine Investigator's letter mentioned about the Blood Sea inheritance. I am very worried now. Is there that demonic Gu master who inherited the Blood Sea inheritance among these survivors?" Tai Ruanan heard this and stopped crying. She stood up from the cold snowy ground. A gust of cold wind blew, but her haggard face showed determination. The hatred of father's killer is irreconcilable. Regardless of whether this demonic Gu master is alive or not, we need to follow the traces and track him down. How did father die and who killed him? I must get to the bottom of this. The young girl's voice was hoarse, but as she spoke, her gaze brightened and her tone was firm. The young Gu master heaved a sigh. Tracking and searching must be done. Our Tai clan's people cannot die without knowing the reason. However, Lady Ruanan, you don't need to go. Before coming here, the clan leader instructed us to bring you safely back to the village. Tai Ruanan stared. What? Don't even think of chasing me away. The young Gu master smiled, looking at the sky. In the azure sky there were a few white clouds. Tai Ruanan wanted to argue, but her pupils shrunk. You? Before she finished, her eyes closed and she collapsed on the snowy ground, falling into a deep sleep. Gui. The young Gu master spoke. Yes. I order your group to escort Lady Ruanan back. Yes. Gui hesitated. Then what about you, young master? Me. I will naturally follow the Yellow Dragon River and continue my pursuit. The young Gu master smiled proudly. The Yellow Dragon River surged, the wind blew. Hundreds of six-legged crocodiles climbed onto the shoal, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling a heavy psychological pressure. If it was before, she wouldn't care about this crocodile group at all. A single ice blade storm would be enough to deal with him. But now, she only had the Sky Canopy Gu and the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and also did not have the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes scanned the surroundings as she cursed. It's all your fault for choosing such a good place. There are 3 cliffs here, how are we going to escape in such a hurry? Why are you panicking? This was only a group of 100 beasts, not a group of 1,000. If it's 1,000 beasts horde, we'll definitely die. But there's still a chance of survival for the 100 beasts. We can fight them. Fang Yuan quickly put away his clothes, metal rack and metal pot, and retreated behind Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan's confident look made Bai Ningbing feel slightly assured. What are you looking at? Hurry up and fight. Fang Yuan glanced at her and urged, why else would I lend you the Gu worms? Don't forget the Jianghu is with me. Bastard. Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, her heart filled with anger as she cursed. She did not know if she was cursing the 6-legged crocodiles or Fang Yuan or both. But no matter what, she held the Chainsaw Golden Centipede and charged forward. Buzz buzz buzz. The silver-edged saw spun wildly, and the rank 3 Gu's violent aura spread out, causing the 6-legged crocodiles to stop their charge. A bunch of ugly worms. Bai Ningbing sneered, charging forward and slashing fiercely. A 6-legged crocodile's back was hit, and with a miserable cry, sparks flew as it was cut into 2. Blood splattered on Bai Ningbing's face and clothes. Bai Ningbing did not retreat but advanced instead. She was not someone who did not know how to adapt. After gaining an advantage with that attack, she immediately changed her battle method. The centipede's tail stabbed into the beach, and then its body shrunk, and its sawtooth suddenly whipped up. The 6-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut open, and blood and internal organs spurted out. One by one, 6-legged crocodiles fell to the ground, and Bai Ningbing went on a killing spree. At this rate, the crocodile horde is not a threat. It seems that my true threat is not this beast horde but Fang Yuan. The situation was good, and Bai Ningbing could not help but have other thoughts. The Jianghu was in Fang Yuan's hands, causing Bai Ningbing to be cautious, and had no choice but to listen to Fang Yuan. But he was a Bai clan genius, proud and arrogant. How could he resign himself to fate? If I kill Fang Yuan, will I be able to get that Jianghu? Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light, and a thought appeared in her mind. But the moment this thought appeared, it was immediately dispelled. She understood Fang Yuan like she understood herself. With Fang Yuan's personality, he was as hard as steel, ruthless and meticulous. Even if he really died, he would definitely destroy the Jianghu. This was 100% and there was no other possibility. Moreover, I don't have any Gu worms on me. Whether it is the Sky Canopy Gu or the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, they are all his. No matter what, I have to get my own Gu worm. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, and he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Bai Ningbing's movements were slightly hesitant, and the light in her eyes was seen by him. Towards Bai Ningbing's thoughts, Fang Yuan was clear. Fang Yuan was not surprised and even understood Bai Ningbing. If it was him, he would have the same thoughts. Both of them were arrogant people. How could they be willing to be manipulated by others? However, the situation is stronger than the person, so what if he is a genius? Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan was confident. With such a huge weakness in his hands, Bai Ningbing was like a butterfly in a spider's web. Struggling a little at the beginning was expected and was inevitable. But in the end she would fall into his hands, recognize reality, and be tamed by him, becoming a useful chess piece. The battle continued. Large numbers of six-legged crocodile corpses fell on the shoal. Bai Ningbing was panting, sweating profusely, and her attacks slowed down. She did not have enough stamina. Strength had always been her weakness. When she fought with Fang Yuan in the past, she was at a disadvantage because of Fang Yuan's strength of 2 boars. Now that she had fought for more than an hour, her stamina was running out. After all, she did not sleep or rest, and floated on the bamboo raft for 5 days and 5 nights. The rest and reorganization from before was too short. What made it even more difficult for her to talk about and irritate her were the 2 lumps on her chest. Every time she moved, these 2 burdens would move, and she was not used to it. Fang Yuan, are you still not going to make a move? She panted heavily, shouting. As she spoke, she dodged a 6-legged crocodile's attack, and used her sore knees to stand up. Fang Yuan's voice was cold. Once I make a move, I will attract the 6-legged crocodiles. Do you want me to die? If I die, you will not get the Jianghu. 3 6-legged crocodiles surrounded her, and Bai Ningbing had to retreat a few steps. She was so tired that she almost fainted. Her stamina had reached its limit, and her eyes were dim. The chainsaw golden centipede was extremely heavy, and kept pulling her towards the ground. She gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan, if I die, can you still live? Don't worry, I'm behind you. Fang Yuan was calm, leaning on the cliff. He willed, and the blood moon goo flew out of his palm towards Bai Ningbing. Catch it, use it well. The blood moon goo originated from the moonlight goo, and Bai Ningbing was very familiar with it. She immediately used it, shooting out several bright red moon blades, and immediately stabilized the dangerous situation. But good times did not last long. Although Bai Ningbing managed to catch her breath, the primeval essence in her aperture was gradually running out. Chapter 208. Ordinary rank 3 Gu masters would use guerrilla tactics to deal with beast groups, continuously using yuan stones to recover primeval essence in their aperture. It was not easy for Bai Ningbing to fight head-on and persevere until now. If a Gu master's primeval essence ran dry, their battle strength would plummet. Bai Ningbing started to turn her head around, looking at the cliff behind her to see if there was any possibility of escaping. When she saw Fang Yuan's leisurely expression, leaning against the cliff, she flew into a rage and scolded, Fang Yuan, I'm fighting with my life on the line and you're actually watching the show? Fang Yuan snorted, the former northern dark eye soul physique, the great Bai Ningbing, now you can't even deal with 100 beast group? Bai Ningbing was flustered and exasperated, if you have the guts, go. Fang Yuan sneered, if I had rank 3 cultivation, I would have exterminated this group of 6-legged crocodiles long ago, why would it be your turn? Bai Ningbing couldn't help but pant, she was fuming with anger. Fang Yuan said sternly, Bai Ningbing, I think you're used to being extravagant. You had the northern dark eye soul physique before, so your primeval essence recovery was very fast. Now that it has fallen to a grade 90%, if you still use it like before, you will naturally not have enough primeval essence. Outstanding Gu masters use their primeval essence bit by bit, never abusing it. Next, you will fight according to my instructions. Your battle tactics are too crude, you need to be more meticulous. Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, my battle tactics aren't meticulous? Do you know how many times I've been praised by the clan leader and elders, that I am number 1 in battle tactics in the Bai clan? What's there to compare with a bunch of mortals? You listen to me carefully. Bai Ningbing sneered, but Fang Yuan continued to speak. His voice inevitably floated into Bai Ningbing's ears. At first she didn't care, but gradually her expression started to change. From disdain to solemnity and finally to solemnity. Fang Yuan's words could be said to be pearls of wisdom, every sentence incisive and profound. This was the summary of his 500 years of experience from his previous life, the essence accumulated over time. How could Bai Ningbing not be shocked by this little brat? No, little girl. Fang Yuan had lived for 500 years in his previous life. He was old and wise. Even Guyue's generation or Master Tenshuru's experience couldn't compare. These 2 old monsters seemed to have lived for close to 1,000 years, but most of their time was spent in deep sleep, struggling at death's door. The real activity time was at most 200 to 300 years. If it was any other time, Bai Ningbing would just listen to Fang Yuan's guidance. She was proud and arrogant, so no matter how shocked she was, she would not do it. However, now that she was facing the pressure of the crocodiles, her body involuntarily followed the instructions, and she immediately received immediate results. The six-legged crocodiles died one after another, but her condition was getting better and better. Even though she did not have much primeval essence and stamina left, after using them wisely, she reduced the number of unnecessary attacks and increased the effectiveness of her attacks, allowing her primeval essence and stamina to slowly recover in battle. After 15 minutes, more than half of the six-legged crocodiles were dead, and more than 200 corpses had fallen. They finally stopped attacking and started to retreat. Following that, a huge figure slowly rose from the river. It bared its teeth, which were as sharp as blades. Its yellow vertical pupils reflected by Ning Bing's figure, emitting a cold killing intent. This was the king of the six-legged crocodiles. 100 Beast King Crocodile King. Different from the other six-legged crocodiles, this crocodile king's body was bigger, like a yak. It did not walk on 6 legs but only used 2 of its hind legs to walk. It walked like a human, but its back was as thick as a bear's. A crocodile tail covered in scales dragged a deep mark on the beach. The other 4 legs were in the shape of claws, which could be called 4 arms. Its arms were thick and its muscles were as hard as stone. Bai Ning Bing could not help but smile bitterly. If she fought this 100 Beast King alone, she would have a chance of winning. But now, after the intense battle, her remaining stamina and primeval essence were severely lacking. It would be hard to deal with this 100 Beast King that was in perfect condition. But at this time, Fang Yuan's voice came from behind, "Take it." A ray of blue and white light shot into her aperture. It took the form of a lotus and planted itself at the bottom of her aperture. Immediately, her primeval sea started to rise rapidly. Bai Ning Bing was surprised and happy. "What goo is this?" "Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus." Fang Yuan answered. "So this is the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. No wonder even Guyue's generation wanted it." Bai Ning Bing exclaimed before scolding, "If you had such a goo, why didn't you lend it to me earlier?" Fang Yuan laughed, saying to himself, "Fortunately, this crocodile king is only at 100 beast level. Remember, its weakness is the white skin on its chest." Saying so, his body flickered and like a ripple of water, his figure gradually disappeared. He activated the stealth scales goo. Crafty and treacherous. Bai Ning Bing scolded Fang Yuan in her heart, before concentrating on the crocodile king. On its chest, there was indeed a piece of white skin, but it was only the size of a wash basin. It was also faintly protected by its 4 claws. How could it be easy to hit there? How? The crocodile king roared and charged towards Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing could only rely on herself, and after dodging the attack, she swung her arm. The chainsaw golden centipede smashed into the crocodile king's back. Sparks flew and the chainsaw golden centipede bounced up, almost knocking Bai Ning Bing down. There was a white mark on the crocodile king's back, but other than that, it was unharmed. Whoosh! It swung its crocodile tail and the wind blew. Bai Ning Bing only saw a black whip in front of her, thick and long. She had no time to dodge and could only activate the sky canopy goo. With a muffled sound, she was sent flying for over 10 meters, before crashing into a sturdy cliff. Bai Ning Bing sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. The sky canopy goo was a rank 3 goo with outstanding defense, but it could not cushion the impact. Bam bam bam. The crocodile king moved its 2 thick legs, creating deep pits on the beach as it charged towards Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing's eyes shone, but she did not move as she looked at the crocodile king charging towards her. The dense forest stretched out, the distant mountains were indistinct, and the depths of the forest were shrouded in darkness. No one knew what dangers or ferocious beasts were living here. Chirp chirp chirp, a strange cry, unknown whether it was the cry of a bird or an ape, entered the 2's ears. The 2 looked at each other, knowing that the dense forest in the wilderness was filled with danger. Especially at night, there was not enough light. Entering the forest at this time was even more dangerous than during the day. But they had no other choice. "Let's go." Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing gritted her teeth, and could only drag her extremely tired body and walk in front, opening the path for Fang Yuan. These trees were at least 4 meters tall. Near the river, it was filled with moisture, and the ground was softer than the mountain soil. The warm and humid weather caused the moss to flourish, covering the ground, rocks, and attached to the tree trunks. The deeper they went, the darker the light became and the colder it became. Fang Yuan was still fine, but Bai Ningbing could not help but shiver. She had just fought an intense battle and her entire body was drenched in sweat. Now that the coldness invaded her body, she naturally felt even colder. "I say, set up the stove later, let's warm ourselves up," Bai Ningbing said as she explored the path in front. Her voice floated in the dense forest, making the dense forest even more quiet. "Warm ourselves up?" Hee. Fang Yuan laughed. "Don't you think this dense forest is too quiet? Let's stop and take a good look at the trees in front." Bai Ningbing's footsteps slowed down and she looked ahead. The trees in front were short and strong, their roots were coiled like snakes, extending into a stretch. At the end of every branch there were vines like green pythons, either coiling around each other or hanging on the ground. The ends of the vines were like Venus flytraps, or like two open shells of clams, waiting for the arrival of their prey. Beast trap tree. Bai Ningbing thought of what the academy taught and recognized this tree. This tree ate meat as food, and every branch softened into a vine with only 2 leaves. The leaves were wide and large, and when they opened they looked like a giant mouth. Once a prey approached, the vines would pounce like a snake, and the leaves would snap shut, swallowing the prey in one mouthful. Then it would secrete acid and spend tens of days or even months, slowly absorbing the prey. Bai Ningbing counted, there were at least 30 to 40 beast trap trees in front of her. The distance between each tree was long and between them were ordinary trees. This is a beast trap forest, no wonder it is so quiet and lacking in life. But it doesn't matter, I can use the strength of a rank 3 gu to forcefully open a path, Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan shook his head. What we want now is a safe campsite. I think this beast trap forest is very good. After we pass through this forest, we might not be able to find a safer place to spend the night in the dense forest. Bai Ningbing heard this and her eyes widened. Here? Beast trap forest, it's still safe? Fang Yuan glanced at her but did not explain. Instead he turned around and went back the way they came. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. The Jianghu was with Fang Yuan, so she could only follow Fang Yuan back to that shallow beach. Fang Yuan chose 2 healthy crocodile corpses, and cut open their stomachs, removing their internal organs. After washing them, he dragged them into the forest. You are actually thinking of this. Bai Ningbing was also a smart person, and following them all the way here, she had already vaguely guessed Fang Yuan's goal. She could not help but feel amazed at Fang Yuan's ingenious thinking. Man is the spirit of all living beings and their intelligence is limitless. To survive, it is normal to think of some strange methods. Let's sleep here tonight, Fang Yuan said, and after explaining a few tricks, he went into the crocodile's stomach alone. Then he rolled inside, and the 6-legged crocodile's body smoothly approached a beast trap tree. Whoosh! The nearest vine immediately sprang out as fast as a shadow. 2 leaves opened wide, and after swallowing the crocodile's body, they firmly merged together. Then, the vine twisted and slowly lifted the heavy leaves to the top of the tree. Go to sleep, we still have to hurry tomorrow. The leaves on the top of the tree rustled and Fang Yuan's voice came out. Bai Ningbing was stunned on the spot, looking at this scene dumbfounded. After a while she came to her senses. The sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the area. The night wind blew gently, passing through the forest, making a whimpering sound. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and followed Fang Yuan's example, entering the crocodile's stomach and rolling to the beast trap tree. Almost at the next moment she felt an external force attacking her, causing the crocodile's body to shake violently. After another wave of shaking, she felt herself rising slowly. Finally the rising force stopped. Bai Ningbing was lying in the crocodile's stomach, and the crocodile was lying flat on the leaves. She looked outside and through the gaps between the leaves she could see the stars in the sky. The surroundings were quiet, and the stars were bright, as if mischievous children were winking at her. The sky is full of stars, our luck is not bad, tomorrow will be a good day. Fang Yuan's voice came from outside. Bai Ningbing didn't reply. She shifted her body to make herself more comfortable. But the ice-cold crocodile's body still gave her a chill. At the same time, a sweet smell entered her nose. Bai Ningbing was not surprised. According to Fang Yuan's instructions, this was the beast trap tree starting to secrete acid. But this acid needed at least 3 months to corrode the crocodile's body. Bai Ningbing hid in the crocodile's body, and was temporarily safe. Right, I should use the crocodile strength goo first, then rest. Bai Ningbing thought in her heart, but her eyelids were as heavy as a mountain and gradually closed. Almost instantly she fell into a deep sleep. She was too tired, first drifting for 5 days and 5 nights and then fighting with the crocodile group. In the battle, she surpassed the limits of her physical strength and dug out a portion of her potential. Maybe it was also because she had transformed into a female body, but Fang Yuan's intentional or unintentional pressure made her physically and mentally exhausted. Fang Yuan, however, did not sleep. He lay in the crocodile's body and called out Tusita flower, taking out some cotton clothes and cloak. He divided them into 2 parts, placing one under his body and the other on his body. Even though it was torturous, after this arrangement there was a sense of warmth. The crocodile's body seemed to have turned into a comfortable bed of leaves. Fang Yuan still had some energy left, so he closed his eyes and sank into his mind, activating his primeval essence to nourish his aperture. Although he did not have the liquor worm, which increased his primeval essence. But Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and with the help of his great aptitude, his nourishing time was greatly increased. His primeval sea surged, rising and falling like tides, and waves washed against the aperture's 4 walls. Every time he consumed a bit, it would be replenished immediately. Even if he nourished his aperture for an entire night, it would not be a problem to consume his primeval essence. But Fang Yuan did not do so. Nourishing his aperture could not replace sleep. After midnight, he stopped cultivating and closed his eyes to sleep. Chapter 210. The sun was high in the sky and the clouds were white. The sun shone on the earth and the yellow dragon river flowed. The dense forest beside the river formed a sea of green. On the treetops of the beast-trapping trees, vines climbed, and 8 or 9 leaf cages stood tall like clams. Suddenly one of the cages shook violently. Poof! A bright red crescent blade shot out from inside, piercing through the leaves. A young girl, wearing a light-colored robe and covered in a layer of white armor, came out of the leaf cage. She was agile and the tips of her feet tapped on the branches a few times. She leaped continuously and finally landed safely on the ground. It was Bai Ningbing. During the entire process, the beast-trapping tree did not move at all and was deathly still. Bai Ningbing looked at the beast-trapping tree and couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan's words yesterday. For any prey that escapes, the beast-trapping tree will not attack again. This is because any beast that escapes is not something that the beast-trapping tree can deal with. Although the beast-trapping tree has no intelligence, this evolved instinct makes it more adaptable to survival. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but sneeze. She rubbed her nose and looked around, sizing up the surroundings. In this beast-trapping tree forest, most of the tree crowns had leaf cages raised high like green shells. It seems that the smell of blood on the shore attracted many wild beasts. The beast-trapping tree had a good harvest last night. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she moved her limbs and shook her head. She slept very uncomfortably last night. The crocodile's corpse was hard and the night was cold. Although she was extremely tired, she woke up a few times from the cold. As a result, she had dark circles under her eyes, and her spirit was not good. But after a night of cultivation, her strength had recovered by more than half. At this moment, she purposely stood in a sunny place, and used the sunlight to dispel the cold in her body. Bai Ningbing, let me out. A voice came. It was Fang Yuan. He didn't need the earth communication ear grass to hear the commotion. Bai Ningbing looked at another beast-trapping tree. On the crown of this tree, the leaf cage that swallowed Fang Yuan was still in the same place. She smiled to herself but didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested, bathing in the sunlight and delaying on purpose. After more than a quarter of an hour, she shot out a blood-red crescent blade and cut the vines. The shell-like leaves bumped against the tree trunk and finally fell to the ground. Bai Ningbing slowly walked closer, activating a blood moon goo and cutting the leaves. Only then did Fang Yuan come out. Why are you so late? I woke up a long time ago and even cultivated for a while. Fang Yuan's face was ruddy and he was in high spirits. The clothes and cloak he had taken out last night had already been put away. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Fang Yuan's current state was out of her expectations. She had thought that Fang Yuan was like her, that he didn't sleep well, that he was cold and hungry. Thus, he deliberately delayed and tortured him a little more. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to be in such a good state. It's getting late. We still have to travel today. Let's eat first. Fang Yuan spat out the tusita flour and took out the coal, the iron frame, the iron pot, the water bottle, the dry biscuit, and the rest. He moved quickly and quickly cooked a pot of meat soup. Then he searched the area and picked a large bunch of tree mushrooms from the moss on the beestrap tree's trunk. These tree mushrooms were thin and shriveled, with a dark purple or black color. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan placing the tree mushrooms into the pot and questioned, "Wild plants can't be eaten carelessly, they might contain poison." "Yes, you're right." Fang Yuan nodded, "You can choose not to eat them." Bai Ningbing coldly laughed, "You're poisoned, I don't have any healing goo worms." Fang Yuan's face was indifferent as he took out a spoon and drank a big mouthful of the meat soup under Bai Ningbing's gaze. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Only when Fang Yuan drank 5 to 6 mouthfuls of the meat soup did she confirm that there was no danger in the soup. Taking the spoon and drinking, her eyes shone. This meat soup was much better than yesterday, it had a fresh taste. Her gaze moved to the tree mushrooms floating on the surface of the meat soup. Obviously the difference was because of this tree mushroom. She could not help but size up Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sitting on a rock, drinking soup and eating biscuits with his head lowered, looking spirited. Even though they slept in the same environment, when Bai Ningbing compared herself to this dispirited state, she could not help but feel a trace of admiration that even she did not want to admit. Of course, if she knew that Fang Yuan secretly took out his cloak and clothes to keep himself warm, she would definitely have a different feeling. Fang Yuan felt Bai Ningbing's gaze on him. But he did not raise his head, only smiling faintly, pretending not to notice and continuing to eat and drink. Ever since the battle on Qingmao Mountain, when Bai Ningbing took the initiative to save him, Fang Yuan could feel the pure demonic nature in her body. Demons are crazy, unreasonable, and stubborn on their own path. Bai Ningbing's demonic nature made Fang Yuan see the value in her. But Bai Ningbing was also a complicated person. On one hand, she was pure and immature. With a new life, the problem of the northern dark eye soul physique was temporarily solved. So she did not want to give up, loved life and was not willing to die. But on the other hand, her demonic nature was awe-inspiring, and she pursued excitement, so she had an unparalleled free and easy personality. She was not afraid of death, and if death was exciting enough, she would definitely die calmly. Such a person was like a young dragon, full of curiosity towards the world, untamed and wild. She had her own path, her own ambition and aspiration. Bai Ningbing had not grown into a demon, and could only be considered a demon child. But she was a true demon, and her path could not be changed, and her direction could not be changed, and it was even more impossible to make her submit. True demons were only loyal to themselves, and worshipped in the darkness alone, walking their own path. True demons could respect others, but they could never submit to others. True demons were their own kings, supreme and unsurpassed. Fang Yuan understood Bai Ningbing because Fang Yuan understood himself. He knew that Bai Ningbing would never submit to him, but not submitting did not mean that he could not subdue her. Not being able to change her path did not mean that he could not make use of her. If Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation, he naturally would not need Bai Ningbing. But now he was only rank 1 initial stage and Bai Ningbing's value was very high. But to subdue her and make use of her, he needed to spend some effort. Bai Ningbing was intelligent and proud and could not be forced. He could only use some small matters or external forces to slowly grind away at her character. Secretly taking out some clothes to keep warm was not because Fang Yuan was petty. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing purposely delayed, Fang Yuan did not pursue the matter, but it was not because he was magnanimous. To subdue Bai Ningbing it will take a long time. But there is no need to be anxious, let's take it slow, I also need time to recover my cultivation. After the two had their fill, it was already noon. The ground was filled with the footprints of wild beasts. They continued their journey, with Bai Ningbing leading the way. They walked towards the southeast direction of the forest. The deeper they went, the taller the trees in the forest. Earlier, the beast-trap trees were only 3 to 4 meters tall, but gradually trees that were 5 to 6 meters tall appeared. Occasionally, a 7 to 8 meter tall tree king would appear, like a crane among a flock of chickens. Of course, there were also withered tree trunks that fell to the ground covered with thick moss. Or at certain joints there were small green sprouts. Or there were broken trees that were split into two by lightning, displaying the might of heaven and earth. These huge creatures grew densely here, covering the sky and covering the sun. The deeper they went, the colder they felt. The strong sunlight was blocked by the lush leaves that formed the walls, and could only pass through a small gap, allowing some mottled light and shadows to enter. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled, the light and shadows swayed, like shattered gold. The forest was not peaceful. Occasionally they would see deer, foxes, rabbits and other animals scurrying about. Most of them were birds, all kinds of birds, some in groups of 3 to 5, some in groups, either flying in the sky or standing on the branches and leaves, competing with each other's voices. Occasionally the roar of a tiger could be heard from afar. The two of them walked and stopped at times, relying on the earth communication eargrass. Fang Yuan avoided many dangers. But some places could not be avoided, and they had to rely on Bai Ningbing's battle strength to force their way through. Rank 3 cultivation was enough to deal with the normal problems in the wild. Night fell again and Fang Yuan found a safe campsite. This was a rocky hill. Bai Ningbing was extremely tired. Even if it was a hard rock, she would fall asleep the moment she laid down. When she woke up the next day, her whole body felt uncomfortable, and her head could not move properly, evidently suffering from a stiff neck. Moreover, her sneezing became more frequent, evidently the cold had entered her body. Fang Yuan saw this but continued on his way. The two of them walked very slowly because they lacked a movement goo. Previously, Fang Yuan had the thousandly earthwolf spider, while Bai Ningbing had the white form immortal snake goo. They were both goo used for transportation and both were rank 5. Unfortunately, one died and the other escaped. But Fang Yuan was not impatient, his cultivation was weak, and he needed time to cultivate. Every day he would travel in the day and even if it was time to rest he would make use of every minute and second, cultivating non-stop. At night he would usually cultivate deep into the night. A few days later Bai Ningbing fell sick, catching a cold. Her head was dizzy, her battle strength fell sharply, and her whole body heated up. Fang Yuan could only stop and take out the Tusita flower's medicinal herbs, giving them to her. He also applied some ointment on her body. It was burning hot and could remove the moisture in her body. After resting for 6 days, Bai Ningbing finally recovered. This illness was a huge blow to her head. During this period, there were a few times when she was dizzy, her limbs weak, and she could not even apply the ointment. In the end, it was Fang Yuan who helped her. If not for Fang Yuan, I might not have survived. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart after recovering. Even if she was extremely unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. In the past, her tone was firm and her mouth was fierce. But after this incident, her words became less and she was often silent. Sometimes they would travel for half a day without speaking a word. Her words became less and naturally Fang Yuan's authority increased. In this way he slowly became the leader of the two. Chapter 211. 8th segment. Xian Yuan Divine Chicken. Time passed. Half a month later, Bai Ningbing had lost a lot of weight, but her whole body exuded a vigorous aura. She was even more spirited, her blue eyes looking around and from time to time a bright light flashed. No doubt she had adapted to this wandering life, and learned many things from it. Fang Yuan was clear. Although Bai Ningbing was quiet, it did not mean she admitted defeat. She had a strong will in her heart, learning seriously and trying hard to adapt. Occasionally she would give some rebuttals, although shallow they were no longer immature. Fang Yuan could feel that Bai Ningbing was improving every day. But this situation was not out of his expectations. It was not easy to subdue Bai Ningbing. Any true demon had a strong will to resist. Under the hot sun, the two hid in the bushes, carefully observing this valley. In the valley there was a huge crocodile sleeping soundly. This was a lava crocodile. It was the size of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster, and was 10 meters long. What was especially eye-catching were the 2 protrusions on its back, as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcanoes, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This lava crocodile is a 1000-beast king. The risk of killing it is too high. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. On the 1000-beast king's body, there was a wild rank 3 goo worm. Together with the beast king's strong physique, even a rank 3 peak stage goo master would have a hard time winning one-on-one. Riches come from danger. It is not easy to find a crocodile in the forest. The crocodile strength goo needs crocodile meat to feed, but it has already been consumed by more than half. Let's test it out first. Fang Yuan said. The lava crocodile group lived underground, and only the beast king had the ability to drill out of the ground to breathe in the fresh and moist air, and enjoy the scorching sun. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and stood up. Ever since she got the crocodile strength goo, she had been using it. Right now, her strength had increased greatly, but she was still a distance away from the power of a crocodile. The lava crocodile king was in a deep slumber. When Bai Ningbing was 50 steps away from it, it suddenly opened its scarlet gold eyes. Puchi. It slowly propped up its body, turned its head, and breathed out 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. Even after activating the sky canopy goo, she could still feel a scorching aura assaulting her. She didn't take out the chainsaw golden centipede. Instead, she swung her hand and shot out a blood-colored crescent blade. The third advancement moon blade hit the lava crocodile's back, slicing off a few pieces of its thick armor and successfully enraging the lava crocodile king. It aimed at Bai Ningbing, opened its huge mouth, and spat out a dark red lava fireball. The lava fireball was the size of a millstone. Bai Ningbing did not dare to receive it and dodged it. Boom. The lava fireball drew a trajectory in the air and smashed into the mountain rock. Amidst the sound of the explosion, rocks flew everywhere and flames flew everywhere. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky and gradually dissipated. At the location of the explosion, there was a huge crater. Dark red lava flowed inside and outside the crater, gradually cooling down. Rank 3 lava explosion goo. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and immediately understood in his heart. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan threw a rope from the mountain wall and pulled Bai Ningbing up. The lava crocodile king roared a few times but did not pursue. After Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures disappeared, it laid on the ground again, closing its eyes and enjoying the sunlight. This was because Bai Ningbing's attacks were mainly probing. The lava crocodile king did not feel that she was a threat. It only treated her as a wild beast that trespassed its territory and chased her away. This lava crocodile king has a total of 3 goo worms living in it. One is the lava explosion goo, one is the flame stomach goo, and the last is the accumulating ash goo. All 3 are rank 3 goo worms. Attack, defense, healing, the 3 most basic aspects are covered. After leaving the valley, Fang Yuan summarized on the way. Bai Ningbing frowned. She had personally probed earlier and knew that killing this crocodile king was extremely difficult, almost impossible. Forget about that lava explosion goo, the blood moon goo cannot break through the flame stomach goo's defense. We can only use the chainsaw golden centipede to fight in close combat. But if we break through the flame stomach like this, the chainsaw golden centipede will be crippled. These days we have used it to open a path, and its silver edges are already damaged. Even if we break through the flame stomach goo's defense, the lava crocodile king still has the accumulating ash goo to heal itself. Its stamina is definitely more than both of us combined, and we will definitely lose if we fight a long battle. More importantly, it can drill into the ground and return to its nest. We have no ability to stop it from returning. Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan nodded. Your analysis is reasonable, but I want to kill it even more. The accumulating ash goo feeds on ashes and is easy to raise. It is a very suitable healing goo worm for us. Goo worms are good, but we need to be alive to enjoy them. You may have the yang goo, but don't think of commanding me to risk my life to fight. Bai Ningbing snorted. We can't fight it with force, but we can outsmart it. If it were other wild beasts it would be fine. But with this lava crocodile king, we can attract other beast kings and cause them to fight, then we can reap the benefits. Fang Yuan said. He did not want to give up because of the difficulty. Creating a possibility from the impossible was his favorite thing to do. If it were other fierce beasts on the surface, unless they had just migrated, they would have their own territory. They knew each other's existence and there would be no hope of them fighting. But the lava crocodile king was different. Normally, it lived underground and would occasionally drill up to the surface to get some fresh air. It was like a fish in the deep sea jumping out of the sea. Its existence was not known by other beast kings. It could only be considered a stowaway. Other than beast kings like the lightning leakin, most beast kings did not have high intelligence. As long as a beast king was attracted, they would feel a threat to their lives and start fighting. By the time both of them were heavily injured, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would be able to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan's words made Bai Ningbing's eyes brighten. She nodded. We don't have a movement goo, this method is still risky. But compared to fighting the lava crocodile king, there is a higher chance of success. We can give it a try. Similar to human society, wild beasts also had their own territories. Powerful beast kings often led herds of beasts and occupied areas with abundant natural resources. Like humans forming a mountain village and occupying a spirit spring. Between forces there were bound to be borders. As long as they explored in other directions, they would naturally find something. For the next 5 days, Fang and Bai explored with the Lava Crocodile King as the center. The northwest direction was where they came from, so there was no need to explore further. Going around the valley in the southeast direction, they found a white ape beast group. The leader was an old white ape, a 1,000-beast king. The white ape's speed was very fast, and on the way they would be caught and surrounded by the white apes. Thus they immediately gave up on this plan. In the southwest direction, there was a rotting swamp with an overwhelming stench. This was the world of poisonous beasts. Venomous snakes coiled under the withered tree roots, fist-sized venomous bees fluttered around, and a black spider the size of a wash basin sat on a spider web that was as big as a piece of paper. From the center of the swamp, there was a frog's cry that sounded like thunder. Fang Yuan deduced that the master of this swamp was a healing goo, poison-swallowing frog. It was rank 4, small in size and fed on poison. If a goo master was poisoned, they could use it to swallow the poison, and it would have a healing effect. Its movement speed was not good, but to go deep into the swamp and lure it out was even harder. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not have a healing goo. If they were bitten by the poisonous beasts, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, it was very difficult to find a small poison-swallowing frog in such a huge swamp. The two finally found a beehive the size of a house in the northeast direction. Inside lived a terrifyingly large insect group, frenzy needle bees. This bee group was not to be trifled with. Once a frenzy needle bee becomes a goo, its stinger would have the ability to pierce. That is to say, even if Bai Ningbing used the sky canopy goo's white armor to protect herself, the rank 3 frenzy needle bees would still pierce through. The night wind howled. The wind entered the cave, causing the bonfire in the cave to flicker. This was a small mound and they found a cave inside. This cave's location was not ideal. Firstly, it was not facing away from the wind, and the wind blew straight into the cave, bringing with it a deep chill at night. Secondly, the roof of the cave was open like a patio, and one could see the stars in the night sky. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were silent, sitting around the bonfire. Fang Yuan was expressionless, while Bai Ningbing sighed in disappointment. We have explored the surroundings these days, and although your idea is good, there is no suitable target. It seems we can only give up on the Lava Crocodile King. Man proposes, God disposes. We do not have enough strength and can only rely on luck. Forget it, I wanted to raise the crocodile strength goo. But now it seems that killing the Lava Crocodile King is not realistic. We will set off tomorrow and continue towards Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan nodded helplessly. But at this time, suddenly the Lava Crocodile King's furious roar could be heard from outside. What's going on? It's that Lava Crocodile King. The two looked at each other and immediately walked out of the cave looking into the distance. They saw that in the valley rainbow lights were shining, and flames were rising, emitting an imposing aura. Chapter 212. About half an hour later, the Lava Crocodile King let out a final scream and went silent. Then Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing heard the sound of Xianyuan divine chickens pecking at their food. However, the Xianyuan divine pheasant had a huge appetite. One Lava Crocodile King wasn't enough to satisfy its appetite. That night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not sleep. After the screams of the Lava Crocodile King, they heard the wails of the white ape, the cries of the poison-swallowing frog, and the buzzing of the swarm of bees. Most importantly, it was the divine Xianyuan pheasant's resonant cry. At dawn, the Xianyuan divine rooster flew away. In the sky, it drew out a colorful rainbow of light. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing only dared to walk out of the cave when they saw the tail of the rainbow completely dissipate in the sky. The two of them arrived at the original valley. The valley was already beyond recognition and more than half of it had collapsed. The Lava Crocodile King's belly flipped up as it laid on the ground, dead as a doornail. Its belly was pecked open by the Xianyuan divine rooster, and its flesh and internal organs were all devoured. All that was left was a broken skeleton supporting the dark red crocodile skin. The two searched for a while. Soon they found pieces of red glass shards. This was the remains of the flame stomach goo. Evidently, the Lava Crocodile King activated the flame stomach goo's defense, but it was forcefully destroyed by the Xianyuan divine pheasant, causing the flame stomach goo to be destroyed. As for the other lava explosion goo and accumulating ash goo, they were nowhere to be seen. That was not surprising. Once the host died, the goo worms living on the wild beasts would leave on their own as if they had lost their home, roaming around again. The accumulating ash goo was an ideal healing goo. It was most suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. But things don't always go your way. Not getting the accumulating ash goo was within Fang Yuan's expectations. However, it wasn't as if they didn't gain anything. There was still some flesh left in the lava crocodile king's corpse. The Xianyuan celestial chicken had eaten a big portion, but it still left some leftovers for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing worked hard for the whole morning, cutting up the crocodile meat and storing it in the tusita flour. This crocodile meat is enough to feed the crocodile strength goo for another 3 months. Let's go check out other places. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing arrived at the territory of the white apes. Groups of white apes frolicked and played in the originally dense and flourishing forest. Broken trees were everywhere, and the white apes' severed limbs were mixed among them. Some old, weak and young white apes were guarding the corpses of their relatives. They were wailing, and the whole forest was filled with a sad and miserable atmosphere. Last night, the Xianyuan divine rooster had brought disaster to this group of thousands of white apes. Now there were only 200 or 300 of them left, and a few hundred Beast King-level white apes were injured. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. This is the moment when the white apes are at their weakest. Should we make a move? Fang Yuan stopped her. It wasn't that he pitied these white apes, but he knew that in a way the white apes were even more dangerous now. Soldiers who mourn are bound to win. Don't provoke these white apes. If you provoke them, they will attack furiously and won't rest until they kill us. Even though those 100 Beast Kings are injured, they're not something you can handle alone. Bai Ningbing heard this and glanced at Fang Yuan, giving up on the idea of making a move. The two arrived at the rotten swamp in the southwest direction. The swamp had become unrecognizable, turned upside down by the Xianyuan divine rooster. The living environment was greatly damaged, and the swamp's power was reshuffled. Although the divine rooster had flown away, the swamp was not peaceful. All kinds of poisonous creatures were fighting and running around. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood at the edge of the swamp, and in a short while they saw 3 battles from afar. One was a battle between 2 colorful poisonous snakes, and in the end one swallowed the other. But not long after, a scorpion the size of a crab came and killed the poisonous snake. The second battle was between a poisonous powder moth and a blue toad. The battle suddenly erupted, and the toad swallowed the moth into its stomach. But a moment later the moth suffocated in the toad's stomach, and the toad was also poisoned to death. The third battle was between a black spider the size of a basin rolling out of the mud. The surface of its body was covered with ants. After a while the ants won and devoured the spider. Seeing this chaotic scene, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Finally they arrived at the nest of the frenzy needle bees. The house-sized nest had already collapsed. The surroundings were quiet, not a single frenzy needle bee was left. The two walked closer. Soon a sesame-like fragrance entered Bai Ningbing's nose. She sniffed. What is this smell? It is the smell of a beehive. Frenzy needle bees do not make honey, but their beehive is an excellent goo refinement material. At the same time, it is also a type of food that can be eaten by humans. Fang Yuan said as he pried open a part of the beehive. The beehive fragment was dark yellow. Under Bai Ningbing's curious gaze, he placed the beehive into his mouth, crushed it in one bite, chewed a few times and swallowed it. The taste of the beehive reminded him of the taste of biscuits on earth, fragrant and crispy. But there was no doubt that this natural food was much better than biscuits. It had a hint of sweetness, but was not greasy at all, instead giving off a refreshing feeling. The taste is good. Bai Ningbing also pried open a piece and ate it, immediately feeling her mouth salivate. The sweet taste made her frown unconsciously relax. We are almost finished with our salted meat and biscuits. Why don't we collect some beehives and put them in your tusita flour? Bai Ningbing suggested. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, his expression somewhat worried. I have the same intention, but we need to move quickly. You are worried that the lava crocodile king and the white ape's corpse will attract other fierce beasts. Don't worry, there is no wind today. It will take some time to attract other wild beasts. This period of time is enough for us to squander. Bai Ningbing smiled. Fang Yuan shook his head, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Buzz buzz buzz, the sound of the swarm of bees flying rapidly reached their ears. Bai Ningbing followed the sound and looked at the sky. only to see a dark cloud formed by countless frenzy needle wasps. The python meat on its body had been devoured clean by other beasts, leaving only its bones. The ground was filled with its scales and the stream had changed its course. The surrounding trees were all broken and fallen. Fang Yuan observed carefully and his tone relaxed. That demonic goo master once fought with the green python here. This is 100 beast king level green python, and such an intense battle. It seems that this demonic goo master's cultivation is only rank 3. But even so, Fang Yuan did not want to meet this demonic goo master. He would rather deal with those unintelligent wild beasts or goo worms. An intelligent goo master would make full use of every bit of strength. A rank 3 demonic goo master to Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing was much more threatening than frenzy needle bees. But things did not go according to plan, and on that afternoon, the two found traces of the demonic goo master again. This demonic goo master is injured, there are pieces of flesh on the ground. It seems he was poisoned. Fang Yuan said. On Earth there were no pythons with poison. But in this world it was extremely common. Bai Ning Bing heard this and her eyes brightened. No doubt this was good news. The weaker the demonic goo master, the more advantageous it was for them. In the next few days the traces left behind by the demonic goo master increased. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan deduced that they were getting closer to the injured demonic goo master. Be extra careful. We can deduce that the demonic goo master's injuries are getting worse, and the green python's poison has already corroded her body. But because of this, the demonic goo master's mentality is unstable, and it is easy for them to go to extremes. Fang Yuan reminded Bai Ning Bing. If they were to fight, Bai Ning Bing would be the leader. Fang Yuan's rank 1 initial stage cultivation was not enough. Their biggest advantage now was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. As the two moved forward, they became even more careful. Their speed became slower, and the distance they traveled became shorter and shorter. Finally, one afternoon, Fang Yuan opened his eyes, the ginseng whiskers on his ears shrunk to nothing. I found that demonic goo master. She is in that cave on her last breath. Just now, he heard the faint sound of human breathing in the cave. Take advantage of the enemy's weakness. Bai Ning Bing wanted to fight, her eyes showing a fierce light. But she was stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't be impatient. Why do you need to fight? From the looks of it, in a few days she will die from the poison. I see. Bai Ning Bing's killing intent lessened. But at this time. The two of you outside, why are you still hiding? I found you. A weak voice came from the cave. Hearing this voice, the demonic goo master inside was a woman. Fang Yuan's expression changed and he immediately retreated. Don't you want my Yuan stone and goo worms? The voice came from the cave again. Fang Yuan and Bai Ning Bing retreated even faster. Although the other party was weak, there was a sense of certainty in her tone. She must have made some arrangements in the cave, setting up a trap, and had no fear. Moreover, no one would be stupid enough to fight with a dying person. You want to leave after coming? How can there be such a good thing? Stay behind. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the cave. It's up to you. Fang Yuan's figure flickered and he hid himself. Bai Ning Bing snorted, activating the sky canopy goo and summoning the chainsaw golden centipede, facing the person. The two fought for 3 rounds, and the demonic female goo master was at a disadvantage. She was a middle-aged woman, not wearing shoes, and had a pair of big bare feet. Thick black hair grew on the soles and back of her feet. Her face and arms were covered in a strange green color. It was caused by the green python's poison. After a while, the demonic female goo master was slowly losing. She suddenly stepped on the ground and shot back into the cave. Bai Ning Bing chased closely. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Fang Yuan quickly reminded, but it was too late. Bam! A loud sound, and the ground under Bai Ning Bing's feet suddenly exploded. Her whole body was blown away. Even if we manage to keep our lives, we will suffer losses. Moreover, even if we defeat her in the end, she will definitely have the thought of, letting us get nothing, and destroy all the goo worms in her hands. A goo master only needs a thought to destroy their own goo worms. We don't have any targeted methods. If we kill her, we won't be able to get her goo worms, so what's the point? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Earlier they were on guard against this demonic goo master because they were afraid of her sneak attack, and to protect themselves. But when the two of them discovered this demonic goo master's true strength, their intentions naturally changed. He would kill this weak demonic goo master and obtain her goo worms to strengthen himself. There were many types of wild goo worms, but there were too few that were suitable and easy to feed. The goo worms on a goo master's body would definitely be carefully selected by their owner, and would definitely consider all aspects. If they could get it, it would be much more reliable than capturing wild goo worms. But very few people could take all the goo worms after killing the enemy. Other than the losses during battle, the goo master could make the goo worms self-destruct with just a thought. Many defeated people, as long as they had enough time to react, would not leave their goo worms for their enemies. It was not hard to kill this demonic goo master, but it was not easy to take all the goo worms on her body. Don't you have a plunder goo? Bai Ningbing suddenly asked. A plunder goo has too little effect. It can deal with wild beasts, but against a goo master, there are harsh conditions to succeed. Fang Yuan shook his head. Bai Ningbing suddenly thought of something and said worriedly, if we leave like this, we might end up overreaching ourselves and let her escape easily. What should we do? Fang Yuan laughed and said with a firm tone, in the short term, she will not escape. Righteous goo masters, no matter if it was a clan inheritance or a sect, they would go through a certain level of nurturing and have higher qualities. But demonic goo masters were often mixed in good and bad. Some were traitors of the righteous path, fugitives. These people had gone through training and had the foundation of a goo master. And some were farmers, hunters, who had opened their aperture by chance and obtained some inheritance, and could be considered to have become a goo master halfway through their training. This demonic female goo master, her accent is coarse, her battle skills are lacking, and she does not have enough survival experience. Every time she camped, she would leave behind clear traces. Even if she was injured, she would not cover such an important clue like blood. I see that her physique is rough and robust, and she has big hands and feet, but she was originally a farmer. She only obtained a small inheritance. Chapter 215. High up in the sky the winds howled. Die. Master Tenshiro roared, gathering his remaining strength and turning into a white light, charging towards Jianghu. You want to kill me? You are too naive. Blood White opened its mouth, baring its fangs as it charged towards Jianghu. Bam. Amidst the loud explosion, a huge force surged over and blew the two of them far away. Both were heavily injured. The mountains will not change, the rivers will continue to flow. Junior brother, today's enmity will be avenged in the future. Jianghu laughed loudly, flapping the black bat wings on his back, about to fly away. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded over him. He raised his head. It was the heavily injured Ironbeak Flying Crane King. It didn't die? Damn it. Jianghu's expression changed. After being intercepted by the Ironbeak Flying Crane King, Master Tenshiro also rushed over to pincer it. Finally, the Flying Crane King fell to the ground, and the Blood White was destroyed. Master Tenshiro grabbed Jianghu's head, hovering in the air, his gaze unfocused for a while before coming back to his senses. He raised his head and laughed 3 times before his laughter turned into sobs. After venting for a while, he flew towards Qingmao Mountain. But he was suppressed by Ningbing's self-detonation, and had no choice but to use the life-burying jade goo. When he broke out of the ice, he frantically searched, but only managed to dig out the dying Fangzheng. The scene on the wall faithfully showed the scene at that time. What happened next was not worth mentioning. It was the scenery on the way back from Master Tenshiro. Crane Gate was one of the oldest sects in Central Continent. Historically, when the sect members went out to carry out urgent missions, they would bring along a goo worm to record the process of the mission. Regardless of whether the mission was successful or not, the goo master would report back to the mountain, and the sect would conduct an assessment based on the recorded process. Although Master Tenshiro was a sect elder, he was not exempt from this rule. But he was too senior, and few goo masters in Crane Gate had the qualifications to assess him. Even the current Immortal Crane sect leader didn't have it. However, at this moment, the old man sitting cross-legged in front of Master Tenshiro. but it was extraordinary. Yifengyang, Supreme Elder, Rank 6 Gu Master, known as Winged Crane Flying Immortal. He was wearing a white robe with a black belt, and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat. His face was that of a teenager, gentle as jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, reaching all the way to his waist. His deep and serene eyes stared at the image on the wall, and then he slowly withdrew his gaze. Master Tenshiro stood respectfully in front of him, not even daring to breathe loudly. As a matter of fact, Master Tenshiro had been asleep for nearly 1,000 years, and Immortal Shen was still his junior. However, the so-called qualifications were never based on age but strength. Although Master Tenshiro was a rank 5 and was only one rank lower than Yifengyang, he was still a rank 5 master. But this was the difference. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Rank 5 was a mortal, rank 6 was an immortal. Master Tenshiro. Yifengyang spoke slowly, his voice was clear and gentle like a stream. Yes. Master Tenshiro quickly responded. You killed the sect traitor this time but did not retrieve the blood skull goo. Instead, you were toyed with and suppressed by 2 juniors. In the room, Yifengyang's voice reverberated. Master Tenshiro's head drooped even lower. He showed an ashamed expression. However, one of them had the northern dark eye soul physique. It is not strange that you were suppressed. What is gratifying is that you did something to remedy the situation. Let me ask you, is the youngster you brought back really the twin brother of the youngster in the painting? Yifengyang asked. I have already investigated, it is so. The one who escaped was the elder brother Fang Yuan. The one who was captured was the younger brother Fangjing. What is even more amazing is that these 2 brothers are not on good terms. After I showed Fangjing the video of his brother slaughtering his clansmen, he wants to kill his brother immediately. Master Tenshiro laughed sinisterly. Yifengyang nodded slightly. It seems that you already have a plan. But do you have enough time? Master Tenshiro's expression changed. His tone suddenly became gloomy. You are right, Grand Elder. I have already reached the limit of my lifespan. I am a dying person. I only have a few days left to live. Even if I have the life burial jade goo, it will not change this situation. In his situation, only by finding the lifespan goo could he solve the root of the problem. But the lifespan goo was hard to find. There were a few in the crane gate, but it was not his turn. It had always been firmly in the hands of the sect leader and the few supreme elders. So not long ago, I gave up my life savings and goo worms in exchange for a spirit incubating flea. I will bring Fangjing into the sect and take him as my disciple. After that, I will guide him to refine the kinship bloodworm. After that, I will urge him to kill his brother and take back the blood skull goo for the crane gate. Master Tenshiro said. Yifengyang raised his eyebrows slightly. It sounds like you are very confident in your plan. But will that Fangjing really be manipulated by you? Although his aptitude is not bad, he is still a child. After I die, I will store my soul in the spirit incubating flea. It will accompany him as he grows and guide his cultivation. The road has already been paved for him, he can only walk on it. At this point, Master Tenshiro knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, Elder, please give me one more chance. Yifengyang was silent for a while, then said, All right, I will grant you one last chance. Thank you, Elder, thank you, Elder. Master Tenshiro was overjoyed. Go. I will wait for your good news. In less than 20 years, I will definitely succeed. Master Tenshiro's voice trembled with excitement. He could only retreat. Southern border, Wanqing Mountain, Tai Clan City. The tall and thick black stone city walls stretched for thousands of li. Tai Clan City started from the waist of the mountain, with countless stone houses and iron buildings arranged in order, stretching all the way to the peak of the mountain. Under the sunlight, the city was bustling with people and carriages. It was a scene of prosperity. The clan leader pavilion was near the peak of the mountain. It was heavily guarded and there were few people around. The patrol teams took turns patrolling. The Gu masters were all capable and meticulous. On the roof of the clan leader pavilion, 2 people stood. One was a middle-aged man. His expression was cold as steel, but his eyes hid some gentleness. Standing beside him was a young girl, her gaze sad but firm. It was Tai Ruanan. You have only returned for a few days? But this is already the 19th time you are asking for my resignation. Your father's death made me extremely sad. You lost your mother when you were young and now your father, but you must remember you still have me as your uncle. You are my niece, I will not let you take the risk. Tai family's patriarch sighed. Tai Ruanan's gaze was burning. She looked straight at Tai clan leader. Uncle, do you know? Although father is gone, I feel happy for him in my sorrow. Father's life was determined to eradicate evil, to punish criminals. He did it even when he was injured. He did not retreat. He persevered, walking his own path. And now, it is time for me to continue. Tai clan leader was dazed. At this moment, he saw Tai Xueling's shadow on Tai Ruanan. So similar, these eyes, this gaze. In a daze, Tai clan leader seemed to have returned to his youth. Tai Xueling was standing beside him, staring at the demon suppression tower at the peak of the mountain, saying resolutely, I will kill all the criminals in the world and let the world be filled with justice and love. I will imprison all the demonic path members in the demon suppression tower. Even if I fill the demon suppression tower to the brim. The vow of the past was still ringing in his ears. But his best friend was no longer around. The eyes in front of him merged together. Tai clan leader shook his head, dispelling the memories. He looked at the stubborn girl in front of him with a gaze that was filled with admiration and love, worry and encouragement. The path you've chosen is the path you've chosen. It is not easy to walk on. Tai Ruanan did not reply but turned to look at the mountain peak. At the highest point of Wanqing Mountain, there was a majestic iron tower. It had a majestic aura as if it could hold up the sky, stepping on the tall mountains. White clouds were like fog coiling around it, causing it to look blurry to outsiders. It added a layer of mystery to it. This tower was not only a grand sight in southern border, it was famous in the world. Even in central continent, many people had heard of it. Demon Suppression Tower. The tower was 1,000 feet tall with close to 100 floors. The tower was simple and unadorned. It was majestic and full of vicissitudes, giving off a righteous aura. Ever since it was built, Tai clan Gu masters had imprisoned many demonic Gu masters inside. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands? Even Tai clan leader might not know. It was the symbol of the righteous path, the deepest pride of Tai clan Gu masters. Many demons and demonic heirs buried their ambitions here, leaving behind sorrow, regret, unwillingness and regret. Demonic Gu masters would turn pale when talking about it, while righteous Gu masters would be exhilarated when talking about it. Tai Ruanan spoke with a firm tone as if talking to Tai clan leader or to herself. There is a demon suppression tower at the peak of Wanqing Mountain. I also have a demon suppression tower in my heart. Father did not finish walking this path, so let me take his place and continue walking it. I can't hold on anymore. Chen Shuihua felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she felt nauseous from time to time, wanting to vomit. But she could not vomit, her whole body was weak and waves of fatigue assaulted her. Her original plan was to hold on for 3 days, but after 1 day she knew she was too optimistic. The harm the snake venom brought to her was getting worse. She knew she was forced into a cliff, and had to find a healing Gu worm as soon as possible. Damn it. If not for those 2 thieves, I might have already caught wild Gu worms and cured the snake venom. She was restless. Ever since she was poisoned, she had been trying to find a healing Gu worm. But the vast forest was filled with danger, and she did not have any methods to catch worms, so she had no progress. Bai Ning Bing raised the dagger in her hand, about to cut her right ear. Wait. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing her arm. The sharp blade was just inches away from Bai Ning Bing's right ear. To use the earth communication ear grass, she needed to cut off her right ear and replace it. It was just an ear, it was not a big deal. Compared to the huge harvest, Bai Ning Bing did not feel any pity. Demonic cultivators were vicious and merciless. They were vicious to others but even more vicious to themselves. And it was these people who could give up that could accomplish great things. No need to cut it, she's out. Fang Yuan said and started to move. He used the earth communication ear grass, and followed behind Chen Shuihua. Not long later he heard the sounds of fighting. The 2 stayed close to the lush shrubbery, sneaking closer. They saw this demonic female Gu master fighting with a twin-headed boar. After watching for a while, the 2's eyes shone with excitement. Chen Shuihua's condition was terrible, her battle strength had dropped by more than half. As for this twin-headed boar, it was a solitary 100-beast king, possessing a defensive Gu. This will be a battle of attrition, we can take advantage of it. She really buried a charred thunder potato Gu. Strange. This Gu master has fought for so long, but her primeval essence has not been used up yet? Looks like she has some support Gu like Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Fish Bubble Gu and so on. After watching for a while, Fang Yuan felt that the time had come and called out the Stealth Scales Gu, handing it to Bai Ning Bing. Bai Ning Bing nodded in understanding. She hid her body and quietly approached. Bam! With a loud explosion, the twin-headed boar stomped another charred thunder potato goo. This time it completely collapsed and could no longer get up. It fell on the ground, struggling continuously. A hole was blasted in its stomach. Its intestines slowly flowed out. Fresh blood flowed out. This damn boar, its skin is really thick. It exploded for so long before it died. Chen Shuihua breathed roughly, leaning on the tree trunk, her vision turning black. This fierce battle had left her completely powerless, and she was overwhelmed by extreme fatigue. The fear in her heart supported her, not letting her faint. I can't. I need to hurry back to the cave. If I faint in the wild, it's too dangerous. She was about to attack. Suddenly she heard a strong wind sound. Strange, why is there wind? This was her last question in life. Bai Ningbing patiently approached him step by step, her attacks as fast as lightning. He used the boar's death, and the demonic female Gu Master's relaxed state of mind to kill her in one strike. Chen Shuihua's head was crushed by the chainsaw golden centipede. It was smashed into pieces. The headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Got it? Fang Yuan laughed heartily, walking over quickly. Bai Ningbing had already squatted down, her mind entering Chen Shuihua's aperture, and said with some disappointment, there are only 3 Gu in the aperture. Gu worms refined by Gu masters were somewhat stiff, not as agile as wild Gu worms. The demonic female Gu master was already dead. The aperture walls gradually darkened, but these 3 Gu were still inside. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Plunder Gu. He willed and easily took out these 3 Gu. They were a rice bag grass Gu and an iron thorn bramble Gu, and a charred thunder bean mother Gu. Of course these were not all. Fang Yuan searched for a while, and found a hairy leg Gu and a jumping grass Gu on the demonic female Gu master's leg. Finally he found a bookworm in her mangled brain matter. But unfortunately, this bookworm had already been killed by Bai Ningbing in one strike. This bookworm should be an inheritance item. The contents inside helped her learn many things about Gu masters. There must be some secret recipes and so on. Fang Yuan said regretfully. Forget about the bookworm. This demonic Gu master actually doesn't have a healing Gu? Bai Ningbing was disappointed. Fang Yuan was silent, not saying a word. No healing Gu. He had expected this result. The demonic female Gu master was affected by the snake venom. If she had a healing Gu, even if it was not sterilized, she would not be in such a sorry state. What he was curious about was, in the battle earlier, the demonic female Gu master's performance was very strange. Especially in terms of primeval essence, her recovery speed surpassed a grade, comparable to the 10 extreme physiques. But she was not one of the 10 extreme physiques and only had a grade aptitude. The Gu she collected did not help her recover her primeval essence. So this is how the chest is wrapped. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the demonic female Gu master's chest wrapping cloth. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, seeing a silver triangular tattoo on the corpse's chest. It's third watch Gu. Fang Yuan was surprised. Third watch Gu, what is that? Bai Ningbing raised her brows and asked. This Gu is rank 5 and can speed up time by 3 times. It can only be used once and is a consumable type Gu. When it is used on a Gu master, it will form this silver triangular tattoo on their chest. Soon after, Fang Yuan explained in detail. Third watch Gu, when used on a Gu master, can speed up this Gu master's personal time by 3 times. The river of time surged and flowed at the same speed. To a normal person, 1 day was 1 day. But to a person affected by the third watch Gu, 1 day was equivalent to 3 days of condensed time. Chen Shuihua, who was affected by the third watch Gu, would definitely have rapid cultivation progress. Others would spend a day nurturing their aperture, but she would spend 3 days nurturing it. The cultivation effect was obvious. There was another huge benefit, and that was the primeval essence recovery speed. On her body, the river of time flowed faster, 3 times faster than normal people. Thus, the primeval essence recovery speed was also 3 times faster. This was also why in the battle earlier, her primeval essence recovery speed shocked Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. However, in balance there are advantages and disadvantages. Third watch Gu had such huge benefits, but it also had huge disadvantages. First, the biggest disadvantage was the loss of lifespan. When the time flowed faster by 3 times, one's lifespan would be greatly shortened, reduced to a third of the original. Chen Shuihua had received the inheritance for less than a year, but to her, it was 2 to 3 years. Secondly, any injuries that needed time to heal would worsen. The green python's poison needed time to slowly permeate, and the damage would gradually worsen. When others were poisoned by this poison, one day was one day's effect. But when Qin Shui Hua was poisoned, one day was 3 days of accumulated effect. This was also the main reason why she was in such a sorry state. To be affected by the third watch gu, it seems this girl's inheritance is at least a rank 5 inheritance. Unfortunately, a pearl before swine falling into the hands of these people. Bai Ning Bing snorted, looking at the headless corpse at his feet with some disdain. In the long run, the third watch gu was very harmful, forcefully reducing a gu master's lifespan to a third. But in fact it was very useful for demonic gu masters. Because demonic gu masters usually fought alone, without the support of a clan or sect. They also had to defend against the righteous path, so they had to prioritize survival. Only surviving was the most important. Everything else was empty. And the higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of survival. The third watch gu condensed the gu master's lifespan, condensing the brilliance of a lifetime and blossoming, like drifting cherry blossoms or fireworks, short but wonderful. But without the third watch gu, the cherry blossoms would have been eradicated before they could bloom. This is not strange. Gu masters who use the third watch gu are all brave and diligent people. But this girl's character is different. She is timid and likes to procrastinate without the courage to move forward. It is only right for her to end up like this today. Fang Yuan glanced at the corpse on the ground before retracting his gaze. Bai Ning Bing's expression was somewhat ugly. Without a healing gu, what would happen? This demonic female gu master in front of him was the best example. Would this also be the portrayal of his future? Fang Yuan smiled and patted her shoulder, consoling. The paths of this world are all created by people. But everyone has their own path, no matter how broad the path of others is, it might not suit you. You and I are walking on our own paths, what is there to worry about? Bai Ning Bing heard this and her expression was dazed before gradually rising. She nodded saying, "You are right." Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at the vast forest in front of him. After killing this demonic gu master, he obtained several gu worms, causing his strength to rise sharply. But he also knew he lacked a healing gu, and at the same time he did not place his hopes on his luck. Next he might obtain a healing gu, or he might end up like this demonic female gu master, dying without any gains, waiting anxiously for a cure. Maybe at the next moment he would be trampled to death by a beast group, his life's ambition vanishing. But what did it matter? The path was under his feet, he just had to continue. Gu Master Text. Welcome readers to log in. Chapter 216. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. In the aperture the waves rose and fell continuously, crashing against the aperture walls. The waves were emerald green, the waves surging endlessly. This was a rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. Rank 1 gu masters possessed green copper primeval essence. Initial stage was emerald green, middle stage was pale green, upper stage was dark green and peak stage was dark green. The surrounding aperture walls shone brightly, and under the impact of the emerald green waves, its foundation increased bit by bit. Suddenly the white light shone brightly before dimming. The white light condensed, forming a water-like ripple. At this moment the aperture wall's light film deepened into a water film. Done. I finally advanced from rank 1 initial stage to middle stage. A faint sense of joy rose in Fang Yuan's heart. Initial stage gu master's aperture walls were light films, while middle stage was water films. Once the water film was formed, it meant that Fang Yuan's cultivation had returned to rank 1 middle stage. It has been over 20 days since I killed that demonic female gu master. During this period I cultivated day and night without stopping, not wasting a single moment. It is not strange for my cultivation to advance to middle stage. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What a pity, if I had a liquor worm my speed would be even faster. The liquor worm could raise a rank 1 gu master's primeval essence by a small realm. Using the liquor worm to assist in cultivation could achieve twice the result with half the effort. After Fang Yuan's rebirth, other than the spring-autumn cicada, the first thing he obtained was the liquor worm. Afterwards he bought another one from the caravan, and refined the two into the 4-flavor liquor worm. Unfortunately the 4-flavor liquor worm was only effective for rank 2 gu masters, and was of no help to the current Fang Yuan. In fact, Fang Yuan had obtained 3 liquor worms on Qingmao Mountain. The third was the spoils of war he obtained from killing Guyue's Yao Lu. This liquor worm had been in Fang Yuan's hands, until the Tai father and daughter came to Qingmao Mountain. To prevent being exposed and fearing Tai Xueling's detection methods, he destroyed the liquor worm and the other spoils of war. Things had already happened. Whether his actions were right or wrong, since Fang Yuan had done it, he had never regretted it. Right now, if he kept the liquor worm in his hand, it would certainly be of help to him. But at least during the entire process, the father and daughter of the Tai family didn't find out about Guyue's medicine. If I reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, I will be able to obtain a first revolution liquor worm. Unfortunately, there are many requirements for reverse refining, and I can't meet them yet. Gu masters nurture Gu, use Gu, refine Gu. Gu refinement was divided into fusion refinement and reverse refinement. Fusion was to raise a low-rank Gu worm to a high-rank Gu worm. Reverse refinement was the exact opposite. There were many ways to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. He could use the prodigal son Gu to obtain 2 rank 1 liquor worm. Or he could use the revert Gu, but this method could only get 1 liquor worm. If he used butterfly transformation Gu, he would obtain the Irichi butterfly. If he used unpredictable Gu, the Gu worm he obtained would be uncertain, it might even be a completely new Gu worm. To Fang Yuan, the best solution was to get the prodigal son Gu. But the prodigal son Gu was much more precious than the liquor worm, it was too difficult to obtain. The most practical solution was still the revert Gu. If he used the revert Gu, he would lose a liquor worm. But Fang Yuan would still choose to do it without hesitation. Keeping the 4 flavors liquor worm and using it after he reached rank 2 was under a stable situation. Chapter 217. In this world, humans were not the only ones who knew how to brew wine. The earliest records of wine came from Renzu's legends. Renzu dug out his left and right eyes, turning them into his eldest son, verdant great son, and his second daughter, desolate Guyue. Verdant great son and desolate Guyue were together day and night. He could not help but have feelings for his sister. But desolate Guyue rejected verdant great son's pursuit time and time again. Verdant great son was extremely frustrated because of this. He knew he needed help, thus he asked for Wisdom Gu's help. At first, Wisdom Gu ignored him, hiding as far as it could. But verdant great son persevered. Wisdom Gu could not bear his harassment and could only tell him a method. In the east of the world there is a group of honey peach monkeys. They have brewed wine, go drink it first, then come find me. Verdant great son went to the east and drank wine. The honey peach monkeys brewed fruit wine. After verdant great son drank it, from then on, his face became rosy. He smacked his lips as he reminisced, so wine is sweet. Wisdom Gu laughed and said to him, in the west of the world there is a group of psychic monkeys. They have brewed wine, you can go drink it. The wine brewed by the psychic monkeys was bitter wine. Verdant great son went to the west and drank the wine, from then on, his tongue was yellowish brown. He came back with a bitter look on his face. So even wine can be bitter. Wisdom Gu said to him, wine is sweet and bitter, love is the same, life is even more so. In the north there is a group of diamond monkeys. They also have wine, you can go and drink it. The diamond monkeys brewed strong wine. Verdant great son liked it very much. He liked strong wine and drank until he was dead drunk. He felt this wine was too much to his liking, he wanted to drink even more after he was drunk. After drinking from the bowl, he still wanted to drink from the jug. Eventually he vomited into a mess. The alcohol hit him, making him feel like he was about to die. He felt as if there were flames burning and magma flowing inside his body. It's too hot, he shouted. All the heat rushed to the top of his head, and his hair began to burn. From then on he had hair that burned like fire. When verdant great son woke up, he found Wisdom Gu looking at him. What enlightenment did you get from drinking the strong wine? Wisdom Gu asked him. Verdant great son sighed. I finally understand, no matter how good the wine is, you will still vomit if you drink too much. Everything should be done in moderation. Wisdom Gu laughed loudly and said, in the south of the world there is a group of skywater monkeys. The wine they brewed was pretty good. Go have a drink and see. The skywater monkeys brewed sake, which was the polar opposite of hard liquor. Verdant great son lightly tasted the wine and couldn't help but forget his worries. His eyes were hazy from intoxication, slightly tipsy and floating. Wisdom Gu asked him about his feelings. He gently waved his hand and said, I've already tasted the pleasure of drinking. Don't spread it to the awakened. Wisdom Gu laughed lightly and left quietly. Therefore in this world humans were not the first race to brew wine. Monkey on the other hand walked in front of the human. Normally monkeys would know how to brew wine. According to the different groups of monkeys, there were different flavors of wine. But humans called the wine brewed by the monkeys monkey wine. Fang Yuan was resting in this cave. On one hand he felt the signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation, so he stopped to break through. On the other hand it was the monkey wine. The higher the rank of the gu worm, the greater the need for food, and at the same time the feeding period would be longer. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, but the capacity of the tusita flower was limited. Two of the three monkey kings died and one was injured. The injured monkey group escaped with their group. The dead were blown to bits, and the gu worms on their bodies naturally did not survive. Fang Yuan obtained large amounts of monkey wine, so much that the tusita flower could not hold it all. It was enough to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. As for feeding the liquor worm, it would not be a problem for 2 years. If they encountered a caravan, these monkey wine could also be sold for a good price. There is one more thing before we leave. Let's clean up the battlefield and fill the 2 pits. Fang Yuan said. Do we need to be so careful? Bai Ningbing felt pained at the thought of the pits. Fang Yuan glanced at her, and with just one sentence made Bai Ningbing obediently work. Did you forget how we found that demonic female gu master? It was by relying on the traces left by the demonic female gu master along the way. Dig a pit, don't end up burying yourself in it. His tone was complex, but he displayed it perfectly. There was the patience of living under someone else's roof, the helplessness of having weak cultivation, and the unresigned arrogance of a young man. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but raise her eyebrows. Bai Zhanlai snorted coldly. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. He knew of Bai Clan's difficult situation, but Bai Clan did not know his true background. Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Fang Yuan firmly held the advantage in information. How to use this advantage is the key to escaping. Green copper relic gu is a good sign. This shows that Bai Clan is wary of the non-existent Guyue troop. They don't want to use force and want to use schemes to deceive. Is this Bai Zhanlai the next chess piece of Bai Clan? Thinking about it carefully, his words seemed too forceful. If he really is the next chess piece of Bai Clan, it will be somewhat troublesome. Why don't I personally give my weakness to the other party and reveal my weakness? If Bai Clan casually set up traps like this, Fang Yuan would no doubt become more and more passive. Thus, he might as well give the other party a weakness and purposely expose some fake weaknesses and fight for some initiative in disguise. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze swept through the tent and immediately came up with a plan. He looked at Bai Lian opposite him. After staring for a while, Bai Lian seemed to sense Fang Yuan's gaze, and Fang Yuan turned his gaze away, looking elsewhere. As the banquet continued, Fang Yuan stole glances at Bai Lian from time to time, but avoided eye contact with Bai Lian. During the latter half of the banquet, Fang Yuan kept peeking at her, and the frequency increased. This scene was witnessed by the 100 Families clan leader and some of the elders. The clan elders revealed smiles in their eyes. It was normal for a young man to be in love. Bai Lian was the clan flower of Bai clan. It was natural for her to attract the attention of Guiyue clan's young master. After the banquet ended, Bai Mo Xing excitedly requested to see the clan leader. Clan leader, did you see the scene during the banquet? Bai clan leader nodded with a smile. Let me make some more plans. The night was silent. On the second day of the hunt, Bai clan leader summoned Fang Yuan again, and asked Fang Yuan to hunt an earthhorn rhinoceros. Fang Yuan used the same trick, using charred thunder potato goo to blast the earthhorn rhinoceros, and brought back the rhinoceros horn. After Bai clan leader praised him, she rewarded him with a clearing heat goo. Clearing heat goo was like a beetle fossil with a translucent jade-like texture. Holding it in his hand he could feel a cool air. This goo was specialized in detoxification, and was a rank 2 healing goo. After obtaining this goo, Fang Yuan finally made up for his greatest weakness. At the day of the bonfire banquet. This is my son and this is my daughter. Bai Sheng, Bai Hua, stand up and offer a toast to this brother. Bai clan leader said. A pair of twins stood up and raised their wine cups like adults, saying together, Bai Sheng offers a toast to young Master Guiyue. They slightly bowed with a solemn expression, showing that they had good upbringing, without the slightest bit of mischievousness of children. Fang Yuan was slightly stunned, and could not help but size up this pair of siblings. According to his previous life's memories, these two children would become the twin stars of the righteous path, and for a period of time, they would be unparalleled. Eventually, both of them would reach rank 5, and push Bai clan's power to an unprecedented height in history. At the same time, they were the inheritors of Baigu Mountain's inheritance. Among them, Bai Sheng was the future clan leader of Bai clan. In a clan, the position of clan leader was usually inherited by the clan leader's own children. Chapter 224. Important information? Bai clan leader frowned slightly. But what kind of important information could be more important than the spirit spring? Since it is not urgent information, let them wait outside the tent. The clan leader instructed before focusing her gaze on the smoke image. The image flashed and showed the situation inside the cave. Fang Yuan and the other 6 went deep into the cave and soon reached the bottom. This cave was not big. Bai clan leader was soon disappointed. She did not see the spirit spring, and it could not be in such a place. It seems we still need time to find the spirit spring. Bai clan leader muttered and lightly waved her sleeves, keeping the smoke into her sleeves, and said, Call them in. The tent flap was opened and a valiant investigative Gu master walked in and bowed. Subordinate greets Lord clan leader, I have important information to report. His tone revealed a sense of anxiousness. You captured a Thai clan Gu master? Bai clan leader frowned slightly. Thai clan was a huge force, even 10 Bai clan villages were not their match. If it was not handled properly, it would be very troublesome. Bai clan leader was reprimanding this subordinate inwardly. This Thai clan Gu master was like a hot potato, he should just kill them secretly in the wild. But if they were brought back to the clan, it would be a source of gossip. Subordinate received a mission to investigate the movements of Guiyue's remnant forces and unexpectedly found a heavily injured Gu master. Subordinate originally suspected that this person was a Guiyue clansman. But after treatment he claimed to be a Thai clan Gu master. And from his mouth, Subordinate learned a shocking piece of news. Qingmao Mountain's 3 clans were completely annihilated. But there was a mysterious demonic Gu master who escaped from the disaster. Tai clan sent out Gu masters to pursue these demonic Gu masters. The investigative Gu master reported. What did you say? Bai clan leader was shocked. Her heart thumped and she frowned. At this moment, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's appearance and actions flashed past her mind like flickering shadows. These two youngsters were demonic Gu masters? They did not look like it. Especially when Bai clan leader recalled the scene of Fang Yuan crying at the banquet. How could such a person be a demonic Gu master? How can you be sure this person is a Tai clan Gu master? Bai clan leader asked. This is the Tai clan's token we found on him. Moreover, this person's Gu has the characteristics of the Tai clan. The investigative Gu master said as he presented an iron token. The 100 Clans clan head took the token and held it in her hand, feeling the coldness of the token. It was indeed the token of the Tai family, but this is also possible. This person killed Tai clan's Gu masters and obtained the spoils of war from them. Maybe this person, a thief crying thief, is the demonic Gu master that Tai clan is chasing. Bai clan leader thought of a possibility. In order to survive, demonic Gu masters had to disguise their identities. The 100 Families clan leader's first impression was too deep. But no matter what, she had to confirm it herself. She narrowed her eyes and said, "Bring the captive here. Let's go." Soon, the tense curtain was opened and a Gu master was brought in. Tai Daoku's hair was disheveled and his face was pale, as he appeared in front of Bai clan leader with light steps. "Kneel." The Gu master behind kicked him, and this man groaned as he knelt on the ground. But he struggled with all his might, wanting to stand up immediately. "Be obedient." The two Gu masters behind each held an arm, forcing him to kneel on the ground. Tai Daoku struggled to no avail and screamed, "I, Tai Daoku, kneel to heaven and earth, kneel to my parents and kneel to the clan leader. Don't humiliate me, just die." "Oh my, your acting is quite good." Bai clan leader raised her brows and sneered. Chapter 232. The setting sun was as red as blood, and the western sky was covered in burning clouds. Under the sunset, the footless bird, which had been flying for half a day, began to descend slowly. After a series of lifts and dives that exceeded its limits and withstood the explosion of the burning man, its body was covered in cracks, and it no longer had the strength to fly. Bang! With a loud bang, under Fang Yuan's control, the footless bird finally fell into a forest. Smoke and dust rose and the beast fled. Where is this? Bai Ning Bing jumped off the bird's back and looked around. The trees around them were short and thick, but their branches and leaves were especially luxuriant, unlike the bone trees on White Bone Mountain that were sparse. The trees here were like canopies and their leaves were all purple. Light purple, dark purple, purplish red, bright purple. The night wind blew, forming a purple wave as they looked into the distance. Purple forest. We've been heading north and according to our journey, this should be near Zio Mountain, Fang Yuan estimated. He looked worried. Zio Mountain is safe during the day, but it's dangerous at night. It's getting dark, let's leave this place quickly and find a safe place to stay. All right. Bai Ning Bing nodded. After more than 2 hours they were lucky enough to find a cave. The original owner of the cave was a bandana bear. This kind of bear had a natural pouch on its abdomen, similar to a kangaroo. The dry firewood crackled and the bonfire burned quietly. The meat soup in the iron pot was already boiling, emitting a strong aroma. The fat and tender bear paws were also roasted. Apart from these, the tusita flour also contained delicacies from the 100 clans. The two of them ate heartily and their tense hearts slowly relaxed. Bai Ning Bing suddenly laughed and looked at Fang Yuan with her blue eyes. Look, this is retribution. You burned that pair of siblings to death and not long after, you were burned to this state. The light from the fire shone on Fang Yuan's face, and the terrifying injuries on his face made him look somewhat scary and ugly. If it was a timid girl, she would probably scream in fear when she saw his face. Fang Yuan smiled, not minding it, and was even secretly happy about it. Fortunately, I have flesh bone with me. It won't be difficult for you to recover your original appearance. All you have to do is cut off all the burned skin and flesh on your body, then use flesh bone to treat it, and you will be able to grow new skin and flesh. However, with your current first transformation cultivation, you can't use flesh bone regeneration. You can beg me. Maybe I'll be merciful and can't bear to treat you. Bai Ning Bing didn't let go of any opportunity to mock Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows, even though his eyebrows had been burnt off. Why do we need treatment? Isn't this a good situation? He laughed. We killed the only 2 young masters of Bai clan, and even fooled the Bai clan patriarch and clan elder. Do you think they will let us go? This kind of injury saves me the trouble of changing my appearance. The earth communication ear grass had already been destroyed, and Fang Yuan was now missing his right ear. There was cartilage in the ear, and this injury was not something that could be healed by the flesh-growing bone. But even if he had the means of treatment, he would rather lose an ear to change his image. In the past, there was a demon Bai Ez who was captured and imprisoned in a prison. He pretended to be crazy and smeared his own feces on himself. He even cut off his 5th limb and became a eunuch. His enemies finally thought that he had gone completely crazy, and thus let down their guard, allowing him to escape. In the future he returned to take revenge and killed the entire family of his enemies. There was also a great figure of the righteous path, Empress Wuxia. When she ascended to the throne at a young age, her power was seized by her own elder sister, and she could only endure. But her elder sister was jealous of her beauty, and made things difficult for her. She cut off her nose bridge, humiliated herself and finally won the time to live and grow. More than 10 years later, she overthrew her elder sister's rule and regained power. She cut off her elder sister's 5 senses, and made her wish she was dead. Those who achieved great things were all good at enduring, and did not indulge in flesh and beauty. This was the same for both righteous path and demonic path, male or female. After Empress Wuxia took power, even though she had the means of treatment, she had never restored her nose bridge, and this made me wary. That was why Wu clan was the #1 clan in southern border, suppressing Tai clan, Shang clan and Fei clan. Those who indulge in flesh and beauty were all superficial, and could not achieve great things. Be it this world or Earth's history, they all proved this point. King Yu of Zhou, for the sake of his beloved concubine Bao Xi's smile, made a fool out of his vassals, but what happened to him? He was betrayed and was killed by the barbarians. Lu Bu to Diao Chan, Wu Wang to Shishir, Xiangyu actually brought Yuji with him to war. Hee, what happened to these people? On the other hand, Cao Cao was short, Sun Bin was crippled, Sima Qian was castrated. Everyone has a love for beauty. But success had nothing to do with flesh and beauty. Having the determination to give up was the cornerstone of success. In fact, it is you, with your blue eyes and silver hair. You are too dazzling, you need to change. Fang Yuan sized up Bai Ningbing's body and said. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly and did not speak. Fang Yuan continued, the footless bird was damaged and we only flew a few thousand miles. Although it is quite far from Bai Clan village, since we committed this crime, Bai Clan will definitely come to arrest us. Our situation is still dangerous. If they issue a bounty for us, our days from now on will be even more difficult. Bai Ningbing frowned and pondered for a moment before snorting, forget it, I am tired of this outfit. If I change my appearance, it will be a wonderful experience. Next, the two began to summarize their losses and gains. There were losses. Earth communication ear grass, chainsaw golden centipede, carapace goo, ironthorn brambles, stealth scales goo, and footless bird, they were all destroyed in the pursuit. But to Fang Yuan, escaping with his life was the most important. Only by staying alive could there be possibilities and hope. This was the foundation of everything. In order to survive, so what if he had to abandon spring-autumn cicada? One sentence, being able to abandon and give up is a man. As for his gains? In Fang Yuan's aperture, there were large numbers of bone spear goo and spiral bone spear goo. Chapter 235. Fang Yuan quickly stopped in fright. Although he had used the liquor worm before, the liquor worm only cleansed his primeval essence and raised its quality by a small realm. When had he ever used such a huge difference in snow-silver primeval essence? Without a choice, Fang Yuan could only reduce the amount of primeval essence he used each time, and at the same time slow down the cleansing strength. To think that high-quality primeval essence has its drawbacks. Fang Yuan said with some distress. In the darkness, Bai Ningbing could not help but roll her eyes when she heard this. What kind of opportunity was this? If others knew about this, they would probably slap Fang Yuan to death in anger. This was a blissful worry. 4 hours later, this 60% of snow-silver primeval essence was used up. Just this one round of cultivation had impressively caused the rough stone membrane to feel as if it had been polished and brightened. It was like a rough jade. After rough processing, it showed a smooth and round quality. Quick, use another 10% of primeval essence. Fang Yuan urged. Just like that, he spent the night cultivating. When the rooster crowed in the courtyard and the sky outside the window started to brighten, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. His eyes glowed brightly and revealed a strand of excitement that was difficult to conceal. Retracting his palm, he clenched his fist. Rank 1 peak stage. It was this night's cultivation that allowed him to advance from rank 1 upper stage to rank 1 peak stage. What speed! Ever since Fang Yuan started cultivating, including his previous life, he had never felt so comfortable and carefree. He could not stop even if he wanted to. To make an analogy, when he was AC grade talent, his cultivation was like a snail's crawl. After using the liquor worm, he could walk. With a grade talent and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it was like he was running. Damn it, using this bone flesh reunion goo, it was like growing 2 wings and flying. Bai Ningbing's expression was one of shock from the bottom of her heart. She was extremely intelligent and quickly realized that this goo had another greater use. This goo is amazing, it might be able to break through a large realm. The liquor worm could only raise a small realm, and to break through a large realm, the Gu master had to rely on their own primeval essence. Thus, aptitude was very important. But with this bone-flesh unity Gu, when breaking through a large realm, one could borrow someone else's aperture. What kind of advantage was that? With this Gu, by Gu Mountain is definitely worth it. Even if we sacrifice the heavenly essence treasure lotus, it will be worth it. At this moment, the morning light swept into the farmhouse. Bai Ningbing sighed deeply. There are so many talents in the world. Grey Bone Scholar was only a rank 4 Gu master, but he was able to develop bone-flesh unity Gu. He was truly a genius. As long as a Gu master had a title, they all had their own outstanding points. In comparison, Fang and Bai were still nameless people. The sun was blazing in the field. Andy, you should rest well. I'll help you. Fang Yuan snatched the hoe from the old lady's hand. Of course, the old lady couldn't compete with the young and strong Fang Yuan. She was even happier when the thing in her hand was taken away. She grinned and said, "Oh, where can I find a young man like you?" 2 days had passed since the first dual cultivation session. Their original plan was to stay for one night before leaving, but after using the bone-flesh unity Gu, Fang Yuan enjoyed the pleasure of his cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds. Thus, he decided to change his plans and at least break through to rank 2 before leaving. Anyway, there were still 2 to 3 years before that rock was found, so there was no hurry. Bai Ningbing did not object. The difference between rank 2 and rank 1 was huge. Skinny Monkey did not expect Fang Yuan to not give him face. He stood on the spot and stared at him fiercely. Fang Yuan did not care about such a small character. Mortals were like grass, even if he killed 1 or 2, so what? As long as it did not affect the delivery, the Gu masters above would not care. If they really cared, Fang Yuan naturally had his own methods to settle this matter. In short, provoking Fang Yuan, these servants were simply looking for death. What, still not scramming? Do you want me to leave? Fang Yuan coldly glanced at Skinny Monkey. Skinny Monkey snorted but did not dare to act up, returning in defeat. Knight Gentleman heard this, tears flowed down his face, deeply moved by Xianxia's charisma, immediately kneeling on the ground. From then on, he turned over a new leaf, following Xianxia with unwavering loyalty, making many contributions. The sun was slowly swallowed by the mountains in the west as night fell. The long line of people also thinned. In the end, the servants received their food and slowly dispersed. All right, that's all for today. I'll come back tomorrow. Before she could finish, a figure suddenly appeared in front of her. What kind of face was this? No eyebrows, they were all burnt, only a bit of hair was left and one ear was missing. Who else could it be but Fang Yuan? Xianxia was truly shocked, and the servant girl behind her even screamed. What are you doing? That tall and sturdy old Gu master immediately shouted. Lady Jiang, do a good deed and buy my goods. Fang Yuan ignored the old Gu master, shouting at Xianxia. Bai Ningbing silently stood at a distance, watching Fang Yuan's performance with interest. I still have one last steamed biscuit, take it? Xianxia had a gentle smile on her face. She did not have any disgust towards Fang Yuan, only sympathy. Looking at his injuries, his past must have been very painful. He is also a pitiful person. Fang Yuan took the steamed biscuit but threw it on the ground. I don't eat this, I want to sell it. I sold my family's old house to buy this cart of purple maple leaves. But I can't sell it, the leaves are about to wither, what's the point of living? Sob sob sob, if I can't sell it, I don't want to live anymore, I'll just kill myself. As he spoke, he started crying loudly. He stomped his feet and howled. His expression was extremely agitated, with a trace of madness. Bai Ningbing was dumbfounded. Such acting skills I really can't compare. If she did not know Fang Yuan's background, she might have been deceived by Fang Yuan. She looked at the expressions and gazes of the people around her. There was indeed a lot of shock, disdain, sympathy, indifference, but there was no suspicion. Who is this person rushing over so quickly, scaring me? So greedy, he actually wants Lady Jiang to buy his goods. This kind of person deserves it. Does he really think business is so easy? He must have been pressured. Back then I encountered it too. The crowd discussed fervently. Hey you madman, you dare to scare my lady, get lost. The old Gu master's words were like thunder. He took a step forward and protected Xianxia behind him. Lady Jiang, if you don't buy my goods, I don't want to live anymore. Lady Jiang, you are a good person, please buy this cart of goods and save me. Fang Yuan cried non-stop. Xianxia's heart softened. Don't cry. I will buy it, life is the most precious thing, you need to live well from now on, don't commit suicide. Uncle Jianghu, give him 3 pieces of yuan stone. Lady. The old Gu master's brows furrowed. Fuck, this works too? Otherwise why would I cause such a ruckus? The group of peddlers were extremely excited. Thank you, Lady Jiang. Lady Jiang, you are my Jesus savior. Fang Yuan was wild with joy. His face was covered in tears as he bowed continuously. The old Gu master's eyelids twitched, looking at the cart behind Fang Yuan. This cart of purple maple leaves is at most worth 2 yuan stone. 3 is too much. Uncle Jianghu. Xianxia's voice was soft. The old Gu master sighed deeply. Lady, it is not that I am unwilling to part with 3 yuan stone. But to a mere servant like him, it is still too much. It will attract covetous eyes and schemes. Lady, for his safety 2 yuan stone is just right. Moreover, if you give it like this, I'm afraid all the peddlers will come tomorrow. Uncle Jianghu is right, then give me 2 yuan stone. Xianxia thought for a while and readily agreed. Who else? It's that Miss Jiang, Immortal, but who asked her to have such a good life, giving birth to a good family. Damn it, back then when I smuggled goods I was miserably suppressed by others. Why can't I have the luck of these 2 fellows? Brother Chang was envious. He continued indignantly, tomorrow we'll deal with them. As rookies they have to show respect to us, the older generation. If they don't know the rules we have to be kind and teach them a lesson. Yes, Brother Chang. Whatever Brother Chang says, we'll do it. Brother Chang is wise and mighty. Skinny monkey-like man flattered and took out a spoon to scoop up the soup. The meat soup is ready, Brother Chang, try it first. The aroma of meat assailed the nostrils, and many people's Adam's apple moved as they swallowed their saliva. Brother Chang licked his lips, took the spoon, blew on it and was about to drink. Suddenly the tense curtain was lifted. Fang Yuan walked in with large strides. It's you? Everyone was surprised. The main character they had been planning for a long time had actually arrived. This made them feel a sense of helplessness and panic. Skinny monkey-like man jumped up and smiled sinisterly. Newcomer, do you know fear now? Want to apologize? I'm telling you it's too late. Before he finished speaking, Fang Yuan expressionlessly lifted his leg. Bang! Skinny monkey-like man was directly kicked, and his back hit the coal stove. The cooked meat soup immediately splashed on his body, scalding him and causing him to scream loudly. Meat soup. It's all spilled. We pooled our money to buy the meat. It's not easy to get a chance to eat it, damn it. Bastard, you're courting death. For a moment the crowd was indignant. They stood up one after another, roaring and rushing towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan held 2 pieces of yuan stone in his hands and threw them at them. 2 people were hit. One covered his eyes, and the other covered his stomach, groaning in pain. Despicable, using a concealed weapon. Wait, this is yuan stone? Everyone was about to rush over, but hearing this cry, their momentum suddenly stagnated. 2 pieces of yuan stone lying on the ground attracted everyone's attention. Skinny monkey-like man's cry also stopped abruptly, his eyes staring at yuan stone. Birds die for food and humans die for wealth. Has this person gone mad? Actually using yuan stone to hit people? So he's already scared. This is yuan stone. I may not earn a piece of yuan stone even if I work for 2 months. For a moment, everyone's thoughts were surging like a tide. Some people looked at Fang Yuan with a trace of longing in their eyes. It was as if they were asking, do you have any more yuan stone? Throw it at me. How dare you throw it at me, you're courting death. The servant who covered his eyes let go and shouted. His right eye could not open at all, it was purple and swollen. But this did not prevent him from reaching out and grabbing the nearest yuan stone in his hand. Everyone shuddered and reacted, looking at the other yuan stone on the ground. Boom! Everyone rushed towards this yuan stone, throwing Fang Yuan to the back of their minds. Skinny monkey-like man grimaced in pain, stood out and grabbed the yuan stone. Mine, this is mine, he threw it at me. Another servant who was hit by the yuan stone bellowed. Damn monkey, aren't you injured? Why are you so fast? Someone shouted, spittle flying everywhere. All of you shut up. Who tripped me just now, stand up. Brother Chang's face was covered in dirt, he was very angry. Suddenly an arm reached out and pulled him over. Who was so bold? He turned his head in anger and shock. It was none other than Fang Yuan's ugly face. He shouted, you dare to grab me? Let go of your dog paws. Bang! Fang Yuan raised his fist and punched him in the face. Immediately, his nose was fractured and blood gushed out. A strong dizziness hit him and Brother Chang saw stars. Fang Yuan loosened his grip and he collapsed on the ground. Aye. He hit someone. Brother Chang is injured, let's take care of him. The others were stunned for a moment, then as if awakened from a dream, they raised their fists and rushed towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was expressionless, and with a sweep of his fist, the nearest servant flew to the side with a cry, his mouth full of teeth broken. Then another person rushed over. Fang Yuan raised his heel, aimed at his crotch and lightly kicked. Ugh! The man covered his crotch, his eyes rolled back and he instantly fainted. With a few punches and kicks from Fang Yuan, all the servants fell, leaving only the skinny monkey hiding in the corner. Fang Yuan's gaze swept over, and the skinny monkey suddenly trembled and fell to the ground with a plop. I admit defeat. Hero, please be magnanimous. He loudly begged for mercy, kowtowing non-stop. His head hit the ground, making a series of muffled sounds. But he still couldn't hear any movement from Fang Yuan. The skinny monkey trembled and raised his head, but Fang Yuan had already left. Inside the tent, there were a lot of servants lying on the ground, some unconscious, some groaning. Fang Yuan walked between the tents. The commotion just now had attracted a lot of attention. This was what Fang Yuan wanted to see. Bai Ning Bing followed from a dark corner. On the first day he beat up all the servants working with him. This is not a good influence. She chuckled, taking pleasure in his misfortune. In her heart, she was even more curious as to why Fang Yuan did this. Fang Yuan didn't answer, and walked deeper into the temporary camp of the caravan. Soon he arrived at his destination. He had inquired about the carriage and the Qin family's old butler slept here. He didn't immediately knock on the door but walked to a dark corner, took out his dagger and started to cut himself. The surroundings were quiet, only the sound of the dagger cutting flesh could be heard. Bai Ning Bing heard it and slightly raised her eyebrows. She once again witnessed Fang Yuan's ruthlessness and coldness. Not only did he not make a sound when he cut himself with the dagger, but he also became more and more skilled at it. It didn't seem like he was cutting himself, but more like he was cutting a wooden stake. Dong dong dong, there was a knock on the door. The narrow carriage was filled with junk and there was only a small bed. Fortunately, the old butler was short and curled up on the small bed. It didn't seem crowded. Dong dong dong. There was another knock on the door. The old butler, who was already sound asleep, frowned and turned around. Dong dong dong. The knocking on the door got louder, and the old butler opened his bloodshot eyes. "Who is it?" "It's me, old butler." A voice came from outside the door. The voice was very unfamiliar, but it was a little familiar. Chapter 242. The old steward's anger rose rapidly. He decided to teach Fang Yuan an unforgettable lesson. With a bang he opened the door. Then Fang Yuan appeared in front of the old steward with wounds and bloodstains. The old steward was shocked by this scene. He could not be bothered to get angry. He was extremely shocked. "You, what happened to you? Did a beast group attack at night?" "No, old steward. It's those bastards. They injured me and even took away my Yuan stone. Old steward, you have to uphold justice for me." Fang Yuan wiped his bloody tears and shouted. "It hurts. That madman left. Damn it, that madman is really strong." The tent was a mess. The fragrance of the meat soup still lingered, but it could not be salvaged. The pot was broken. The group of people regained their breath. They were either bruised or gasping. "Damn it, a newbie actually came to beat us. He is too lawless. We haven't found trouble with him, but he actually found trouble with us first. I can't take this lying down. We can't just let this go. We have to get back at him." "How? Can you beat him?" "Why do we have to fight? We will go complain. Let the old steward take care of him. This person just joined and is already so tyrannical. How can we work together in the future?" "Right, he just smashed those 2 yuan stones. Give them to me. This is the evidence." Brother Chang spoke. The tent was silent. Everyone knew this was Brother Chang's excuse. The servants who did not get the yuan stone looked at the skinny monkey and the other Gu master with a gloating expression. The two of them hemmed and hawed, not saying a word. It was obvious they did not want to hand it over. Brother Chang had some brains. "We are all injured. These 2 yuan stone are not only evidence but also our medical fees." Hearing him say this, it seemed like he wanted to split the loot. The servants who did not get the yuan stone started to speak up. "Brother Chang is right. Monkey, give the yuan stone to Brother Chang. Don't tell me you want to take the lead? Brother Chang has a strong background. Only Brother Chang can avenge us. Brother Chang, we believe in you." Under everyone's pressure, Skinny Monkey and another Gu master could only purse their lips and unwillingly take out the yuan stone, handing it to Brother Chang. Brother Chang received it and touched the smooth and round yuan stone. Suddenly he felt that his nose didn't hurt so much anymore. But at this moment, the curtain was suddenly lifted. Everyone was shocked, thinking that Fang Yuan had come again. But when he took a closer look, he realized that it was the old butler. "Seneschal, why are you here?" "Old manager, we were just about to look for you." Everyone was pleasantly surprised. The old butler's expression was very ugly, especially when he saw the 2 pieces of yuan stone in Brother Chang's hands. His expression became even more gloomy. He walked in front of Brother Chang in a few steps, snatched the primordial stones and gave Brother Chang a few slaps on the face. Brother Chang was dumbfounded. The others were also dumbfounded. After a few breaths, everyone finally reacted. "Seneschal, who made you angry?" "Seneschal, you, what are you doing?" The old man turned around and walked away, opening the curtain. "Changzi, Skinny Monkey, you bunch of damn things, get out here right now." Saying so, he walked out of the tent first. Brother Chang covered his face, but did not dare to go against the old butler. He could only suppress his anger and bewilderment as he walked out of the tent. When everyone walked out of the tent, they saw Fang Yuan standing at the side, his body full of injuries and blood stains. "Seneschal, they're the ones who snatched my yuan stone." Fang Yuan pointed at them and shouted with righteous indignation. "What the hell?" The servants finally reacted. "You brat, you dare to complain first. Humph, I will kill you." Everyone was enraged and roared. Slap. The crisp sound of a slap stunned everyone. The servant who shouted the loudest covered his face and could not help but take a step back. The old butler looked at him gloomily. "Why can't he complain to me, huh? Hee hee, you guys are getting more and more lawless. You even dare to snatch someone's yuan stone." The old butler also knew that the newcomers would be bullied, but he was happy to see it happen. This was an inevitable process. On one hand, it could suppress the arrogance of the newcomers, making it easier for him to manage them in the future. On the other hand, it could also promote the integration between the old and the newcomers. But the degree of bullying could not be too excessive. Directly robbing the Yuan stone, what difference was there between that and bandits? Seneschal, it's not what you think. Someone cried out. Slap. It was another crisp slap. The old butler's voice was cold. Did I allow you to speak? Seneschal, we have to say this. Yes, we are all innocent, Seneschal. Many of the servants cried out, feeling wronged. Were the victims here okay? The old steward's hair stood up in anger as he roared. You took his primordial stones and you're saying that you're innocent? Are these 2 Yuan stones his? Speak the truth. Yes. Although it is so, but, slap. 2 mouths. 2 servants covered their mouths. The old butler pointed at them and scolded, snatching the Yuan stone is fine, but you dare to use a knife. You are too daring. Speak, who was the one who used the knife? When a servant was injured he could not work, but instead had to rest and heal. This was the cost. If there was any delay, the Gu masters above would blame him, and the old butler would have to take responsibility. Used a knife? We did not. Seneschal, we are all old people, don't you know this? What a bunch of bullshit from your mother. Do you think I am blind? You didn't use a knife, how did he get his injuries? Did he do it himself? The old butler roared. Bai Ningbing watched from a shadowy corner thinking. Seneschal, you are so smart, you guessed it right. Slap. The old butler was extremely furious, slapping them repeatedly. Everyone suffered at least a few slaps. All of them were intimidated by the old butler's power, not daring to speak. But they were all clenching their fists tightly, some had veins popping out of their foreheads, some were gritting their teeth. Their hearts were filled with anger, unable to express it. All of you scram back to the tent, I will settle the score with you tomorrow. The old butler's hands were numb from the slaps, he was old after all, panting heavily, but his anger had dissipated by more than half. The servants did not dare to disobey this order, they turned around and stared angrily at Fang Yuan, engraving his figure in the deepest part of their hearts. The old butler walked over and placed the Yuan stone in Fang Yuan's hands, speaking in an unfriendly tone. I have gotten the Yuan stone back for you, don't lose it again. If you lose it again, I will not care any more. Fang Yuan was crying, feeling moved and afraid. Seneschal, please do me a favor, keep these 2 Yuan stones safe for me. I am afraid they will be robbed again. The old butler was stunned, he could not help but feel his heart palpitate. Being a merchant was dangerous, Fang Yuan might be swallowed by a wild beast one day, then wouldn't these 2 Yuan stones be his? Then I will reluctantly keep them safe for you. The old butler said. Thank you, Seneschal. Seneschal, you are really a good person. Fang Yuan hurriedly bowed, expressing his gratitude. All right, I am sleepy, you should sleep early too. The old butler waved his hand and left impatiently. As for where Fang Yuan slept, it was none of his business. This He too is really a bit stupid. The old butler sneered in his heart. Everyone left, Fang Yuan's face immediately regained its calmness. The wounds on your body are still bleeding, aren't you going to treat them? Bai Ningbing walked over. I still have use for them, let's go. Fang Yuan smiled. Inside the tent, the oil lamp was lit. Xianxia was reading a book, suddenly frowning slightly. Xiao Dai, did you hear that? It seems like someone is crying for help outside the tent. The servant girl Xiao Dai nodded her head, dozing off. Miss was not sleeping, so it was not good for her to sleep first. Now that she was awakened, she listened and immediately shouted, Aya, someone is crying for help. Who is crying in the middle of the night? Why is it you again? Xianxia's guard Gu master Jianghu had already walked out and noticed Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sat on the ground paralyzed, snot and tears flowing down his face. Scram. If you don't scram, I will kill you. Jianghu shouted, his impression of Fang Yuan was very bad. Uncle Jianghu. At this time Xianxia and the servant girl walked over. Why is it you again, you are still haunting me? The servant girl saw Fang Yuan and immediately stared with wide eyes. Fang Yuan ignored them, only focusing his gaze on Xianxia. Miss Zhang, my life is because of you. Only you can save me. TCH, you lunatic, what bullshit are you saying? Jianghu shouted angrily. My family's miss is kind and generous, how could she harm you? Miss, let's go, don't care about this crazy person. The servant girl also complained. With Xianxia's nature, she could not bear to see others in misery. Fang Yuan was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. He had already won her sympathy. Adding on his words, if Xianxia did not ask about it, she would not be able to sleep well tonight. You said you were harmed by me, what do you mean? Uncle Jianghu, can I trouble you to heal him first? Xianxia said. Although Jianghu was unwilling, he could only push her. A white ball of light entered Fang Yuan's body, his bleeding stopped and his wounds gradually healed. Fang Yuan said, those 2 yuan stones, they were jealous and wanted to snatch my yuan stone. I could not win against them, so I invited the old steward to uphold justice. Although they returned the yuan stone, they threatened me and wanted to teach me a lesson, making me wish I was dead. So it's like this. Xianxia could not help but sigh. You reap what you sow, miss, let's not care about him. He clearly asked for it. If he did not sell it for such a high price, wouldn't everything be fine? Xiao Dai rolled her eyes. She did not like Fang Yuan at all. Fang Yuan continued, my companion and I thought about it, and we can only rely on you, Miss Zhang. Otherwise we'll be killed by them. This is 2 lives we're talking about. They won't go as far as to kill. Xianxia comforted Fang Yuan. Then he used a monkey language gu to reach an agreement with the monkey emperor. Everything changed because of this. Feiho Mountains trade route was opened. Now this trade route was one of the 3 most important trade routes in southern border, connecting east and west, and its importance was self-evident. Those damned monkeys, they've appeared again. Right now they are blocking our path. Everyone, you know the rules. I'll say the ugly words first. Whoever breaks the rules will implicate us. My Jia clan will be the first to not let him off. The caravan leader shouted coldly. That's natural. Brother Jialong is right, we will act according to the rules. If anyone tries to take advantage of us, we will expel him from the caravan.